Yo, what is going on, Papa fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Sunny, aka Papa React, and we are back with one of the biggest, I say it every time, I don't know what these levels are getting to right now. We are building an LMS platform. Now, I've done LMS platforms in the past, but I can promise you this one is gonna blow your damn mind. It's huge. There is so much to unpack. We have three incredible bits of tech behind this build right now. We have Sanity, Clerk, and we have CodeRabbit powering the entire thing. Get ready for an absolute crazy demo, and let me know in the comments right now, where are you watching from? Are you coding along? Do you plan on using AI with this build, or are you gonna use the code that we give you? Let me know. When the beat drops, we're about to jump into a absolute crazy build right now. Welcome to the LMS AI platform SaaS with billing, everything included out of the box. You guys can go ahead and use this yourselves. 3, 2, 1, check it out. Boom. Here we have it, guys. We're gonna call it the Sunny Academy today, right? I can see you guys dropping where you're watching from right now. The Sunny Academy, right? So just like kind of Khan Academy vibes, this is gonna be an LMS. Now, this is a personal LMS. Let's say, for example, you wanna go ahead and launch your own course, right? So your own kind of course, your community, wherever it may be. I'm gonna teach you how to go ahead and build the entire platform that effectively replaces things like Kajabi, all of those things. It's crazy. Me and Jay were literally mind blown by how far we got with this build. But you guys can see right here, we have three different platforms, Free, Pro, and Ultra. We have different courses that you can select from. These can have images. I've gone ahead and just given you a bit of a base to kind of get started. I'll turn the music down while we go ahead and run through a quick demo. But you guys can see over here, we have let students love it as well, ready to level up your skills. Firstly, just beautiful design, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and jump into a course right now. Now, free courses, anyone can jump in. They can go ahead and see, look, we have loading placeholders, suspense boundaries, all of this awesome stuff. Firstly, just look at the UI. I mean, come on, no half measures here, absolutely beautiful. The second you go into a lesson, that is when we're gonna gate you with Clerk. So that way we're gonna go ahead and make sure you're logged in so we can capture the user at that point. So let's go ahead and log in right now. Clerk makes authentication so easy, guys. I'm gonna log in with my personal. I am on an Ultra plan right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that I log in, and this is gonna give me access to the entire app. Okay, and as you can see, I come straight into it and boom, I have the app loaded, right? Now let's go ahead and see something a bit more exciting. Let's look inside of the dashboard right now. And you can see I've got all of the different courses here. Firstly, we can filter based on different things. We can go ahead and upgrade our account. Right now I'm on the Ultra plan, but we do have all of this incredible functionality to be able to allow you to change between different courses and different billing options. But let's go and see one with a video. This app is using Mux. So we actually have Mux in the mix here as well. Why is my video freezing? Okay. We have Mux in the mix as well here. So this is going to allow us to go ahead and have live streaming in the videos. So we're going to go ahead and do, I believe I put in React Native. Let's go ahead and see right here. Advanced React Native. And now I might have deleted the video right before we went live. But oh yeah, there it is. There you go. So we have Mux in the mix as well. So you can see for yourself. Look at this. This is absolutely incredible. Let me turn this down. And what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to make the audio come through here so you guys can actually hear it. So my Rodecaster Duo main stereo. You guys should be able to go ahead. There you go. Look at that. Absolutely awesome, right? So in this case, let's go back on the page and I'll show you guys a demo. Yo, what's going on? So here we have a demo of CodeRabbit. So this is, of course, I just done a little demo clip that we're going to upload and test out for a few purposes. But a couple of cool things. Firstly, we have captions, auto captioning, incredible. And by the way, that is multi-language. So it works with multi-language. We're going to teach you all of that and how to do all of that today. This means you can have your own course and it's absolutely full-fledged working, doing everything we need. Now, once you've completed a lesson, let's go, for example, to the next lesson. Beautiful suspense boundaries. Let's go ahead and mark this one as complete. You can see it gets updated over there. We have live progression tracking as well. So let's go back to the course and you can see for yourself, we've got all of these cool components to tell us how far we are inside. And of course, if I ever go away from the platform, come back and I want to access my courses that I'm working on, boom, I can come over here and see all of the progress that I've made with each individual course. Now, obviously that's kind of cool, but your boy takes it always a step further. So what have I done? I've gone ahead and done essentially 3 apps in one, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys on the back end. We have Sanity Studio. Now, you guys have seen Sanity Studio on this channel before. It allows us to have effectively all of the content being managed from a really nice studio. Now, this is awesome. Sanity is incredibly powerful. I'll show you how to do that, right? So in this case, you see Next.js, the complete guide. We can obviously update things. Now, of course, you can even add in tabs and do another thing. So for example, if I do Next.js guide, complete guide 1, 2, 3, if I publish, because this is using live content like from Sanity, you can see that the user will get an immediate update in real time. So that's pretty damn cool, okay? But it wouldn't be a Sunny build unless I took it a step further. Now I'm going to introduce you to something called the Sanity App SDK. Absolutely incredible. Now, what if you want a CMS backend, but you want it to be bespoke? Okay, not everyone might know how to use this dashboard, the studio. I'm going to teach you how to create an entire full-fledged custom backend that is powered by Sanity CMS. So this is literally the same, effectively the same architecture that Sanity Studio is running on, but we have it running our own custom backend. And of course, this one is powered by, it's also authenticated, protected. So if you came to /admin now, it would take you to a Sanity login. So let me just show you that on proof as well. So 3000 /admin. And as you can see, boom, we get the Sanity block. So this is powered by Sanity's authentication on the backend. So I have an authorized account. So I have the permission. I'll show you all about permissions afterwards. But you guys can see loading the admin dashboard. Only I have access to this. Now let's go ahead and view the courses. Now this is way more of a similar one-to-one like experience, right? I can go ahead and search. Now I can say, like, for example, machine learning, fundamentals, and you can see I actually done a grok query behind the scenes. So you guys can go ahead and see this right here. And if we go ahead and click into this machine learning fundamentals 101, now you guys can see for yourself, there is so much under the hood here that you're going to unravel and learn from this. But you guys can see that we have the live updating films. Now this is using multiplayer technology, right? So if I was to go ahead and copy this URL and pop it over here as well. So let's go ahead and put it over here. This is multiplayer. So let's just say, for example, we have 2 people editing the back end. You know, we want to make sure there's different edits. So let's go ahead and check this one out. So look, 101. And as you can see on the right, I'm not refreshing it. Boom. You see that? We have literally multiplayer working in the mix, and it all is powered under the hood with Sanity. And for example, if I want to discard the draft, you know, maybe I didn't want to actually have that change. I can discard the draft, bring it back to the published state. Now, let's go even deeper, right? So for example, here I want to go over to, let's just say, for example, the Python for data science course, right? So Python for data science. I'm going to address a couple of these comments right now. I see them in the chat. I see you guys. I'm going to call you out in a moment, right? So in this case, we got Python for data science over here. And now if I was to go ahead and unpublish this, watch how it disappears from the front. So in this case, unpublish. And as you can see, in a moment, no refresh, by the way, this will disappear in the back, right? Let's go ahead and publish as well. And then there you go. Now, of course, when you're accessing different modules and lessons, that entire structure can get very kind of nested. We also have thumbnails, right? Awesome. But in this case, I've actually created these incredibly cool drop downs. And you can see you can access the actual module or the individual lessons. Now, firstly, let's do a couple of cool things, right? I want to add a thumbnail. So I've completely added in this for your customization. So in this case, let's go ahead and a picture of me. So in this case, full uploading. Oh, okay, that one's too big. I need to go ahead and do a smaller one. I haven't actually increased the size of everything. So let's just do an RSS feed logo. For some reason I had that. Let's go ahead and pop that up. And as you can see, boom, that is there. I haven't published, which is why it hasn't pushed. So in this case, I want to change, you know, maybe I want to put on Python for data science as mobile development, okay? And I want to make it a pro plan gated course. I can do that. And then I can also change the featured on homepage and so forth. Then I click on publish, and all of that has uploaded the images and done everything that we needed. And because we're using the live content link, in just a moment, you'll see, bam, it changes with our beautiful image over there. We click into it and we can see our image as a beautiful header and everything is updated. So this is a real, truly powerful LMS platform, okay? So let's jump into the modules, obviously self-explanatory. You can even move around different things with drag and drop. So we do use React drag and drop inside this as well. Let's jump into, for example, a actual lesson though. So if I was to go into this Python one right here, let's go down into, I don't know, Python NumPy, right? So let's go into NumPy fundamentals, go into that lesson. And here you can see I've got a bit of sample data, but maybe I want a video, right? Obviously courses are nicer with video. And if you haven't already seen, the entire thing was mobile responsive. So pretty damn awesome, guys. Look, absolutely beautiful UI, mobile responsive through and throughout, right? Let's go ahead and add a video right now. So upload a video. This is using Mux. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to type in CodeRabbit. I've actually done a nice little CodeRabbit video here that we're going to use for testing. And also I'll explain to you what CodeRabbit is. It's an absolutely awesome platform. But here you can see this is uploading to Mux. So tons of stuff right now. Oh, we got the Marine from Texas. Yo, what's good, dude? Good to see you here. As you can see, look, the lesson video is there. Now, you're probably wondering, but Sunny, what if someone gets access to that URL? They can play the video and copy my course and everything like that. That's why I'm going to teach you how to do something called signed video playback. This means only the logged in user will get an access token to watch that video, which means find a way to inspect it, get the URL, good luck watching it, because you need to be an actively logged in user to be able to generate a token from our secure backend. I'm teaching you the whole lot today, right? So as you can see here, it generates a thumbnail. And by the way, behind the scenes, this went ahead and generated captions as well. So as you can see right here, it's generating captions in the back as we speak. But you can see right here, if we were to load up this one more time, now we should be able to see the video is there. Absolutely awesome. Oh, I forgot to publish it, yeah? So let's go ahead and publish that right now. And in a moment, you'll see, bam, we have a beautiful video pop up just like that, fully responsive and there for the mix, right? We even went a step further. I added in a rich text editor, right? So this is a full scale. Like, honestly, I'm kind of nervous about how long this app is going to take. But let's go ahead and say, for example, I'm going to add an image inline as well. We've got an image uploader over here. Let's add in a Sanity logo, for example. This is actually a bad example because that one's got no background. I'm gonna do one more right here. Let's just do, for example, I don't know why we keep using this RSS one, but there we go. Let's use that, the RSS logo. And then now, in a moment, I can add a caption. Let's just go say, this is a demo, insert the image, and boom, there you go. It's pretty big, it's there. We'll click on publish. And now inside the lesson, in just a moment, thanks to the live content link, we'll see a nice, beautiful inline image with the caption over here as well. You can imagine, you can actually host your entire course here. It's incredibly powerful, okay? So this is working awesome. And then guys, I took it a step further. You're probably wondering, what the hell? This is gonna take like hours and hours to build. Now, I took it a step further. For those on the Ultra plan, right? So all of the Ultra members, you have this little shiny thing down here, right? Because obviously I wanted to include AI in this build somehow really nicely. Now, the biggest thing that we have found is students buy Zero to Full Stack Hero, which by the way is on a Black Friday sale, papareact.com/course, go check it out. But right now you can see if we're inside of our course, we always get the question, Sunny, I want to learn the following. I want to learn about React Native. I want to learn about something over here. Where in the course do I go? Okay, so what we did was we took it a step further. Now, if you are an Ultra member inside of this LMS platform, you get access to the AI learning assistant. So in this case, I can go ahead and say, by the way, this is an agent. This is an AI agent that has full scope and tooling to be able to use and access all of the data inside of our CMS background. So in this case, I could say, you know, for example, I want to learn about, let's just say React Native, okay, React Native. Boom, hit search. Now we're getting real-time streaming via Vercel AI. We've got tool usage. This is a perfect AI agent example. And as you can see, bam, streaming in real time. It goes ahead and tells me exactly what it is. So here are some courses to help you dive in. React Native mobile apps. Now you're probably thinking, okay, well, that's kind of cool, but what about if I click into it? Oh, it takes me to the exact page of the LMS platform. Now that is pretty damn useful. And then I can continue to talk about it. I can say, okay, after this, I want to learn about Python. Okay, I want to learn about Python. Click on enter. It has full scope of the previous chat. This is a full functional chatbot right here. You guys can go ahead and see it, search for it, and then it should go ahead and recommend. There you go. Once you're ready for Python, here's an excellent course to get you started. Python fundamentals, NumPy, so forth, right? And you're probably wondering, but what if it was a lesson? We're going to catch him out. What if it was a lesson inside of something, right? So inside of a course. So let's go ahead and, I'm trying to catch myself out here, guys. Let's go ahead and, break my system. Let's go to the lessons tab. Let's go individually. And by the way, you see the lessons tab right here? I've built it in such a way where you can see all of the important information from the top as an admin. This is the one with the video, for example. But let's go ahead and pick a random one. Let's go ahead and say Grok query language, right? There is only one lesson with Grok query language. So let's see if our AI is up to the job. And I didn't actually test this one. So I'm going to say, I need to learn about the Grok query language. And what I've done is behind the scenes, I've generated a scoring platform, right? So a scoring system. So it's going to go ahead and understand how to go ahead and pull it. Now look at that. It found it right there. To learn about the Grok query language, you can explore this course, and it told me the relevant module as well. I click it, and just like that, I am now inside of that lesson. Guys, this is an incredibly powerful platform. right? Seriously, seriously awesome stuff. Someone said, is this RAG? I believe RAG is also when you do embeddings, but yes, to a degree, it's retrieval augmented generation, right? It's retrieving stuff in the backend from using tooling. So yes, this agent is capable of accessing our back, right? So as you can see, the dashboard, there we have it, guys. This is our entire build today. It's going to be a massive one. I promise you that. And we're going to do the whole thing live right here. All right, we also have clerk authentication powering the entire mix with clerk billing powering the entire backend billing portion. So in this case, if I was to switch plan, I can go ahead and subscribe to that plan. I can do monthly plans, I can do annual plans, and I can even go ahead and access my membership using their awesome drop down over here where I can see access to my statements, my payments, all of that good stuff. And it handles everything. There's no need to do Stripe webhooks at all, right? This is a full SaaS app. Okay, let's jump straight into it, right? So what does this app consist of right now? So we're going to go ahead and dive into it, break it down a bit. I'm going to address a couple of your comments and then we're going to go through the entire mix, right? So this is capable, or this is able to be built this easily thanks to a couple of amazing bits of tech. So first up, we have Sanity powering the entire backend, right? So make sure when you set things up with us inside of this build, you go through the links in the description. It's very important. It allows me to continuously bring this stuff for free. That is literally it. It's going to help you a ton, right? So in this case, we have, if you're on the right page, you should see Sunny and Sanity. This is one of our previous builds, but the link is in the description. And as a bonus to all of the Papa Fan members, as you can see here, they know about us. We're going to go ahead and double your free trial over at Sanity. Now, bear in mind, even once that runs out, you can still use the entire Sanity tooling for absolutely free. So it's completely worth jumping into this, right? Sanity is incredibly powerful. We're going to be using them today. They power up so much. They're effectively a full CMS backend platform, and they have so many cool things coming, including AI tooling, a few other things. But one thing which I haven't talked about much in the past is the App SDK. This is where we're going to build a custom backend application on Sanity, right? And what I haven't ever seen anyone do is do it with Next.js. So I went to another level of getting this whole thing up and running, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Now, while we're doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to reduce the number of bugs in our code base, because I'm gonna show you how to use AI generated coding, right? So in order to help us reduce our bugs, we also are sponsored by CodeRabbit today. These guys are awesome. I use them in my own software house. They're incredible. And the reason why I'm gonna show you them is because when we use AI coding such as Cursor, there is a big problem, right? Sometimes there are simply 10 ways to write the same piece of code. Someone has to review that. And the chances are, if you're using AI coding, a lot of the time you might get lazy and just approve those pull requests. So over here, you've got CodeRabbit, and here we're gonna go ahead and show you how incredibly powerful it is. Every time you submit a pull request, it goes ahead and it reviews that pull request using really intelligent AI, which is aware of your entire context of your code base. It's so cool. I've been using it for a long time now. I'm so glad we're partnered up with them now, because honestly, we were using them before that, and then they reached out and it was just an awesome collab, right? So make sure you go check them out. I'm also going to be showing you how to use it on the CLI for absolutely free as well. There are rate limits, but to be honest with you, I don't hit them. So in this case, I guarantee you're not going to hit them as well. So go ahead and check these guys out. Now, of course, for the authentication aspect of it, like for example, you saw over here, we have all of our authentication. Then I need you to go over to Clerk. So Clerk, the link in the description, you'll reach this page, sign up an account, and I'm going to take you to Clerk's homepage just to explain what Clerk is and who they are. But effectively in any app where we have authentication, even billing, these can be two massive problem areas. They take a lot of time. In my opinion, I built, honestly, at this point, hundreds of apps, honestly. And the biggest thing I can tell you, if you can offload the authentication, get someone else to do it, do that. And if you can get the payments handled by someone else, do that. If you're worried about 1%, 2% fees, then you're being ridiculous, because you need to focus on the main thing, which is the app that you're trying to build. Right, so in this case, this is Clerk, right? They're literally my go-to whenever I see authentication, period. I love Clerk. I'm all about Clerk. You guys can see for yourselves, they have multi-factor authentication, email, SMS, one-time passcodes. And also, but what the hell? We got a donation already. Yo, thank you so much, Zotan. I appreciate you. He dropped in $1,000. Not sure what currency, but dude, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, there you go. It's about £3. I appreciate you, man. We're gonna get a coffee with that. Thank you. We got magic links, social sign-on, advanced security, bot detection, and so much more with Clerk. Now, my favorite thing as well is we've recently been using them heavily on B2B SaaS businesses as well. So we launched one recently in Dubai. We use it on the B2B side. You can go ahead and check out the subscription billing. Now, not only do they have what we talked about today, so for example, monthly, annually plans and all that good stuff, But they've even got a ton of new stuff coming, and which many people don't even know. So as you can see at the bottom, they have so much coming. They have per seat billing, taxes paid on features, all of this cool stuff. And my most anticipated one, metered and usage-based billing. So they're going to basically cover all of this. But from now, they basically simplify the entire payment flow to an incredible degree. It's just a no-brainer in my opinion, right? So in this case, we're going to be jumping into Clerk as well. So make sure when you sign up, you go ahead and jump through those 3 links. Now, this is a massive build. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I have given you the entire code base for absolutely free. All you have to do if you want to go ahead and get the code base is there is a link in the description. Go to it. I thank you for watching this video. Pop your name and your email in, and we will send you the entire code base for absolutely free, no questions asked. And the reason why I do that is because I'm aware that these apps are getting pretty damn big, right? They're getting pretty damn huge. You're going to get access to the entire GitHub repo where I pushed a bunch of stuff in the README, so you guys can go ahead and feel free to read this out. I've even given you visual diagrams to explain how everything is working. Your boy takes it to another levels at this rate, right? And as you can see over here, we even explain the different feature gating areas of the app. So these are obviously our Clerk billing plans, free, pro, and ultra. Based on which membership the user is in is how we're going to gate certain things from that user, right? And I've also added in some extras that, that's obviously not code. That's more a case of, you can do it yourself, whatever you wanted to do. Now, in this case, you can see over here, the links that you can also go ahead and use are at the top over here. So if you do find that you're struggling to find the links that I'm asking you to use, just use these ones, guys. It lets me do this for free. And also while you're at it, smash the like button. It's free. We have hundreds of thousands of people watching these videos. Just stop right now and hit the like button. It takes me ridiculous hours to build this stuff, and I'm giving it to you for free. So I just ask you, subscribe right now, destroy that like button. Appreciate you. All right, let's jump straight in. So in this case, we've got the GitHub repo. So you guys already know about that, okay? So let's go ahead and jump straight into things right now. I'm going to jump in by using Next.js 16. Now, if you don't know, Next.js 16 is pretty damn cool. Okay, so they included a bunch of new things. We're going to dive into this. But firstly, what I want you to do is we're just going to use the Next.js starter template before we go ahead and do any of that stuff. So in this case, I like to use Warp. So we're going to go ahead and pop in Warp. You just need a simple terminal. Oh my God, thank you so much. We got another donation. Hey, this is like old times. Live streaming is kicking up again now. Thank you so much, Ernst. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that, right? So we're going to go into my documents, my builds folder. You don't need to do that, okay? The Marine from Texas says, where is the link from the code base? The link is in the description down below. Jay will also pop it in the chat right now. But I give you guys always the link to the code base is completely free. You're welcome. Go and grab it right now, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do a following command. I'm going to do npx create next app. And in this case, I need to go ahead and give it a name, okay? So we're going to call this one, let's give it a name. Let's say LMS AI SaaS YouTube, okay? And let's go ahead and enter. And now what this will do is it will prompt us. It'll say, are you okay to proceed? Yep, we're good. Now it should give me 3 options, typically use recommended settings, no, or customize. I'm going to show you because I want to customize. I want to use biome today. Would you like to use TypeScript? We're going to click yes. Biome, absolutely. React compiler, yes. Tailwind. Would you like to use the source directory? No. App router, yes. Everything just after that is defaults. Okay, I didn't move anything after that. Just click enter, enter, enter. This will set things up for us. Now, while we're at it, what I want you to do is we're going to prepare ourselves by going to GitHub and setting up a repo so we can set up our CodeRabbit integration early on, right? So in this case, set up a repo. And by the way, I'm showing you the entire flow right now. So we're going to click on new. We're going to go and type in LMS AI, LMS AI SaaS YouTube right here. And then I'm going to make it a private repo for this one. So because it's just, private for this one. We're going to create the repo. And then I'm going to push my code base that we just initialized to it once it's ready. Okay, so let's head back over. And as you can see, we should be good to go. Okay, so in this case, we've got success. We have the code base. So I can say cd LMS AI YouTube. And then I'm going to do cursor dot. Now, you don't have to use cursor. Use whatever you want. Honestly, I don't care. Use anti-gravity. Use whatever it is. Use VS Code. It's all good. In this case, I'm going to use cursor. So in this case, we're going to pop that open. And yes, for full transparency, I pay for Cursor, guys. I use it a ton, but there is a way to use it. Okay, so I'm going to be teaching you that as well. I like to be fully transparent about this stuff. Now, before we get started, I'm going to go into our terminal by pressing Command J, and I'm going to paste in the following down here. So you can see git remote add origin, copy that, go over here and just simply Command B to hide the sidebar, paste it in. This will push this code base to this over here. Okay. Now what I need you to do is the link in the description shows you a CodeRabbit sign up, right? So in this case, you can see like get a free trial. Also worth mentioning, by the way, there is a completely free plan. So I'm going to go ahead and click on get a free trial. I've already got an account. So in this case, I'm going to log into GitHub and it's going to pull up my workplace. Let's go ahead and do that right now. And as you can see in a moment, make sure you go for that link, right? Obviously they track that link and it helps us out, right? So go to the top over here and click on add repositories. And then I'm going to authenticate myself. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Passkeys are great. Okay. So in this case, let's go to repo access, select repos, and I'm going to type in LMS, AI, SaaS, YouTube, the one that I just done, and I click on save. And there we have it. I've connected CodeRabbit to my GitHub. Super simple. Easy as that. Okay. In this case, we're good. So we're over there now. Let's go ahead and close that. Or you can keep it open. It's completely up to you. But we're done with the CodeRabbit setup, right? I'll show you how to use that in just a moment afterwards. So heading back over to our code base, I want to make sure that you've got a couple of extensions installed. It's going to help us out a lot as we go through the code. And I think it's going to benefit you a ton if you just get these in your code base, right? So a couple of them that I want to show you. One, go ahead and get the CodeRabbit one. We're going to use it. Okay. ES7 plus React Redux snippets. We need that one. That is awesome. A couple of other ones I would really highly recommend right now is you can use Sanity IO snippets and a few things like this. Even the Sanity IO one over here is pretty cool. There was one more that I wanted you to do. I think it was just Tailwind. Biome. Yep, we're going to use Biome for linting and formatting. And also, I think it's just a Tailwind CSS extension. This one here. Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay. In case you're wondering, this is what I'm using. Cool. So once we've got that down as well, I'd highly recommend you connect your GitRabbit. So let's go CodeRabbit, sorry. So that way you can see I'm on a pro account. I pay for it, like I mentioned. And then here you can see we've got the main branch selected. So that's all good. Okay. Now, back over to the beginning. We're going to go ahead and set up the next step, which is setting up a clerk account, right? Or Sanity, we can do either or, right? So we're going to go ahead and do clerk. So in this case, the link in the description will take you to this page. Simply sign in. I've already got an account over here. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. And then what we should see, let me turn the music up a little bit as well, right? What we should see over here is we've got a clerk. So in this case, I'm going to go to the top over here and click on create application, right? So I'm going to call this one LMS, AI, YouTube, SaaS, right? I'm changing the names up so much. SaaS, YouTube, there you go, SaaS, YouTube. And you can change any of the authentication methods, Google, Facebook, Apple, whatever you want to do. I'm just going to keep it with Google to keep things light right now. You can go ahead and do that. And then this will set up your clerk, okay? So once you're done with that, you can pause here for a second. The final one that I need you to do is go over to this page on Sanity and set this up. So click on get started with the coupon. We need to set these up. This is the backend for the entire application. Even if you were to grab the entire code base right now, you can't use it without these accounts. So you need to go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and set this one up. LMS, AI, SaaS, YouTube. And for those of you wondering, yes, this entire app is going to be available on my YouTube channel afterwards. Okay. Click on create project. And as you can see, coupon code was applied. You're welcome. Right. So over here now, let that go ahead and complete. And then we should reach this page. Okay. So there we go. We have everything set up. Our base is ready. Okay. That's amazing. That's awesome. We're going to be likely doing Shadcn next. So I need you to go to ui.shadcn.com. And I'm going to pause here for a moment before we resume. Okay. So this is basically where we're going to jump into our app. We're going to spin things up and then we're going to start doing what we need to do. The reason why I'm going to pause here is because we got an interesting comment earlier that I think a lot of you may have, right? Somebody mentioned there's no learning when you're going to use 20 different libraries. You fail in an interview the moment they ask you about technical decisions. Well, my advice to Anmo is shut up, because the reality is, yes, you're going to use libraries, dude. You don't rewrite everything from scratch. I've been a developer for like 16, 17 years. I still use libraries. It's fine. The main thing you need to understand is fundamentals count. Follow me today. Understand that regardless of my tutorials or anyone else, use and understand, or whatever resource it is, to understand fundamentals. Fundamentals are going to help you the most, regardless if you're using Cursor or any AI coding platform out there. You need to know fundamentals. There's 10 ways to build a house. 9 could be terrible. 1 could be the right way. Unless you're prompting AI in the right way, you could end up with any of the 9 terrible houses. So this is going to count for a lot of weight. Okay. Yes, we have libraries today. It's fine. It's okay. So ignore that stuff. And I want to call people out like that because there is fear mongering right now with AI. And I don't want you guys to be scared. I want you guys to understand this is the most powerful time to be a damn developer. It's exciting. Anyone who says software engineering is over, tell them to shut up. Just carry on. Or let them, you know what? Just let them do their thing and you just absolutely fly forward and kill it with this revolution right now that's going on. Okay, because I'm more excited than ever to be a developer. So take my advice, okay? So at this point now, we're going to install Shadcn, Next.js. And yes, I said it as it is. There you go. I love the comments I get back from that. Also, welcome to everyone. I see you guys in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Leslie, Samuel, I see, I can't pronounce some of these. Muhumu, Kabiru, Sojdes. I see you in the chat. What's up, dude? Let me go and say Nicolan. Because will this be a recorded stream? Yes. Marine from Texas, of course, you're OG, dude. We got Zotan as well. There you go. What's up, guys? And Siren, yo, what's good? He goes, finished building the Notion clone last night just in time to help prepare myself for my uni assessments. Always appreciate you guys for the insane resources. Absolutely welcome, dude. Okay. So we're going to jump straight in. I'm going to launch my app. Now, what I need to do is actually cut my other app. So I'm going to kill that one and I'm going to do pnpm. Now, as you can see, this says package lock. Now, you can use npm. That's fine. In this case, I'm going to delete package lock because I want to introduce you to pnpm. So in this case, I run pnpm-i to install. And the reason why you might want to use pnpm is because basically every time you have node modules, which are the libraries that I just spoke about inside of your project, what it's going to do is going to individually download all those node modules per project. Now, I have hundreds of projects on my computer. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want my computer being bloated out with node modules. pnpm basically creates a global repo. And what you'll see is when it installs a bunch of stuff, you'll see right here, it says reused, because it's using a central place on your computer and then carefully allocating different versioning to different things so that you haven't got a million copies of the same module. Okay. So that's great. Let's do pnpm dev to go ahead and run things as well. And now you'll see we got pnpm lock file. That's great. Someone says your license and previous course were non-commercial you may use. Yeah, so if you ever want to use any of my builds for commercial, all you have to do is email the team at team@papareact.com and then we can go ahead and handle it from there. It's simple as that. We just don't want any legal issues. There we go. Okay, there you go. That's covered. But otherwise, the code base is there to go ahead and learn from. Okay, so in this case, we got localhost 3000. Now we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to add in a new screen over here, pop that in the side, and then like so. Now you guys tell me as well if music is ever an annoying thing. Some people don't, some people vibe with it, some people don't. I want to know your thoughts. Okay, so here we have it. Now you can see this is our starting point. Now inside of Next.js, just a couple of things. If you're using cursor like me, Command B sidebar, Command I the agent interaction, right? Then we have Command J for the terminal, and then they have the new agent selection. So Command E is to pull up the agent view. Now, Command B still does the files. Command I still does the chat, right? In the latest version of Cursor. So it's just worth knowing these shortcuts. But sometimes, yes, I'm in the agent view. Command E brings me back to the coding view. When I'm in the editor, I get more visibility of the code. When I'm in the agent view, it's more visibility over the chat. These things come in handy. So just learn about that, right? Understand that. Now, let's go ahead and see inside of the page.tsx, this is the starting point for the entire app. Here you can see we've got the main over here. I can go all the way down, delete this, and I can go ahead and type in H1. Let's build an AI LMS platform, right? AI LMS SaaS, right? And then as you can see here, we've got Tailwind as well. So Tailwind is CSS utility classes. So in this case, you can see that if you hover over them, that nice extension earlier will allow us to go ahead and do the following. It will translate it, sorry, to CSS rules. So there you can see we got our starting point, okay? Now it's important to understand this, get a base here. Now, as we move through, I'm gonna assume you have the code base. So I'm gonna run through it one more time, go into the directory, go into the links in the description, get this. Go ahead and put your full name and email. You'll see a thank you page. There'll be a link to a GitHub repo. Go to this page, oops, not this one. Go to this platform, this page right here. And then you'll get access to this, right? We've already set all of that up. And now you can go ahead and do this. Go ahead and click this, copy that, go into your CLI. So for example, anything could be warp, could be anything. Just type in git clone and then paste that in. Right? Once you've done that, run npm install, or if you're using pnpm, use that. If you're using yarn, do yarn. Whatever you're using, I don't care. It's fine. Use whatever you want to do. And then go ahead and run that, okay? And that means that you will have the code base and then run it the way I showed you to run it. This is what my assumption is going to be moving forward, because what I'm going to be doing from now on is teaching at a higher level, because simply the reality is that you don't need to line by line code every single thing anymore. There is AI to help out with that. And I'm showing you the modern developer approach that we're going to be doing, right? Now, anytime that you might see big code blocks that might have been generated, know that, I've either written them myself, number one, most likely, I reject most AI stuff, or in this case, for example, if I want to transform this into a little landing page, I press Command I. I'm using Opus 4.5 on max mode in Cursor. I pay Ultra plan. And in this case, I can go ahead and highlight the code and I can say, transform this into a modern landing page. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because I want to show you at least one example to go ahead and showcase things. So if I do Command E now, you can see we go into the agent view. And in this case, I can go ahead and do Command I to see the chat and Command B. And this is typically the way you'd be using it if you're ever chatting away with it. But in this case, you can see like it's added global CSS. It's doing a bunch of stuff I didn't want it to really do. So this is my point with AI coding, right? I think it's important to address this before we jump into it, because you see this, it's throwing in so much stuff. So anyone who believes that your job's gonna get taken by AI, don't stress so much, because look, it's still just chugging away stuff. I constantly reject this stuff. I'm not gonna accept this, all right? If you think that that's gonna happen or you're getting fear-mongered into it, then my advice to you is your understanding of development is junior. That's the harsh truth. You're a junior if you believe that that's truly going to happen, right? In this case, the truth is it's an accelerator. It makes good devs damn great. That's the truth, right? So still work to be a good dev, okay? I appreciate you guys. So this is exactly, Hierarch goes, this is, Siren goes, this is the difference between vibe coding and assisted coding. Exactly that, right? It's a very, very good way of putting it. Now you can see like it's just going on an absolute rampage, doing madness right now, okay? Now, does that mean it's wrong? No, it doesn't mean it's wrong. But in this case, it's just gone ahead and assumed a bunch of stuff. I don't want this to be doing this. So in this case, well, I'm going to let it finish while it finally gets there. I mean, let's see what it does. But in this case, while in the background, I'm going to go to Shadcn and we're going to start preparing things to move forward. Also, we are going to be using Mux, like I mentioned before, okay? So Shadcn, this is essentially our component library. Well, it's actually more of a kind of, I don't know, it's like a component copy-paste library. Justified, right? You can use Bun as well if you want. By the way, Bun got acquired by Anthropic today. Pretty damn big news, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and install this command right here. So copy this, go back over, and do you know what? I'm just going to kill this right now because I want to start the build. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that. And typically, in this case, I wasn't happy with what it did. I'm going to revert the entire thing. And then you can go ahead and even do the following. So at this point, I can continue. I can get rid of all of the changes. I'm not happy with that. I'm going to open the sidebar. And you see here, we don't want to accept any of this. I can go ahead and undo everything. I can even reject that one. I can go ahead and archive this. I'm not happy with that, right? Go back. And you can see we are back to the basics, right? So you can see initial commit. Right? I recommend adding in git lens, by the way, okay? So yeah, sometimes this is what I'm saying. It goes mad on one, right? So in this case, we do use it, but use this like carefully. Or prompt well, right? So in this case, let's install. I'm going to open up a second thing over here. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in npm Shadcn latest in it. This is happening, by the way, because I have my other pages running. So it's just trying to access those previous pages, guys. You see right here, these ones? It's still trying to access these ones. That's what it's doing. Okay, so ignore that. You won't get that. That's just for me. Okay. Now you can see here, we've got some setup options. Would you like to use the base colors? Yeah, I'm going to use all of the base stuff, and it's going to basically set up my my app to go ahead and use Shadcn. Now, as you can see, this updated my globals, so that's correct. I kind of wanted that, right? So that's great. Now, also, I'm going to be cheeky in this app and do something. I don't know if I got. Oh, no, I didn't actually change it. It's fine. Okay. So in this point, what we're going to do now is, now that that is set up for us, the way that you add components from Shadcn is you go ahead and you basically run commands and it'll pull in the different components. If you want a badge, you can do the command for a badge and so forth. Now, I'm using quite a lot of Shadcn components, right? They're pretty awesome. They're clean. I love them. So why not use them? So in this case, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to give you a full entire kind of command that you can just pop in the code at one time. And that's going to help you basically fast track all of the installation steps for Shadcn. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on screen right now. So you guys can see over here, just see this command right here. Go ahead and, whether or not you screenshot it and you copy this or whatnot. But effectively, it's just pnpm dlx Shadcn at latest add, and then these are just individual components. So we're going to go ahead and cut that right now. Go in Command J, and I'm just going to paste that into the following. I'm going to hit enter, And as you can see, this is going to go ahead and install a bunch of different Shadcn components. And the way it does it is you can see it added it to components UI folder. So in this case, in my components UI folder, now I've got all of these components ready to use inside of my app. Speeds up development a ton. It's great. Okay. So we're going to be using a lot of that today. Let's go back over here. And then, yeah, so our Shadcn is good. We're set up. So I think the first thing that we could do here is set up our landing page. It's going to be the first natural page that the users land on. So it's also going to be a fun place to start. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to go ahead and have our page, and I'm just going to go and start styling it out. So you know what I need to do? I actually need to run. Oh, by the way, when you do that big setup initially, you're going to want to do Control-C on your main terminal, because what's going to happen here is that is actually going to go ahead and typically ignore them. Sorry. I kind of need to ignore these bits, right? I'm just going to say that from now. Don't worry about those. That's my other app running. But we changed a lot of files, so you're going to have to run it again. So I'm going to run my other app in the background now. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and just update these to point to that new app, so it doesn't start freaking out every single time. So these are all pushing my other app right now. And I don't believe these will work because my Sanity is going to kind of freak out. So in this case, 3001. Is that going to... Oh, 3002. Oops. 3002. There you go. Something's running on 3001. So let's just see if that works. Okay. Yeah, I did it. Okay, cool. So in this case now, I just need that for demonstration purposes as we work our way through the build. You guys might want to see, how did you do this bit? How did you do that bit and so forth? So I'm going to go ahead and just get this set up now in the back, so you guys can feel free to see these as we do it. Now that may actually lock us out because I haven't added cause 3002. So it may complain, it may not, I don't know. Let's see. I think it will complain, to be fair, but if it doesn't, then we're okay. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, we need to add the cause. So we can do that by clicking on the continue button, and then we can go over to cause inside of the Sanity API and cause origin, and we can add in that right there. Allow credentials, save. And I'm also going to do it for 3001 in case I change ports. There we go. Okay. So there we go. Now we can go ahead and see our studios and demos. And that's important because I need to show you how we build things out and compare it to the production app. Okay. So there we have it. Okay. So quick little water break. I see Jamie in the house. What's up, dude? Good to see you here. He goes, I'd just run all the commands, to be honest. You know what? You could do that, honestly. If I go ahead and show you guys the package JSON that I have in the end is this. I'm not going to leave it here, but you guys can see for yourself. This is the entire package JSON that we will end up using. So you guys can feel free to do it. But what I would say instead is just go and get the code and then kind of work backwards that way, if you really want to, right? So in this case, I've undone that. Oh, no, there's a command to add all Shadcn components. Oh, nice. Okay, so pm dlx Shadcn add all. Whoa, okay. Handle with caution, guys. Use it. But that's actually pretty good. Maybe I might do that in future. Nice one, dude. I didn't know that. Okay. Now, by the way, as we code through today, there's going to be moments where you're going to get overwhelmed. It's just natural. There's a lot to cover in this build. What I do recommend that you do is if any moment you get absolutely stuck, like I said before, we have an incredible community. A lot of them are in the chat right now. Jamie, Hirat, Sarah, and all of these guys are in part of our community over the Papa Farm. So head over to papareact.com/course. We have a Black Friday sale literally ending in like 2 hours after the live stream. So we extended the Black Friday sale. So many people joined in. Go ahead and check it out yourself. By the way, by joining in to the course right now, you will get a lifetime discount when we launch our new community. It's going to be an incredible thing. Just trust me. Don't miss out. It's going to be the cheapest time you can ever get it. 55% off right now over at papareact.com/course. Link is in the description as well and in the chat. Jay, you can go ahead and pop that in. Thank you so much. All right. So in this case, let's jump back into the build. All right. That's the place where, like I promise you, we'll cover the gaps in case you're stuck. Right? Especially on the AI coding and AI assisted coding moving forward. Okay. So let's go into our app. And the first thing I think is natural to do is we're going to go and build the header. Okay. The header is seen in a lot of things. Let's go bring it back. All right. The header, this top bar over here. Okay. Now, typically I did go ahead and annotate things, but I don't think it's I don't think we need to go ahead and do this style of annotation for everything. In this case, we're just going to jump into the build itself. But 1 minute, guys. So we're going to build this component right here. Okay. Then we're going to build the individual sections like the hero section and so forth until we have the landing page. Okay. And I'm not going to spend too long on presentational logic today because it's not going to be that valuable to you. You guys have the code. You can feel free to check out yourself. Okay. So a couple of things. Firstly, let's change our surrounding div to be the following. And again, anytime you see me blocking in code, you have access to the code. So I'm not going to spend longer on explaining those things, right? So I have an animated gradient mesh background. You guys can see this beautiful looking design over here. Effectively, this I actually did get AI to generate for me. As you guys can see right here, I said I want an animated mesh background with some kind of floating like structures. And then in this case, it was able to give me this beautiful little animated background. So this was a very good use case for it, right? And then we have noise texture overlay, right? So in this case, I wanted to add in some kind of like a very nice, minimal, noisy texture. So we're going to use that as well. And then we jump into the main parts, right? So step one, we have the navigation, which is the header. Okay. So for this header, we're going to go ahead and build it out. Now, before we can actually build the header is reliant on clerk. So we have to actually set clerk up first. So what I want to do as a step one, and maybe I'll do this. I'm going to open up another window. I always say, you know, when you're working, set your windows up so you have full, complete, low friction environment, right? So right now, as I want to go over to clerk, I can kind of swipe through, see my dev stuff, see my demo, and I can kind of swipe between things. And that's really handy if you've got one screen. Okay. So we're going to do this command right here to install clerk into our computer. So in this case, command J. Let's go ahead and pop that up. And then I'm going to pop it in here. npm add clerk. Okay. Now we need the environment keys. So I'm going to copy those over here. And then I'm going to do command B, and I need my environment file. That's where we keep our environment variables. So I'm going to click on component.json at that level, .env, .local. I'm going to paste it in the values. Now, yes, these are secret keys. Okay. So next public is public, right? So in that case, you don't mind exposing that key, but you shouldn't expose these. The reason why I'm doing it is because I'm going to invalidate these keys afterwards anyway. So I'm doing it more for educational side of things. Thank you so much, Jeremy, because Zero to Full Stack is an absolute game changer for development, learning, and the best community you will ever find. I appreciate you so much, dude. All right. Is he reading the chats? Yes, I am. Helix. Right. So in this case, pop in the environment variables, go back down, and now we need to update the proxy file. So Next.js 16 moving forward, change the middleware file to a proxy file. So every single request that goes through our app passes through the proxy file, and that's where we effectively will check authentication state for a user. So we're going to go ahead and copy this one right here. We're going to paste that in. Okay. Now I do want to add to this. Okay. So what they've given us an example of is a very basic example. Now I want to actually protect a couple of specific routes. Okay. So I'm going to say const is protected route. I'm going to use a route matcher from clerk. And I'm going to protect the following: anything / dashboard and anything / lessons. And I've done this strategically for a couple of reasons, right? Which we'll get into later on. Now, what we then do is we append it into our clerk middleware block. So basically, if it's a protected route, it will show us auth.protect, which means it will redirect the user to a login page. Okay. So we hit save on that. That's now done. We head back over to the instructions. And as you can see, we just need to surround our app with the clerk provider login. Okay. So step one, we're going to go into the so I've just, there's a reason why I had a little pause there. So we're going to go to layout.tsx. And as you can see here, firstly, you can change the metadata to whatever you want. Let's just call it LMS AI SaaS platform. And over here at the top level, you would want to wrap this with the clerk provider. Okay. Now, typically this is okay. In our app, however, we're going to take things to a kind of a whole nother level. Okay. Like I showed you before, we don't just have one app. We have the Sanity Studio, and then we have the dashboard. So we have a lot of different things. Now in the dashboard over here, I don't really want clerk login, okay? Because Sanity is handling the auth for that bit. And on the main bit, I need clerk-auth. So over here, I kind of need clerk-auth. So how do we have separate layouts for separate parts of our apps? Well, these are called group folders. So group folders in Next.js are basically folders which are effectively invisible to the routing, okay? Now, So if I go over here, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder, and instead of doing a normal routed folder, which will be picked up by the Next.js router, here we do something different. I'm going to segregate my app. I'm going to have an admin folder. These are going to be all for the admin routes. Okay. And then I'm going to have another one, which is going to be the app, right? So the overall app itself, that's the user facing app. Okay. Then we're going to have API and a few other things. But in this case, for now, just the app is good. Okay. So over here, what we can now do is the layout. I'm going to shift the layout. Now, before I do that, we always need a top level layout, depending on how we set the app up. You can have two lower level layouts, but to keep it very relatively simple, I'm going to remove clerk provider, okay, from here. Why am I doing that, you wonder? Okay, so in this case, you can see I want every page on my website to render with the HTML boilerplate. And then anything beneath the layout of the app routes, I'm going to go ahead and do a new layout.tsx. And then here, these are the ES7 snippets. I'm going to say app layout. And I'm going to go ahead and do the following here. So this one should be children. So like so. And then we render out the, oops, what was that? And we render out the children. Yeah. So this is basically the rest of the app. And I'm going to say only for this one, only for these routes and below, I'm going to render the clerk provider for it. Okay, so clerk provider. So that way, we're not kind of overlapping, the clerk provider in unnecessary places where it doesn't need to be. We don't need the clerk provider in the Sanity Studio. We don't need the clerk provider in the Backend App SDK routes, right? Where we have a custom Sanity backend. We don't need that, right? So we need it for the front end of the app. So now what we're doing is we're saying for the whole app, we're going to render the HTML boilerplate, some metadata and a few things. And then the app down, we're going to have the following. Right, so now this will go ahead and render out this following. So now in this case, what we can do is we can move the page.tsx for the homepage inside of the app. That is, anything in the app folder is sort of student facing, let's call it. So this is like any normal person using the website will face this folder. Any backend admin will use this folder. Okay. So now that we're there, we should see that the page still loads. That's great, because what it does is it looks at the top level and it finds page.tsx. Now, firstly, just let me know, are you liking the tech breakdowns that I'm giving you right now? Because it will take longer, but I think it's going to be very important, because as I accelerate, I think this level of high level teaching is going to be more effective than line by line certain parts. Tech Alchemy, I appreciate you so much. Adele on Phil goes, I'm loving the tech breakdowns. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Right, that helps me a lot. And Tech Account Alchemy goes, this is a great project. Nice. Thank you so much, dude. Okay, so back to the header. Now we can start using Sanity elements, because our app at this level, we have to look at this level, we have access to the clip. Remember, any page below will render in the children, right? So effectively it's wrapped by something called a higher order component, and that's going to go ahead and help us out. Minoli Vision goes, this is awesome. I'm loving it. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Right, I'll keep this up. So all I ask is you to just destroy that like button. That's it. I don't know what happened with my start there. So we have the header over here. So I'm going to go and pop in the header. So step one, we're going to go into our components folder and I'm going to create a header. Okay, so at the top level, I'm going to create a header.tsx component, right? And you see that's out of the UI folder. Keep the Shadcn stuff to the UI folder, right? Now over here, what we're going to have is RFCE, and this is going to be our header component. Now this header component, by default, every component inside of Next.js, I think it was 13 onwards, is server component by default. So anytime we need a client component with any form of client interactivity, we need use client at the top. That is effectively when we have things like state or hooks or anything like that. Okay. So here we're going to need some of that. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this in. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go and pop in. Firstly, I want to go and pop in the phone. So we're going to have a logo at the top of the page. So sometimes you might see me have inline functional components. You can feel free to absolutely put these into a different folder, but you'll see this pattern with me today quite a bit. The app got relatively huge real quick, so I kind of needed to do things which kind of simplified it on stream. So sometimes you might see the logo, for example, be over here, whereas you can easily just put this in another file and call it from the file, okay? Just a bit of reasoning there to explain what we're doing. The second thing is we need a bunch of stuff. Now, this header over here is completely responsive. We have a dashboard, my courses, and account. As I rescale it, you can see over here, we have a drop down. right, which has the same navigation elements except for mobile responsive things. The things which don't change is the user profile button from Clerk and the logo. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to pop those in. So step one, we have the surrounding nav. Okay, so over here, instead of a div, I'm going to go ahead and call this one a nav. So this is not going to be a div, it's going to be a nav. And I'm going to change this to be the nav as well. We're also going to use the logo. So for step one, let's go ahead and see. We don't see anything because in page, we don't import it. So control spacebar, head down to components and import our component. Now we can see Sunny Academy. Okay, so that's looking pretty nice. Now for the logo, I'm going to go ahead and have two different clickable buttons. So I'm going to have the signed in. These are signed in helpers here. So firstly, we have a link that is a Next.js link. And then we have these helpers from Clerk. So I'm going to import these at the top over here. And what these do is they just simply protect the elements inside. Only show what's inside here if you're signed in. Only show what's inside here if you're signed up. Simple as. The only difference here is one, when we're signed in, will redirect us to the dashboard. When we're not signed in, clicking it will redirect us to the homepage. So now if I was to click this, take me to the homepage because I'm not logged in. Right? Awesome. So we've got a neat looking top part now. So that's the logo. The second part is the center navigation. This part, pretty big. So this is going to be for the, so in this case, let me show you. This is going to be the center navigation. Again, we have some logged out links. We have some logged in links, which I'll go ahead and show you afterwards. And then we have this one right here, which is CN. This one automatically gets imported when we set up Shadcn. So the first thing is these are just the logged in links, right? So what we're doing is we're just checking, is this the active link that you're on right now? So for example, if I'm on the My Courses page, it will highlight the My Courses page at the top. So you see like that, and same with dashboard and so forth. So that's effectively what we're doing. And then we're going to render out the link itself. Now, what is this logged in links and logged out links? Where do we get those from? Well, effectively, we have logged in links at the top. So over here, so I'm going to show you how we do those. So inside the header, we have our logged in links, and you can see we've got we've got Lucid icons, we've got layout, dashboard, book open, we have is ultra. So this one is actually a special check to make sure only we show that if the user isn't on the ultra plan. So we haven't got that working yet. So we'll set that one up in a moment. And this one, Lucid React, okay? Then we have to determine where is the user on the page, right? Which route are they in? So in this case, we can use the use path name hook, and that will give us that. And we also need to know what plan does the user have. Well, Clerk make this extremely easy because we can use something called the has function from Clerk billing. So in this case, use auth over here, and then you can see we've got the has. Now, what's cool about this is I can simply go ahead and use the file, and you can also use the protect block that they have. Their documentation is very stellar. You can go ahead and check out yourself. But in this case, we can say, if are they ultra, does the user have the plan ultra? And this will be Boolean, true or false. Okay. So now if they're ultra, we show different things. So we would show, if they are ultra, it's a ternary operator, it'll show the pricing page, but it'll say account, like manage my account. Otherwise, if it will show the pricing page with the upgrade text. Okay. So fairly straightforward thing. And then right there, we have it pretty good. And the logged out links are from an external place. So logged out links are going to be from, we have them at the top of the file. So in this case, we have our logged in links over here. We can put them in here as well. We can even keep these outside of the functional component to prevent them being re-rendered every time. These are static. We have the courses anchor, which will go to the courses point on the page. We have the pricing, and we have the testimonials. Okay, hit save. And as you can see now, hitting a refresh, our header, you can see that coursing, pricing, reviews, and then I have no user button. Okay, so we haven't finished that bit yet. But if I click this, you can see I go to the /pricing page, which is not created yet. Otherwise, I go to the courses and the testimonials by clicking these like so. And if I click on this one, I go back to the home page. Cool. Heading back over to the header, that's the navigation part done. So next up, we have the hero section. The hero section is purely presentational. Okay, this is going to be a pretty big section. So in this case, I think it's better to break these down into chunks, I would say. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the hero section over here, like so. And inside that, we're going to basically pop in individual sections. Okay, so the shortcut for resolving the imports is you go to the end of it and then you press tab if it or suggests it. Otherwise, you press control space bar and it will pop up the autocomplete. All right. So we're going to go grab the section right here. So step one, we've got this section. Okay. Now this section is going to be for, let's go back over here to the login screen, 3002. Yeah, this one here. Master coding the modern way. Right. So firstly, a couple of imports. Now to save ourselves a bit of time, what I'm going to do is at the top of the page, I'm just going to import all of our required imports. And notice how I don't say use client here. Okay. So I haven't done that yet. So this is freaking out. Why exactly? Because we have header twice, I believe. Oh, that's actually a default. That's why. Yeah. And then we have the course card, which I haven't created yet. So course card, we can go ahead and set that one off. And Sanity fetch, and also some Sanity queries, which we haven't done yet. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and expand on those in a moment. But for now, for the rest of the home, what we can do is just go ahead and get rid of these for a second. So we can get rid of these errors. We have is signed in is right now. We have a, right now it should be the user. We have current user actually, so we can actually go ahead and use that one. So eventually we're going to have 3 things being pulled in, but for now, I think it's okay just to go ahead and do the following. We can say export default asynchronous function, and then not this, sorry. Once user equals await current user. Cool. So if you're logged in, it's going to just turn that into a Boolean. So is signed is going to be a Boolean. Okay. Going back down here, we've got the stats, the lesson counts. So the stats we need to pull in. So right now we don't have the stats. This is going to be pulled in from Grok. So we need to populate Sanity in order to get that bit up and running. Why are we getting a 3000 here? That's interesting. Let's go ahead and refresh. Yep. So you can see this right here. Now, again, I'm not going to go into each individual link. You guys have access to the entire source code. So that section is chunked in. After that section, we're going to go ahead and pop in the next section, which is for the tiers. So the different tiers that we offer. Now here, you can actually do this in a few ways. You can have a constant that you pull from elsewhere. You could pull it from Clerk's billing API as well. In this case, I'm sure that I have a free, a pro, and an ultra plan with different features. Right? You can export this into a const of its own, and then you can go ahead and map it out if you wanted to. But effectively, all this is doing is if we hit save, it just shows the pricing cards, which each individual set of features. Okay. Jonathan goes, I'm loving the stream, pretty much my go-to stack, although I'm recently learning to log 2 forwards. Oh, nice. Cool, dude. I'm a huge fan of Clerk, so Clerk is my absolute go-to every time. In this case, we've got the featured courses as well. Now, courses, of course, we don't have that bit built, but I'm going to pop the code in, and then we will implement that in a moment. So we've got the featured courses as well. This is going to map through all of the individual courses. So for now, we can just go ahead and pop that out. And then after that section, we have the testimonials. Now, what I've done for simplicity's sake is I've just hard-coded testimonials now, right? Based on the end of this tutorial or the end of this build, you will find it so easy to go ahead and replace this with CMS values. I promise you it's so easy to do this. We're going to do way more complicated things today, so I don't want to waste time on just the testimonial part. You could easily put this into Sanity CMS, okay? So we've got the testimonial section over here where students love it and that sort of stuff. And then we have the CTA section and the footer. I'm going to just pop both of these in together right now. I'm not going to put copyright because we don't have that. And 2025, there we go. All right. So we have the footer over here. We have the final section over here as well. Now, looking at this code, we can see, if we were to take a look, we've got a few areas which aren't going to be complete, obviously, like it doesn't show the courses here. It says the students love it, ready to level up, and we've got this nice little bottom footer. Okay. So this is looking really nice so far. But of course, we need to fill this up with some stuff, right? So this is why it's a good place to start, because we need to have courses that we can map through. Okay, that's step one. We also have, stats inside of, how many lessons are there, how many courses are there inside the actual builds. In this case, this is what we want to get to. Right now, I've hard-coded 10K students. You can feel free to implement your own logic, and also this part. So we need to focus on these two bits now. This here and this right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do those. And also the user profile button at the top. So I did actually mess that one up. So inside of the header, I actually forgot to put in the user button. So yeah, I didn't actually put that in. Where did I put that in? So this one was actually inside of we have the header, navigation header. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. So here we have the signed in state for the header. So we had the div. I actually did everything but the mobile view. Okay. So after the signed out block, so where do we have it? The signed out, we have the center navigation. Then we go down. And then I forgot to do the right section. Oops, my bad. So for the right section outside this div, we're going to grab one more section, which is this right one. So let's go and grab it over here. And this includes all of the right section, which includes the user profile button. So yeah. Now, as you can see, all of this, right? So importing all of these, you can go ahead and do either tab to quickly import, like so. You see when it auto suggests, tab it, or you can press Control Spacebar and you can import with selected values. So I'm just going to tab through, tab, sign in button, tab. And again, be careful when you tab it, right? Because sometimes you can actually you can accidentally import the wrong thing, like a Lucid icon instead of the functional component and so forth. So that was the difference. Right now we've got to the point we wanted. So at the top now you can see sign in, start learning, and on a mobile we've got the nice little drop down, but that's wrong. That's not nice at all, right? So we need to fix that. And what the heck is that? Okay. So the reason why that likely happened is because yes, where we imported something, I screwed up one thing, 1 minute. So the drop down for mobile, we have following user button. Okay, we don't have any custom styles here, so I have a feeling it's likely down to the following. So if we go over to Shadcn, and we go down to drop down menu. So where is it? Drop down menu. This one. Typically, sometimes, although I don't think this is the reason why this is happening, but sometimes it may not install everything that we needed for the styling of that. So no, I think it did it. It had it, right? So in this case, okay. So we got the ghost variant of these. Let me see what's going on there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we just hit the first hour. So we've still got over 150 people across platforms. Nice, guys. Make sure you destroy that like button. So close to hitting a few hundred. Right, let's go. So in this case, we're going to go to my globals. That's the only place I can imagine this maybe not be updated. So in this case, let's go to globals.css. It's going to roll out a few things. So got a few things here. Got a few styles, root. And then the dark styles, and then we got the base styles. Now there are a couple of others I want to add in right now, right? So we're going to need a few of these anyway, so you can feel free to copy these. We need a custom animation, fade in from to, and animate fade in. We're going to need these for later on. And also the following for clerk. When we come to clerk billing, these are important to make sure that we override some of the text values, because we can style some of it, but some of it wasn't working the way I intended it to. It was kind of frustrating me. So we're going to add these in as well. So these are just to style out the pop-outs to go through, okay? I appreciate you, Suash Codes. Thank you so much. All right, hit save. And as you can see, now we get that nice kind of pop-in element. The only thing is that I can't seem to figure out, which is interesting, is my sign-in looks ugly. So let's just go ahead and kill our server, restart our server. That could be a reason. Otherwise, I'm probably just missing something very, very simple. So let's check again. Okay. So I just want to check one thing quickly. UI drop-down menu. There you go. You see, this is the issue when you tab. You see this bit? Drop-down menu from radix. It's not from radix. It's from our drop-down menu. So this is wrong. So this should be from our drop-down menu. And now we hit save. Boom. There we go. Okay. So there you go, guys. That's why you have to be a bit careful sometimes with that. So if we go back over here now, there you go. Now there are some icons as well that are missing. So we've got some icons that are missing, and that likely is because I screwed up another area. So UI drop down menu. Here we have it likely. So firstly, let me just go ahead and import all of the imports from here as they should be. So just double check. Okay, so our imports are correct. I just don't have them there. So in this case, let's go look at it. So we've got the right section, we've got the drop down menu on the mobile. Then we got the ghost icons. The menu icon is fine. Then we've got the drop down menu content, which is the link itself. And yeah, that's interesting. We don't have the actual icon. That was weird. How did mine not copy that? Okay, interesting. So I literally copied everything but the icon. Interesting. Okay, so this icon right here is not actually, this is, I screwed up. Okay, no, I didn't screw up. Yep, I screwed up. Okay. So the right section where we have the mobile drop down menu next to the user profile. So, okay, so firstly, let me undo that. I don't need that. Here, so it's mobile. Here we have it. Icon equals link to icon. Then we have the icon right here. Okay. You have to give icons in drop down menu. I did. Here, look, it's here. So LinkedIn, layout dashboard from the seed, React. Yeah, dashboard. Okay, interesting. So in this case, we're not seeing it. So, okay, I'm gonna show you a prime example. So you could debug this and probably something silly. In this case, what I wanna do is I'll show you a little example of a real debugging situation that I would probably use it for. So in this case, I can go ahead and say this, pop in Command I can highlight the text and I can basically say, my icons aren't showing in mobile view, right? And then go ahead and pop that through. Now, while that's happening, we can go ahead and chat and see it for ourselves. No, it's not as active. The icon itself should be here. We can either console log it as well, which would be my manual approach here. But in the meantime, we can see, like I can see the issue already has a flex as child. So, so very, very specific what it's doing here. Alright, so let me find this. I hate this. I don't know if anyone else has this issue where it does that. Your icons have a width in which doesn't, so they're getting text mute foreground. No, I don't think that's right. You see what I mean about this? Sometimes you can go ham on. Okay, sorry guys. It was right. So firstly, this is wrong. So in this case, you see what it did? It added a bunch. I mean, you could keep that if you want. I don't want that. So let's just redact that. Get rid of this. So sorry, that's correct. These are the correct icons. What's happening is I'm not signed in. So these are the same icons that we're seeing over here, which don't have things. That's correct. Okay. So that's all good. That's working as we expected. Once we signed in, so say for example, I'm in continue with Google. Let's log into my personal. And by the way, you saw how I didn't have to do anything with Clerk. This just worked. So Clerk are incredibly powerful for this. Continue. Okay. And now let that happen. Vibe coding would have used all the radix-ui. Yep. See what I mean? You have to always check your code. Okay. So now you can see that. Hey, there we have it. Right. Now if we go into this, boom. There we go. Okay. So it's my fault. Silly mistake, oversight. Okay, cool. So next up we have the, let's do the next section, which is stats and also the courses cards, right? So what we need to do now is set up Sanity. So we've set up Sanity already initially by going down here. So we've got Sanity already set up in a couple of ways, but in this case, we're going to go ahead and do, I appreciate that, Suresh. Yeah, thank you. We're going to set up the studio over here. So in this case, we need to run the following command over here, this top one. All right. And then after we do this, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how you can use CodeRabbit to do a code review of the landing page, which would be a really handy thing exactly for CodeRabbit to be doing. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. I got that from this over here inside of Sanity. So once we set up our project, now demo gods seem to be against me. No, we're good. Okay. Quick little water break while that's happening. Destroy the like button, guys. 6 likes away from 100. Let's go. Okay, now you're logged in. If you weren't logged in, by the way, it would have forced you to log in. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes. Would you like an embedded Sanity Studio? Yes. What route would you like to use? /studio is absolutely fine. Would you like to add the project ID? Yes. To your environment file. And then it will go ahead and do that. And it added localhost 3000 to our course origin as well. and then it's installing everything as we need to. Okay. Now after that, when we run pnpm run dev, what this will do is it will actually install Sanity's Studio onto our actual app on the back, right? So in this case, it's not on 3033, it's going to be using ours. Then after that, just to show you, you can define schemas and that this is how the documentation works. But I want to show you how we did it. And I'm also going to show you an AI trick as well before we jump into that. So let that install. In the meantime, what I want you to do is type in Sanity cursor rules, right? Now, typically when you're working with any tech stack, I highly recommend you do this. But typically a lot of these companies will go and add in something called an agent rule, okay? So in this case, we got this agents.md file. So I've actually downloaded the agent.md file already. So what you want to do is you can go ahead and download this, and then you can go ahead and basically what this will do is it will teach the agent about how Sanity typically works and a few other things. So what does this look like in practice? Well, firstly, that's installed, but we're going to add that. So at the top level, we can create, so in the package.json level, create a new file called .cursor. And then obviously we're going to have one called rules. And then inside of here, I'm going to call it, I'm actually just going to pop my one in. So agents.mdc, right? Now in this case, I want this to always apply, right? But you can also say apply IntelliJ whenever we use Sanity, for example, okay? Now you can see that you're a principal level TypeScript and React engineer who writes best practice high performance code. You're also an expert on structured content modeling. This is the context to basically steer it in the right direction. So as you can see here, we've got the role, the UI, UX, and also how the hell is Sanity defined? How does it work? The code examples of it and so forth. So now if I was to ask Cursor to define my schemas for Sanity, it will know what it's doing and it will correctly do it with respect to TypeScript rules and a few other things. So in this case, this is really handy. Okay, so now our AI is effectively more trained. Okay, now as you can see, my app crashed for some reason. So let's go ahead and do pnpm dev. Right, yours will probably crash as well there. Let's do a refresh. And now what I want to do is open up another tab, localhost 3000. I'm going to have the studio, /studio, because what we would have just done is you'll see we now have in our app, we have app and then we have studio. Okay. So what we can do is keep it inside there. So that's actually the /studio route. Now, typically the studio is on the first user who is authenticated for your backend CMS is the user who created the account, obviously. So in this case, I use my personal account. So it's going to be authenticated for this. So let's go ahead and do that. And now we should have the studio. So in this case, look, localhost 3000 /studio. This is an entire studio ready to go. And also you'll see you should get a free upgrade using the link down below. Okay. So my one. In this case, now we need to go ahead and add a document type. So this is where we define what our content looks like for the app. Okay. So now we've got this Sanity folder outside of the app folder I'm talking about. Okay. So inside the Sanity folder, this is where we're going to effectively design our, the entire schema. Okay. So effectively, we're going to have inside of our schema types, we have an index file. And this is where we're going to eventually get to this point where we have different types of database entries, right? So we have our category, course type, lesson type, module type, and node type. Oh, not node type, sorry. Node types I was demoing something. Forgot to remove that. Get rid of that. Okay, so we've got category, course type, lesson type, and module type. So I'm going to show you an example of one, and then we're going to pop these in. So let's start with, for example, a course. Okay, so a course type, if we go ahead and pop this in like so, course type we need to install a couple of dependencies as well. In this case, let's just install it the simple way. So command J, sorry, pnpm I app sanity icons, and go ahead and do that. And there we go. Hit save, and we're good. So we need to define a couple of fields: the name, the title, the type. It's type document. You can read the documentation if you want to, right? So in this case, if we go here, you can see groups as well. Groups is what you saw in the demo. So over in the demo, for example, in the content tab, this is where we have the course. We can customize this afterwards. I'll show you this. It's called structure file. But here you can see these are groups. So I can see modules, settings, and a few things. This is when I changed something, sorry. And then we have a few other areas. So this is kind of like the groups aspect of it. And then you can define the individual fields as well as some validation rules that Sanity will enforce. Now, once that's done, at the bottom, we have something called a preview. The preview is basically how we see it. So in this case, you can see that based on what tier it is, I want it to look a certain way inside the studio. Okay, so that's effectively the schemas. Now you can get it to build it out yourself by prompting with AI. So if I do Command N, Command E, to basically pop it over here. I can now go ahead and say, you know, maybe create one for a lesson, create one for a module, create one for a category. And again, I steer it in the right direction and I can get help with that. And then what we'll eventually get to is the following categories or schemas. We've got the category, we have the lesson type, the module type as well. Okay, so lesson type and the module type as well. Again, all of these are in the code base. I give you access to it. Go and get the code base right now. Okay, so we have these right here, course type and category type. Okay, so now that that's done, if we go back over to our Sanity dashboard, you can see, oh, we got Mux video. All right, so one of them inside of a lesson type, you can see we have a video build, right? This one, Mux video. So what we need to do here is actually go to type in Sanity Mux. Mux is a very awesome way to upload videos, do all that stuff. So in this case, we need to firstly install it. So I'm going to just simply grab the dependency, go over here, Command J, PMPMI, and paste it in. And now you can see that will install the Mux dependency. And then we have to actually append it as a plugin. So we do it inside of our plugins. So here, so Mux input. So grab that. And then that is actually inside of our define config. So say you need to find a specific line of code, Command Shift F, define config. And there you go. It's inside the Sanity config. Then we can do Command B to see the file and it's over here. Okay. So in this case, the plugins are all here. We also want the Mux input plugin. We can import that. Seems to not be finding it. So this one was from here and import it like so. Okay. And now we should be able to get rid of that error. So in this case, that should disappear now. And we should see our studio. And this is great. You can see, look, we've got video assets, course, module, lesson, category. But this doesn't look like the one that you had, Sunny. How do we get that working, right? So over here, you can see in my one, we had this course, lesson, module, and this is way more accessible. So how can we do that? Well, we can implement or change something called the structure file. Okay, so what we do is we go to our Sanity folder and there's something called structure. Now, what this is doing is just rendering out the default list items. Okay, now I'm not going to dive too far into how this works, but effectively you can customize this to your heart's contempt and you can change all this up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to change it up. I'm going to kind of add a couple of icons in the mix like so. And now you can see we've got LMS content. I want each one to say course, module, lesson, category. Beneath it, and beneath it is what effectively, well, no, I need to have more. Is this gonna, yeah, let me. And also we just hit 100 likes. There we go. Hey, nice. Let's get 200, 300, 400. Let's go. Okay. My voice is going. This is crazy. So apologies in advance. So in this case, we got the divider and then the last one, which is category. And the category, you can go ahead and do specific folders and different things like so. Okay. So that's just an example. Let me quickly clear my throat. Okay. There we go. I think we're good. So at this point, we got the course, module, and lessons. Now, of course, here you can add in manually each individual one. It's going to take a long time, right? I've gone ahead and saved you a bunch of hassle. Inside the code base, what I've done is I've given you a sample data file. So what I want you to do is go into the code base, grab the sample-data nd.json. This one right here. It's in the code base. So if you see in the code base over here, we have sample data nd.json. Okay, I'm gonna grab that and you get this, right? So now what we can do is we can import it. So how do we do the import step? Well, I actually forget, to be honest. So in this case, I can do Control R to do a recursive search, which I've already searched for this once before. And the command is something along the lines of import sanity data. So there you go. In this case, it's npx, or you can do pm dlx. So pm dlx, sanity dataset import, sample data nd.json from relative to where we are. Production is the, if you go into your environment file, you can see that my sanity dataset is production. Okay, so I like to just annotate these. Clerk as well. There you go. So let's go ahead and hit an OK. And what this will do, guys, is this will actually go ahead now and it will import that entire data set into our database. right? So you'll have some sample data to work with. This saves you a bunch of issues, a headache. Now, what you should also take into consideration is creating a second data set that you like development, and separating your dev environment from your production. Again, that kind of stuff I cover in Zero to Full Stack Hero. You can feel free to check it out, papareact.com/course. Okay. So now you can see it's imported a bunch of stuff. 35 documents to be precise. Okay. Now if we go over here and hit a refresh, we can see, wait for it. We can see I've got my untitled one. Let's just get rid of that. Oops. Okay, I mean, we don't even need it. So in this case, we got 3 lessons: React Native mobile apps, Python, and React Masterclass. Okay. So in this case, you can see the only thing that it didn't do is it gave it categories. The only thing it didn't do is a thumbnail. And if you click into modules, it's also linked in sample modules. So this module has got, 3 different lessons to it, and so, or 2 lessons, sorry. You can click into it and they set everything up accordingly. So in this case, that Mux, we have to go ahead and configure Mux afterwards, and also the rich text editor. Okay. So all of this is now set up. So we can manage this and then, start pulling in data. And then afterwards, we're going to get the base thing, the homepage set up, and then we're going to go ahead and do something a bit more cool. Okay. So what I want you to do now is I want you to stop here. So in this case, we need to now go back to our page. So page.tsx. Okay. So now we're going to go into, remember the beginning over here where we have view all courses. We need to go ahead and build that bit. So here. So this right now is throwing an error because we don't have the stats. We don't have any courses there are. We don't even know how to do any of that, right? So what we need to do is create our first query. Okay, so this is known as a Sanity fetch, right? So we're going to be using something called Sanity Live, which allows our front end to be live effectively, right? It's as simple as that, right? So we go into Sanity folder, lib, and here you can see we've got live.ts, right? So this is effectively how we do it. Now there's 2 steps here. So number 1, we got to go into our layout.tsx, and below the children, we're going to add this Sanity Live component. This adds in the live by default nature, right, of Sanity. So in this case, basically, if we update something on the back end, it triggers our server components to re-render, and then it goes ahead and invalidates them. So it shows the most up-to-date information. And then we've got the Sanity fetch, right? So what we want to do here is we're going to go and do the following. Now, I'm going to add in 1 line of code here, conditional. So I don't know if I actually did this in the end, but I'm going to add it in for now in case I forget. We're going to add in server tokens for read and write. So server token and browser token. I believe we do this more so when we do the in-page editing, but in this case, it's fine. Okay. So you got that. Now we need to make our first call. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a Sanity in my Sanity lib folder. I'm going to have a queries.ts folder. Okay. And inside of here, we're going to have something called define query. This basically is where we're going to go ahead and make queries to our backend, right? So a prime example of a query is we have this featured courses query. Now you have to make sure each of these names are unique when we do type generation, which is how we type safe our app when we're moving forward. Okay. So in this case, what we're doing is we're basically using Grok query language. So if you're not aware, this is known as the Grok query language. Get to know it. Also, AI knows it. So in this case, it's going to help you out a lot. So we're going to query for type course where featured is type true or Boolean is true. And then we're going to order it by ascending, I believe, right? And then we're going to also get the module count and the lesson count. Okay. So now that we got the query, you can see we go back to page.tsx. And what I want to do is Sanity fetch. So in this case, not this one, sorry. We're going to have the, what, Jay, someone's at my door. What the hell? So in this case, we've got the Sanity fetch featured courses query. So in this case, we've got featured courses query, and I'm going to go ahead and import like so. And then I'm going to do Sanity fetch from my live. Okay, it's like so. So in this case, you can see the following. And then there's one more where we need the stats. So I'm going to go ahead and make one more call. The stats query is a very small one. So we're going to go ahead and import that one as well. The stats query, define live. And in this case, it just gets us the course and the lesson count. And then we're going to grab that one. Oh, so this is not course, sorry. This is for, this is going to be for courses, sorry, courses. And then const stats is for the stats query. And then we import that like so, okay? Now, you could do it like this, right? But really, what I'd recommend that you do is you do a promise.all, which means it fetches all three in parallel, okay? So in this case, if I do this, I wait promise.all and I wrap the three. Now we get the three pieces of data coming back. And then by the way, you should rename the data object that comes back, destructure it and rename it like so. We have the user at the end of it. And then we have the data, which we renamed to courses, and the data, which we renamed to stats like so, okay? Now on the front end, we have our stats. So our stats are now able to render out. So stats is, sorry, get rid of these. Oh God, get rid of these two. So here you can see stats the lesson count and so forth. So if we go over here now, you can see like 3 courses, 20 lessons. Boom, nice, right? That's great. Go down here. We don't have our next bit, which is a course card. Okay, so we need to implement that. So the course card, and also by the way, while we're here, oh yeah, we've done the user. There we go. Course card. Okay, so we need to do that. So we have the course information, but we need to create this course card component. And what is that? The course card component is effectively this right here. So in the main production one, these course cards, right? This is a very helpful component that we're going to use quite a lot throughout the build. So if we go to components here, and then we go to, I don't know where I actually put this one. Let me just double check. We've got components, courses. Yeah, so I actually create a component here for that. Let me just double check. I just need to see something very quickly. No, we're good. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Don't know who the hell that was. Okay. So in this case, we got the, we need to create a courses folder inside of our components, courses folder. And inside of here, we're going to do something called a barrel export. So we're going to do index.ts inside of here. And eventually, we're going to have a bunch of things over here, like a bunch of different things like course card, course list, and so forth, right? Thank you so much, Horizon. He goes, the GOAT with another dope project build. I appreciate you so much, right? So in this case, we got the course card over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the course card. So the course card, I'm going to pop it in and I'm going to run through the entire thing, okay? Because there's quite a lot to unwind on here, yeah? So the course card, firstly, has a couple of types. Now, we don't have this type, which is why it's freaking out. And we need to create tier styles, right? Which is a helper library function that we need to create a constant. Now, the course card takes a couple of props. The first thing is we're going to initialize basically saying from our Sanity course. So this is basically saying the dashboard course query result. We need to basically get the type definition from it. And now you're probably wondering, we never talked about types. How are you generating types? I'll show you how we can do Sanity type gen in a moment. But after that, we pass in a few extra things like completed lesson count is completed is locked, show progress, and so forth. Right? These come through and we're basically type checking against it. And then we're just doing a couple of things like mapping through and checking like if completed is this, or if we pass it in, otherwise it's 0. Same with progress percentage and so forth. Same with the link as well, right? So we're conditionally rendering a bunch of things based on our props that we pass in. That's because we're going to reuse this component quite a lot, okay? So this part is very much presentational. We have an image that renders out over the course thumbnail if it has one, right? Which we're going to have to add to next config in case, to whitelist the image. And then we have some tier badges for completed. If you completed it, a locked for if you're locked out. For example, you see, this is a dumb component we call because this one isn't computing if the user has access to it or not. It's just taking a prop and rendering it out, okay? And you can see here, this is a very dumb component, okay? So effectively, it doesn't really do much, right? So what we want to do though is fix a couple of these things, the tier styles. So for tier styles, what we're going to do is, I'm going to show you. So inside of our lib folder, I'm going to create, in the main lib folder, this one, I'm going to create a constants.ts file, Yep. And then for tier styles, this is going to be for how we style UI components. It's just a helper function for us, really. Right. Now the tier is actually, we need that above it. So tier options. So we have tier options, free, pro, and ultra, just for mappings. We have a type definition for it. And then we have the tier styles, right? These are just some styles I'm going to apply based on which one you're in, right? So that's how we effectively get the green and the blue. I'm sorry, the purple, the green, the blue for different different plans that each one is on, right? So these are just some constants I'm going to store over here. And now you can see we can get rid of that error. Now Sanity types is the next one. So what I want you to do is type in Sanity type gen. Now, what is this? Well, effectively, when we make Grok queries, we want to make sure that the response that comes back from the backend is actually type checked. So that way it's type safe and it works with TypeScript, right? That effectively reduces the number of bugs that we run into. Very important, right? So what we want to do is this Sanity schema extract and Sanity type generate command, okay? So what I like to do to save ourselves a bit of headache is I like to create a kind of easier command. So I'm going to do Sanity schema extract. So in this case, I'm going to create one over here. So boom, 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 package.json, go to the top. I'm going to add one called schema extract, which is Sanity schema extract, and it gives the output path to schema.json. Okay. Then I'm going to have another which has, I mean, I don't even know if you need to do this, to be fair. I think you can just do it simpler. What we can do is we can do Sanity extract schema, this one. So I'm going to show you. So I'm going to say, let's just call it types generate or type gen. Let's just call it type gen, yeah. Make life easier. Sanity schema extract and Sanity type gen generate. There we go. Cool. Now when we do npm run or pnpm type gen, what we should see is firstly it extracts a schema and then it generates type definitions. And it should, by default, do it into a schema.json file. So in this case, you can see that schema.json file. And what this has done, you see that lesson, documents, and so forth. This has now created an entire type safe checking file that we can now leverage and check against, which is really, really powerful, right? One thing I want you to pay attention to is the two Grok queries. If you're not seeing that inside of sanity.types, that's going to be an issue. So sanity.types, you can see here, is this actual TypeScript definitions that it created for us. What I want you to do is go down to the bottom, and typically, I don't know why this isn't fixed yet, but you need to install the Sanity client manually. So in this case, pnpm I Sanity client, and go ahead and do that. Now, while that's loading, I did find a kind of a cool lo-fi library using Epidemic Sounds. Let's try it out. If it's too relaxed, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. But in this case, I thought it might be a cool, different type of music in the background to try. I don't find it as distracting, so there we go. We can try that out. So it gets rid of the error. And now heading back over, this dashboard courses query result. I believe that one has actually come from a query that I haven't yet created. So dashboard courses query. So 1 minute. So I need to create that one actually. So, I'm going to go to my queries. And at the bottom, I'm going to create one called dashboard courses query. I believe those are the same. No, this one is not. This is for the overall dashboard courses. So this one, the only difference is it's just not doing featured is true. So in this case, we're expanding. This is actually called a projection. So in this case, if you ever got a nested reference, so as for example, category as a reference, then we can expand the document to go ahead and access some of the fields. If you want all of them, you can just do ... Okay. Now, when we do this, every time we add a new query, either a defined query, we change the schema, anything of that nature, we have to run pnpm type gen again. And what we should see now is 3 instead of 2 Grok queries. So here we had 2 Grok queries. Now we should see 3, provided we save the file. And in a moment, we should see 3, boom, 3 Grok queries. Now, because of that, boom, we have this. You see, we generated a type definition file for us, and now we can do type checking, okay? So our course card can be successfully used in a safe way now, okay? So here we have, I mean, this is a lazy thing from me. In this case, I'm forcing it to be true because I know it's there. Really, you shouldn't really do that, okay? So really what you want to do is the course, this should be an ID for the course card. So in this case, the course should be, for example, course.id. And the course slug, you should be checking correctly to see if it's there or not. Or you can go ahead and do a simple check like so. So you can go ahead and do the following and say const slug equals this. If no slug, return no, else return this. So you could do this, Okay, and this will basically protect us against that call. And there you go. So that's probably the better way to do it. I've been lazy in a couple of parts of this build and just done that just for it's very big build. So you guys can forgive me on that. And as you can see, boom, we have React Python for data science, React Masterclass, and React Native. Now, let's just check if it's real time, right? And then we're pretty much off to the races now. So at this point, if we go to our backend studio, I want to check something. I want to check if React Masterclass, let's go to React Masterclass, and I want to change the settings. So I want to change this one to be a pro. Now, if we publish, I'm not going to refresh. I'm just sitting on this page. What we should see is that changed to pro and React Native mobile apps format. I don't think I'm confused. Was one already that, or have I screwed something up? Let's go to settings, ultra. So I'll change this one to ultra, sorry. So it was already pro. So in this case, let's change that to ultra. There you go. Nice. We have one of each. So this is a great test for you guys to do. So we've done a couple of really cool things already. We've set up Sanity, we've done Clerk, we've just finished off our homepage, and there we have it. So we've got the authentication powering everything. We've got Sanity CMS with the studio built, and then we have things being pulled through in real time on the front end. That's awesome, great start, and we're doing well for time, okay? So at this point now, it's an ultimate point to do a checkpoint, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, effectively, this is effectively where, you know, like as you build in, you can see if we were to go into my branch over here, I'm on the main branch right now, which is pretty huge, but you can see this is a lot of changes. Now, typically you wouldn't let it get this big in the first place, but what if I want to get someone to review my code, right? But it's only me in this room. There's no one else here, right? You might be coding by yourself, whatever the case. So go to the CodeRabbit extension I told you to install earlier, and then you can see there's a dirty branch. So number one, we have the CodeRabbit CLI. Right, you can either do this via CLI or you can do it by the extension. But the really cool thing is you can do a free code review. So you can do as many as you want. So in the review uncommitted changes, review all changes. So in this case, I'm going to click on review all changes, click that. And now what it's doing, guys, is it's setting up a code sandbox. It's analyzing all of these changes, and it's going to give me AI insight into what I might have done wrong. Right. So in this case, it's doing a full code review, just like someone else would do it. So now I'm going to show you, you could do it this way as one, or you could even do it another way. So let's say, for example, let that do its magic. Well, actually, we kind of need to let that do its magic unless I was to switch branch. So I want to show, let me see, I don't know if it'll break it. But if I was to switch branch, I could either do it by the CLI, or I could just go ahead and click on main. So let's just go create a new branch called, I don't know, feet. This is a bad naming convention. Just to say setup app with clerk, Sanity, CodeRabbit. Okay. The repo in your GitHub is a start template of the full project. It's a full project, dude. Right. So let's create a new. Now we're on a new branch. And did this stop the thing? Yeah. So it stops it. Right. So you have to review all the changes again. That's fine. So spin up another one locally. And what I recommend you do now is I'm going to commit this. And I'm going to push it. So in this case, come up with it. Ideally, you should never commit this big, right? You should do it bit by bit. That's the whole point of checkpointing with commit messages and stuff. But in this case, I'm just going to auto generate a commit message, click on commit all, and then I'm going to publish the branch. Okay. And my code review locally is still happening. So this is the typical workflow. Then we would publish our branch, which pushes it up to GitHub. Now, at this point, we want to do a code review typically, right? So if I head over to my GitHub, so let's go back over to my GitHub. So this one over here. Now we can see, I have a pull request. So we're going to click on compare and pull request. Now this is a typical flow when you're working with a team. In this case, you can go ahead and add a title, a description, and this is where I would get other team members to go ahead and check my code. This is a common standard practice. Okay. So here was what I get all of my dev teams to do as well. So create a pull request that's going into, typically we go into dev or staging, but now it's demo, we're going to go into main. Okay. Now here's the awesome part. Because we set up CodeRabbit's integration earlier, now you can see CodeRabbit is actively doing a code review on my PR. So you can see it starts commenting on it, and it will go through all of my code with full context awareness, and it will start commenting on my PR. Why is this a game changer? Because what it can allow us to do is effectively work solo at such a fast speed and reduce the number of bugs. We should be using TypeScript. And in my opinion, you should have a layer of AI code review. So in this case, this is going to be good. And it's also kind of like a AI mentor to a degree. Don't get me wrong. Is everything going to be correct? Probably not. But in this case, it's going to catch off things which you might as well, might otherwise let slip. right? So in this case, I need to do this again because I've really pushed it kind of over the line. Started doing a few things. There we go. Because I kept changing my branches and stuff. So set up, prepare a sandbox. I'll show you an example of when it gives one back. And in the background, in the meantime, let's just let this do its thing, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep on working on this branch and eventually I'll merge it in, okay? So let's let this do its code review and we'll come back to that in just a sec. Cool. So imagine that's like a AI developer working with me right now, which is amazing, right? Even here, you can see that files ignored. It goes file selected for processing. Again, it's just reading everything. Really, really nice, right? And you can even ask it to generate unit tests. So that's really like pretty sick. Look, great PR with unit tests. That is cool. You do so many different things with it. Okay. So now, next step. What we want to do is create, I think the next natural step is we're going to go ahead and do authentication. We're going to do the learner facing app. So I think what we do first is we should do the app SDK, I think, maybe perhaps. Or we do let's do the front part of it first, okay? So what I want you to do is we're going to go ahead and click into dashboard. Now we don't have a dashboard route, so we need to create that, okay? This is going to be where the user goes into the dashboard. So I'll show you on the main app how it looks. So we go into our dashboard and then power, we get this nice user loading thing. Welcome back, Sunny. And we have our list of courses that we have access to based on which membership we're in. If I try and access Ultra, I am an Ultra member, so I have access to it. Otherwise, we'll be gated and we'll have a locked out status. Give you a quick demo of that so I can say I've done that. So otherwise you can't see what that would look like. So I'm going to log into a second account here, which is probably not Ultra. Believe it's not Ultra. I hope so. No, that's Ultra account. I think I have one account, which is not Ultra. And you can also delete the member from Clerk, which is not a good practice, but there you go. Right. So here we have it, upgrade. Yep. So this user right now is a pro member. Okay. So maybe we do the Clerk billing element first. Right. So they're a pro member and we need to go ahead and implement this. Right. Now, when they're in the dashboard, you can see we should see locked. There we go. So I'll teach you how to do all of this and I'll teach you how we have this upgrade. And then when you click it, it takes you to upgrade plan. And when you're an upgrade, you can go ahead and do the following. Okay. So how the hell do we do all of that? Well, first step is we're going to go over to Clerk and we're going to go to configure. Go down to, do you guys like the music? Let me know. Right, I think it was kind of a vibey to be fair. Right, let's go over to the settings, billing. And then we're going to go ahead and click on enable user billing. Click on save first. Right, step one. Now what I want you to do is understand that you can use their Clerk payment gateway, which is a godsend. It's incredibly powerful and useful because it doesn't mean you have to set up Stripe and everything when you're in the dev phase. Once you get it up and running, and also a lot of you do complain that, Stripe isn't available where you are, but you still want to create this project for practicing, dev purposes, whatever it may be. Right? Maybe your client has Stripe so in their country, so you should know it, right? So in this case, use the payment gateway, learn how it works, and eventually, when you're ready, you can switch to production, create a Stripe account, or use an existing one, which could be your client's account. So in this case, we're done. Now we're going to click on create plan. We need to create 3 different plans. We're going to create a free, pro, and ultra plan. So let's go ahead and do pro. You can add a description here, and typically you can add in features as well. In our app, I've been a little bit lazy this time because it's quite a huge app. So what I've done is I've just gone ahead and basically done the UI for it, and we're using the cards as the pricing part. But in this case, this is going to be the pro plan. The pro plan, monthly fee, we can call it whatever we did. I don't know what actually, I think I've hard coded my pricing. So I'm just going to double check what mine were. Let's see for ourselves. We have 0, $14.99 and $19.99. So for pro plan, it's $19.99, and for annual it becomes $14.99. You can give a free trial if you want, like 7-day free trial and so forth. In this case, I'm pretty good without the free trial. Publicly available, will appear on the pricing table, user profile. Yep, click save. Cool. The next one we need to do is the ultra plan. Okay, so I'm going to go over to plans, and then you see free, pro, create another plan to ultra. Bear in mind that this is going to be what is forward facing. So yeah, the best AI plan, boom. And then the actual naming is be $69.99 or $59.99. So $69.99 or $59.99. Cool. And then we're going to go ahead and hit save. Amazing. But you can use Gemini CLI. No, we're not. Right. So go to billing settings, and there you go. In this case, we've got 3 plans right here. And these now are visible on our pricing table component. Okay. Okay, so I will touch. Sunny, I love you, man. Best content out there. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. I love the positivity. Just do me a favor, subscribe, hit the like button. Thank you so much. Right, that's what I'm talking about, guys. So heading back over, I just want to check as well. Has it commented yet? Still working its way through. Oh yeah, it started to comment on us. Look at this. Oh, that's incredible. All right, so we'll come back to CodeRabbit in a moment. Okay, so now back to the code, right? So we want to create our pricing page. Okay, so for the pricing page, we're going to go ahead and have a page over here. So firstly, even locally, we started to get a couple of local concerns. So just before we implement anything, I just want to show you an example of the local check, and then we can check out everything afterwards on the CLI, on the PR. So CodeRabbit has said to us, for example here, fix browse courses links to protected route for unauthenticated users, potential issue. Click it. What we'll see is CodeRabbit will highlight the issue, where it is in the code, and it will say the browse courses button for non-authenticated users to dashboard, which typically requires authentication, creates a poor UX and users will be redirected to sign in or encounter an access error. Consider linking to a public courses page or changing the link to match the signed in browse courses, for example, so forth, or create a dedicated courses page. So you see, one, it had a pure understanding of what we were doing, and two, it gave us the suggestion to fix it. Let's look at another one. So in this case, hash fragmented links may not work when navigating from other routes. So in this case, this is actually a really good example. You should be using full paths like so. So that's a good slip that I did, right? So in this case, I want to fix it. Now, this is a very easy one. I can go through and manually fix it. But what's really an easy way of doing it here? I can simply click on Fix with AI. And I really like this, right? So there's that approach we can do. Let me show you that one. So yeah. So here, if we go with this, Fix with AI. So in this case, you see how it gave a perfect, kind of example to the AI. I can click hit. And then in this case, it will run. And now that will change these 3 lines using AI to go ahead and resolve that. Now this, by the way, is free, right? So 100%, I recommend you go and do that right now. Install the extension, go and sign up to make an account like I just showed you earlier. CodeRabbit in the description, do that because this is your AI code assistant buddy, right? So you can see that that's actually a very good suggestion, which it did, okay? So in this case, it gave me a couple more, but we're gonna look at that. So that's kind of the CodeRabbit locally. And then the CodeRabbit on the PR side is really, really powerful. You guys can see that it goes into some serious detail here and we can come back to afterwards. So let's go back to our code now. So the next step that we were going to do was actually for the pricing page. So I need to go into my app, the client side app. Then we're going to have a pricing page. We're going to have a page inside of it. This is a page routing convention. And we're going to say RFCE pricing page. Cool. Now, this page is fairly simple. Okay, so I'm going to pop the whole thing and explain what it does. So here we've got a couple of lib constant files. We have a header file, which my one is a default. So let's go ahead and pop that in. And then we've got the arrow left, which we're not actually using the arrow left, so we can get rid of that. Okay, so pricing table is the main consideration here. Okay, so here we have an animated gradient mesh background, the noise texture overlay. Again, you can put that in the layout if you really want to. We have the header as well. Then we have the main content, simple, transparent pricing, and so forth. Then we have the different tier features where it maps through each of them, each of the plans, and it shows the different features. This is the main part, the pricing table. Now, if you don't include this appearance customization part, it's actually very small, the pricing table. It's literally a line, right? It's literally this line. It's just a pricing table, and while it's loading, you can put a fallback. Now, I've customized the UI for it. So you can see here, you can just go in yourself and customize the entire UI as much as you want. Remember, we also added in a couple of custom styles over here, which are applying at the global level as well. So I overwrit a few styles as well. Then we have some frequently asked questions, some footer stuff. But the main thing first is let's add these tier features and get tier color classes, right? So tier features, number 1, I'm gonna go ahead and pop those in. So go into our lib constants, tier features look like so. They basically got the tier, the color, and the feature list. Okay, so in this case, these can be whatever you want to have for free, pro, ultra. You're gonna code these in yourself. Now, again, you can also control the features from Clerk side as well. But in this case, we've been a bit lazy and we hard coded those. right? So you can do it from either or. If you want to be really persistent about it, you can make sure you do it over on the other side. Now, after this, we got tier styles, which was over here. And then I'm going to have what's this one? Tier color map. So get tier color classes. This one, we need tier color. So in this case, tier color is this one, and tier color map, we need these two. So I have a tier color and I have tier color map, which shows, okay, for emerald, you need this, for violet, for cyan, you need this, and so forth. These are just helper functions to make sure the colors are all correct. Now, heading back over to the app, let's go and see for ourselves how it looks. So I want to go to my main app. So localhost 3000. You know what? Let's go back over here. Yeah. Let's go over to /pricing. Cool. And now what we should see is, look, hey, look at that. Choose your learning path. And you see, I start as a free member. Now, when we go to Pro, you can see that I can enable this. There you go. Nice. And when I click subscribe, boom, look at that, guys. I did nothing besides put a pricing table in, and it worked. Like, that should be mind-boggling to you. That is so crazy. I don't need to worry about anything else. I just go ahead and put the pricing table in, and it works. That is really incredibly powerful, guys. Now, if I go over here, I want to show you something. Inside of users, or inside of actually the billing, I believe it was. So we go to billing. Well, actually, it's just users, I think. No, it's subscriptions here. Okay, now I don't have any subscriptions, right? Now, for this user, I'm going to come down here. And I'm going to make sure that, and also, by the way, it's mobile responsive. So I made it, render out like so. But here I want to subscribe to the Pro plan. So subscribe. And you see, I can use a test card as well. So pay with the test card. Now, watch this. Boom. Continue. I'm active on Pro. And it takes me back to the home screen. If I refresh, we should see, hey, look at that. Sunny paid for Pro. I can click on his profile. I can see he paid Pro, $179 a year, created on, and his free trial ended over here, or his free account ended there. Here's his customer ID. Here's his billing cycle. Here's his statements. Amazing. Cool. And I can even see the view payment. I can see all the payment details and so forth. So, and I can even see when he's getting billed next. So if, say, you have customer service, they can go look at this. That is incredible, guys. Without writing a single webhook, without writing a single Stripe webhook or anything of that nature, it's all just working. That's really crazy powerful, I promise you. And just like that, we have SaaS billing. Like, it's nuts. Like, I don't think, if you don't understand how powerful that is, it's crazy quick. Like, that was crazy fast. So now if I go to upgrade, see, boom. And also you'll notice how it says upgrade, because it can now access the has, remember the use auth hook for checking clerk billing. So very, very nice. Cool. So next up we have the dashboard, and this is where we're gonna have to kind of accelerate through, because we've got a ton to do. We're just hitting the 2-hour mark. My goal is 4. I think we're gonna be good. Okay. So dashboard next. I'm gonna close that one. Keep our workspace kind of neat. There we go. Now over here we have pricing. Now, and over here I'm going to create a /dashboard. Dashboard. Okay. Now for the dashboard, courses, dashboard. Yep. For the dashboard, we're going to have a dashboard page.tsx. Okay. And what this page is going to do is just simply going to render out welcome back. Remember that nice page that we saw earlier? So in the demo, see if we go to our dashboard in the demo, boom, lovely, right? We see all of our available courses for queries, the upgrade to Ultra, if we're not an Ultra member. And we see this beautiful selector, which renders out different course cards. Okay. So what I want to do here is I'm imported our dashboard page. We get the current user. If they're not authenticated, we redirect them. Now, do we need that? No. The reason why I've added that here is because it stops our errors over here. Otherwise, we're going to have to cast like so. So it's still better to do it this way, right? Now, here we do 2 fetches, Sanity fetch, and we do get user tier. Now, get user tier is a helper function that I've created, which I'll show you about in a minute. This is going to help us just have access to the user tier. Now, you could use the has method, but I've gone ahead and created a helper for us, okay? We've just extracted the user's name, and then we show the following UI, okay? Now, a couple of things. Firstly, course list. We need to create that component. We don't have that. And we don't have the header. We do have, this is this one. We need to create the course list, okay? And also get user tier. So get user tier, let's do that one first. Very simple. So get user tier is inside of lib course access. So I've got a few helpers here actually. Lib course access.ts. Now, number one, get user tier. This one just simply goes ahead and does the following. So we just call the command and it returns back the tier. Simple as. It returns back a free, pro, or ultra string. That's it. Okay. And just basically just checks against each of them. Then we've got has access to tier. This one is a bit of a helper. So basically we pass in the required tier. So for example, I could say has access to tier ultra. And then this one will go ahead and check the following. Now, the reason why it's got loads of console logs is I was debugging this. Now, you could simply go ahead and do the has command. The reason why I created a utility here is because it's stagnated. So if I'm a ultra member, I get access to pro and free as well as ultra. If I'm a pro member, I get pro and free, but not ultra. So it's like staggered, right? So if I'm a free member, I get free stuff. If I'm a pro, I get free and pro. If I'm an ultra, I get free, pro, and ultra. So you have to basically define that in a way that is easy. So that's how effectively we can do that, okay? So otherwise return no. Okay, so we have this one done. Then course list is the next component. So course list, we go into our components and we go into course card. Well, no, so we have course card at the moment. So courses, we need course list. Right? So course list looks like the following. So some helper functions we need to create. Again, it's using typesafe, type gen from Sanity. We have the course list that gets passed in. This is just a simple course list course, which is effectively our query. And when you put a number like this, it just references to, that's going to return an array of results. I want the one, what do one of those objects look like? That's what we effectively do when we write that. Show filters, show search. By default, they're true. Otherwise, we can pass in like no or yes. And an empty message, no course is found. Now, use user tier. Effectively, we're going to have a helper function. Tier filter, search query, and so forth. Now, what we're doing here, effectively, we're just filtering through on client side based on the filter, based on the tier that we're in, sorry, and also based on the search. So this will just do a local search filter, right? That's all it's doing here. And then we have the following. If we show filters, we show the tier filter tabs. Same for search and input. This is basically just going to be we're going to have an input field that you can type into, which sets the search query over here. And as you can see, this is just going to go ahead and be used when we later have it down here. So I'll show you how this works afterwards. But effectively, we have the search box. Then we have the list of course cards that get rendered out. And again, I've been that lazy pattern. You can change that as well. Make this course.id and so forth. Right? Remember, you feel free to do that. And they also have the ternary to make sure that it doesn't render this out otherwise. Yeah. And then we can go and we have the clear filter button as well. Okay, so what we're doing is as we type in, this is just simply going ahead and changing our filtered courses list. So this is happening on every re-render, right? And you could use memo or use callback, however, or a debounce if you really wanted to. But in this case, we're just being a bit lazy because there's not going to be that many courses, right? But yeah, you should be debouncing this to be fair. Okay. But anyway, we've got the course list down. We need to add in the tier filter tabs, which is a custom component. So the tier filter tabs are these component, this one's right here. Just go ahead and do that. So tier filter tabs. This is effectively just got, different, so it's either a tier, so pro, free, or ultra. Right, so you can see here, or all. And then we basically just got on filter change, active filter, and those are passed in from the highest state. So in the course list, you can see when we rendered it out. So when we rendered it out here, we're actually just passing in the above state. So set tier filter. You see, like that is a piece of state at this level. So here. So we're prop drilling one level. Prop drilling is fine for one level. And by the way, AI will prop drill 10 levels if you don't know what you're doing. So another reason why you just don't blindly trust prop drilling. Okay, so that's that. So we go back to course list, sorry. And then we have the tier filter tab, sorry, forgot to save it. So there we go, tier filter tabs. Sometimes you just need to comment that, uncomment it out. And then we have the use user tier, which is basically a helper function. Again, this is a custom hook. So this one is going to be a custom hook in our lib folder. So I'm going to create lib hooks, use user tier. Now, this one again is just effectively the same thing that we did in the other case, except this one is doing it in our hooks. I mean, this is actually the same thing. We could have just reused the other one, but it's fine. Okay. Just returns a tier and has tier access as well. Same thing. So I don't, could have reused the other one. Anyway, for now it's fine. We're going to get too far into it. But yeah, you could refactor that and use the other one as well. It's no difference. There you go. Okay. So that's how we get the user's tier value. And you're probably wondering, why don't you use the has? Because then you'd have to have the has inline here. Okay. So now we've got the course card rendering out. So actually this will work. So in this case now, if we put this back out, so the reason why this isn't is because remember I told you we did barrel indexing. So over here we have the course list, tier filter tabs. There we go. Okay. So that way you can just do import from component courses, and then it will go ahead and import it from the individual file. So this is a typical way that a lot of libraries do it as well. So that way you keep a clean import. Okay. Now you can see, boom, we have this. That looks great, guys. Right. So you can see this is going to be conditionally rendered out if we're a pro and an ultra. And then you've got each of the individual things. And again, it's just simply based off of what we type in. Again, this is going to filter out based on as we type in the value. And as it's a local one, a local re-render, it's pretty easy. Right. So it's not expensive. It's just doing local state. Right. So it's super easy. Now, if we were to upgrade, this would go ahead and show those and so forth. But already super clean. Now, don't prop drill more than one. If you ever have to prop drill down a component tree more than one level, take it to context or have the stand or something like that. Don't do it more than once. I've seen people do it. I will scream at people if they do it. Right. So already that's pretty nice. And also everything by default is, like I said, it's going to be mobile responsive. Now, heading back over to our CodeRabbit review. As you can see, just to kind of, it adds in comments. This is incredible. All right, so here you can see it's actually said that the agents.mdc file wasn't good enough. But let's take a look at another example here. Potential issue, major. It grades each one. Add error handling and no safety for data fetching. Parallel fetching is good for performance, but there's no error handling. If Sanity fetch or current user throws an error. Additionally, the course data is used directly in a map function without verifying it's an array, which could cause runtime errors. Consider adding error boundaries or defensive checks. So in this case, you can see we can add a defensive check, or in this case, that's just a safe way of accessing the file. Otherwise, it will go ahead and explode on us. So again, a couple of good use cases here. And now what's cool about this as well is that, for example, if we were to go down here, it's giving us another issue, which is critical. Okay. And now here, for example, we can see, oh, this is actually for Shadcn component. So rather than that, let's look at, I'll show you a bit of another one. Nitpicking comments. Do something like here. So consider making the student stat dynamic and so forth. So again, yeah, you can feel free to do some of these nitpicking ones. But okay, let's just say, for example, this one right here. Okay. Committable suggestion skip line range outside the PR's diff. Okay, it's fair enough. But say, for example, this one, right, where it's given us a committable suggestion, we can either commit this one directly, which is quite nice, or we can have a prompt for the AI agent. So I would recommend you do this locally and then you handle it accordingly. Okay. So again, why is this so handy? Because look, firstly as well, you see how I only gave it a lazy description. Who wants to give an entire release notes every time? CodeRabbit gives you entire release notes every time. Really nice. Like that's really good. Like that's better than my devs would do it themselves sometimes. Right? Add user authentication is correct. Add course discovery page, feature course and price and plan testimonials. Yeah, there you go. And progress tracking for lessons, modules with completion status indicators. So in this case, we didn't actually do all of these features because I think I confused it by giving it. Actually, no, in this case, somewhere I gave a plan or something. But the main point is that, yeah, it will do this just itself, so you don't have to do it every time. So my highest recommendation, if you're in a team, use CodeRabbit. It's incredibly powerful. It saved our team a ton of potential errors, which, trust me, would save you a lot of headache in production land. So there you have it. Cool. So heading back over to the code base now, so we can carry on. Here we have it. So we've got the dashboard down. What I want to do now is I want to do the individual module page. So I'm going to do presentational stuff first, and then we're going to go deeper into the next steps, right? So Python for data science. When we click this, it goes courses/slug. So let's go ahead and build that. So app, dashboard, and here we're going to have courses / and then in this case, it'll be an ID, for example. Okay, I believe it's ID what we named it. Let's see what I done. Courses. No, so it's page, tsx, dashboard courses. Not that one. It's courses slug is what we should have said. So courses, rename slug, and this is a wildcard. And then in here you have a page.tsx. Now, what are we doing in that course? Well, effectively, you're rendering the course page. Okay, so everything about the course screen. So in this case, if I was in a course, a main one, let's just click on Python for data science. Here you can see this is a course page. We have a progress, really nice thing over here. We have each of these really nice accordions. Okay, so this is the course page. Well, number one, we have a new query, right? So on this course page, we are rendering the course page as a server component with a child component, which is going to get rendered underneath it. So you can see this is an asynchronous function without use client. Okay, number one. So we get the slug by awaiting the params. Then we go ahead and this is actually, yeah, it's okay actually, I think. Yeah, we get the slug, then we go ahead and get the user ID. Oops, no, not good enough. And then we are going to do sanity fetch on course with modules query. Now I need to actually create this one. So let's go to our queries. And then the one that I need to create is, is this one. So we actually use this in quite a few spots as well. Okay. Yeah, course with modules query. And you see we do on the main query. And then we have module count, lesson count, and completed lesson count. Okay. Now, if we hit save on that, because we've added in new query, we need to do a type gen. Otherwise, we will not have the type definition. So you can see that it's any right now. Once it's done, give it a second. Now we go back. And you see course with modules query result. So that's how you know it generated the types. Okay. So now that's pretty good. We've got the params that we passed through, slug and user ID into this query. So the slug is this one here, $, and this is user ID. That's how you pass in the query params. Now we've got the rest of the UI, and then we render out the header and we render out the course content. Now course content is what we need to create. The header we already have. Again, the header, where I'm showing the header like this, you could expand the header or just move it to the layout if you want to. Okay, I'm going to leave some stuff open to you guys. Course content. So what is the course content? Again, it's this page. Okay, so what we're effectively doing is we're getting the course and then we're passing that down as a prop. So that way it's like a dummy course and the user ID as well, right? So dummy component, I mean. Okay, so course content inside of components, courses. Here it'll be course content. So let's add that in. So let's do it. So courses, course content. Now you see we've got course hero, module accordion, course complete button, and gated feed fallback. This one has a lot going on, right? It's either going to have a gated, this is locked screen. So either, for example, a gated, this is a lock screen. This is known as the fallback, right? Then we have the accordion, which is this. It's going to be a custom accordion right here. And then we even have this progress, and we even have this mark as completed button. So all of that we have to start doing, right? So the course content takes course and user ID. Then we do a couple of simple checks. We get the user's tier, we check if they have access and so forth. We get the total lessons. We map through and we actually calculate the total lessons versus completed lessons and if it's completed or not. So the way that we handle is a course completed. In this scenario, in this kind of app, what we've done is effectively each course simply contains an array of user IDs, which are basically going to reference if the user has completed it, simply their user ID is in the array of students who have completed course array. But I'll show you actually to make it more sense. So we go to lesson type, you'll see student completed, where is it? Completed by an array of string. List of user IDs have completed this lesson. And that's same for course, right? Course type. So we're being quite easy with this. Could you have it referenced to a student object? 100%. I need a water break. 100% you could, right? So in this case, we've got the course content now. And then effectively it's rendering out a skeleton while it's loading, which we need to create. Or in this case, it's just doing a basic skeleton. And then we've got the course hero, which we need to create. And then the course complete button, if you have access to it, as well as the module accordion. Otherwise, a gated fallback. So you see how we're staggering each component. So let's just start off bit by bit. So course hero, okay? So course hero is going to be the top part, this bit, this top bit, okay? So this right here is simple. Takes a couple of things, title, description, tier, thumbnail, category, module, lesson count, and then it will go ahead and just render out that UI. That's literally it. So that one's very simple. And again, the index over here, we need to start showing these as well, okay? Now back over here, we have the module accordion. The module accordion is actually the more, I'd say, more sophisticated thing, which is this one here. Module accordion, it's that drop-down accordion. So I've built one over here for us. It takes the modules, the user ID. We have some type definitions above. And then effectively, if it's empty, it shows an empty state. Otherwise, we've got some helper functions here. Is lesson completed, get module progress, and so forth, right? And then get module progress is literally basically just going to go ahead and filter out, and it returns 2 things completed in total. Then we have the course, the accordion. It's of type multiple accordion. It'll map through all of the different modules. So in this case, this one has 1 module. Let's go to a course that has 2 or 3 modules. So 3 modules here. And you can see, look, 3 different modules. And you can see how it's allowing us to open up each individual one. So you can change that value here to type to be single. And if you were to do that, then it would basically only allow you to have 1 open at a time. Okay. We map through and we basically just render out the accordion item, which is individually this entire thing. The trigger is this block. So that's effectively what's happening here, right? You got the module, you got the completed, the progress, simply calculated, and it's just using a Shadcn progress bar. Okay. Then we have the accordion content, which is basically just going through determining if you've completed it or not, and then it will just showcase a little check mark next to that lesson if you have or not. In this case, like so. Either shows this or it'll show completed app. So all of this is determined by what we're effectively you've completed or not. Okay, so this is going to be the main thing that we need to do. Okay, so that's done. Head back over to index, module accordion. There we go. So these 2 are now done. And course completed button. Now, what is the course completed button? Well, this one is actually going to use a server action. And what we're effectively doing here is we're just going to toggle the course completion. Okay. So what this is effectively, we scroll down here, there will be a button. The main thing, the rest of it is presentational logic. It just shows some UI around, right? So this is all just pulling numbers and showing it. And the main thing I need you to pay attention to is the button. When we click the button, this one here, handle all lessons first. Well, firstly, complete all lessons first. So we disable it if the lessons aren't complete. You have to complete each individual lesson to be able to complete a course, right? So that's what we're saying in Sanity Academy, right? So in this case, when you click the button, what we're effectively going to do is it does a start transition. What this is effectively saying is it's an asynchronous wrapper. While the transition is happening, is pending is true. So while anything inside of this block, promise is unresolved, that's is pending is going to be true, and then it'll resolve to false, right? Once it's done. So we have a server action, toggle course completion. We pass in the course ID, course slug, and it's completed. And then we have if it's completed, we set the result to true, so we get an optimistic update. Okay, or an optimistic update. We just set the response on the UI. Okay, so we need a server action. What is a server action? They're really powerful. They're really handy. We're going to build it now. So in lib, we're going to have actions. You can have them anywhere, right? I've done it outside before. I'm trying to show you can. It's not really the point of where you have it. It's more the point of, how you want to use it. So in this case, lib actions, we wanted to do toggle course action. Here we are. So courses, right? So we've also barrel exported here as well. So here, eventually we're going to have one for mux, images, and lessons, right? So for now, we've got the course one. So we need a write client. I'll show you what that is in a moment. But typically, everything we've done so far is a read client from Sanity. We're reading data from Sanity. Now what we're going to need to do is get a special token from Sanity, which says you are an admin. You can write on our database. Why is that important? Because it allows them, it allows our server to safely do admin things like delete documents, add documents, modify documents. That's really important, right? So we don't want to give that to a user because then they can do crazy stuff with it. We don't want to give that to a user. We have to be very careful of that. But if we want to, our server can have full access. We trust our server. It's a safe environment. So we need to create something called a write client. I'll show you how we do that in a moment. But the actual action itself, course ID slug and mark complete. Now, clerk allows us to access the user's authenticated state by using the await auth function. Very handy, okay? If you're not authenticated, we can return a false. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have a try catch. If there's an error, we return is completed, not true, and success is false, and we log out an error. Now, you could also log, send back some error information, show toast notifications, Sona notifications, all that stuff as well. Up to you. Right now here, we're going to say if mark complete. So if we're saying you should mark it as complete, right? Otherwise, it's going to incomplete it. So it's going to be one or another, right? So we say write client.patch because we're going to patch an existing course and we're going to set it if it's missing, so completed by, and we're going to append the completed by field with the user's ID, okay? And then we're going to commit, okay? So in this case, otherwise, we're going to unset completed that, where basically this inner grok, effectively what it's doing, or not inner grok, yeah, I guess it is really. But basically what this is doing is an inner grok and it's basically unsetting, it's finding the user's ID and it's removing the user's ID from that array. And then we commit, okay? And then what we do is we do a revalidate path. So we're revalidating that specific course page because remember I told you it was server rendered. And then we're also going to revalidate the dashboard. That's important because it actually allows us to have, I mean, we are using the Sanity Live Content Lake, but it's just a good practice generally to be able to know what revalidation is. Okay, so at that point, it will revalidate that page. Now, here, I believe in Next.js 16, the revalidating rules changed as well. So Sanity Lib client. Now, here is our normal read client. Okay, so we need to change this. So what I want to do is I'm going to make a write client. So we're going to have, for later on as well, I need to change this to perspective drafts. I'll explain that afterwards, right? But for now, we're going to have something called a write client. And this is only going to be for server-side only actions. And we need something called a Sanity API write token. Okay, so it's the same thing, except it just has a token, Sanity API write token. So go into our environment, the local, and I need this Sanity API write token. So how do we get that? Well, what we do is we go into our Sanity. So Sanity was, I believe it was here. Yeah. And we go into our API. And you can also get to this screen, by the way, in your studio. So if you're ever stuck in, inside of your Sanity Studio, go to the top, click on Manage Project. It'll take you to that version of the studio for you. But in this case, we already are here. So we've got tokens. We're going to click on Add API, and they've got loads of good stuff coming on there. Right, so here I'm going to tap in Backend token, give it editor permission, which is fine for now. And then editor, oops. And I'm going to click on Save. Cool. And then here, you want to hide this token. This is not a good token to expose. Super secret. Right, obviously, I'm going to invalidate these tokens, so it's fine for now. And you can see they've got a new content agent coming out. So we're going to get that. We're going to paste it. And we're going to save, close, and there you go. Write client. Cool. So now we have that. Going back over, this is going to be okay. So our action is there. And by the way, I forgot to mention as well, when you do a server action, one of the most important things you have to do at the top of the file is add the directive use server. It's a must. You have to add use server to tell that server action that it's a server action. Okay. Now, once that's done, you can see we've got that looking pretty good. And now our course complete button is good. So that works. And then the final one is the gated fallback. So gated fallback is, like I said, that lock screen that shows us off. And that basically says you're not allowed access to this. And this one effectively just takes the required tier, uses a couple of our helper functions, and it goes ahead and shows the following screen if we don't have access. I don't think this one actually does it. This one is just required tier or pro. Display tier, styles. Okay, yeah, and it's just styling out. Basically, it's going to style it out according to the locked gate. So if it was an ultra, it would be blue. If it was a pro, it would be purple, and so forth. Okay, so hit save on that, go back. We need to go into our index file, and then we're going to go ahead and undo these two. So there we go. Our barrel exports are done. That's cool. Right, I'll get it. There we have it. Course content. Now let's go back to the actual page, which was dashboard course slug. And now you see the course content is able to render out. Okay. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So we have the courses. Let's go back to courses. Oh no, sorry, not courses. Go back to dashboard. Yeah. And then we go to React Masterclass, and then courses, React Masterclass not found. Right. So why is that happening? So app courses, my bad. Courses. There we go. All right. So update, yes. There we go. My mistake. So here we have it. Courses. Now you can see, look, boom, we have it. Nice. And we can't test that yet because we haven't actually created the next screen, which is the more important one, which is the actual course content screen itself. So we're going to click into that. Then we need to create the lesson screen. Okay. The lesson screen is where we effectively have this beautiful loader as well as this. We haven't done the loaders yet. I'll do them at the end. So we're going to have the loading, rendering, and then also we're going to have the video playback. So all of this stuff. So we have to have all of this set up. And then after all of that, guys, that's when we do the app SDK. So we're moving good for timing. We're going to keep the speed up. So we've got lessons / lesson ID. So in this case, let's go over to, we've got courses. I need to do lessons now. So next up inside of that file, we do lessons / slug. Cool. Now here for the page, we have the lesson page. So in this case, page.tsx. Now here we have the lesson page. Now we have a few things we need to do. Number one, we got the lesson by slug query and new query. With the lesson page content, similar pattern to what we did previously with the course. Remember how we had a server rendered page, which renders out a child component, or child client component, sorry. And then we have the header. So this one is actually just default export. So we need to do lesson by slug query. Okay. So lesson by slug query is the following. So I need to add that in, lesson by slug. And what this is doing is it's getting the overall lesson, but here you can see like it's expanding the video. It's getting us the playback ID, status, data, duration. Then we got the content completed by and a bunch of the courses as well. And what this is doing is it's basically going ahead and applying an inner grok query to that, right? So, and then it's getting the ID. And this is used for the sidebar. It's going to be for the sidebar, okay? So now we've added in a new query. I'm going to do PM type gen because we added a new query. So we need to generate our types again. Guys, you guys are awesome. The retention on this video has been nuts. Let me know if you're watching right now, are you coding along? If you downloaded the source code, let me know. Okay. Now that we've done that, we have 5 grok queries. There we go. And lesson page content is next. So you can see here, we have lesson page content. And again, I would recommend, yes, you should move this into the layout. Okay, definitely. I've repeated that over and over again, that bit. Lesson page content is the components inside the lesson. So again, now we're going to have a folder for lesson stuff. So over inside of our components, we're going to have a new folder called lessons. And then here, we're going to have our lesson page content. So lesson page content. And here, again, we're going to have a barrel export. Lesson page content. Get rid of these for a second. Now, let's jump in. So this is where we're going to have the video player, lesson content, lesson complete button, lesson sidebar, and another lesson by ID query result. Now, just jump through. So I added a couple of comments here to help you out. But effectively, we're building this screen, right? So this is a sidebar. We've got some stuff down here. This bit, I'm not going to go so far into. No, this bit is actually quite easy. It's when we do the app SDK, it gets a bit more confusing. But there's a few things that we need to work on. Even this, like how this works and everything. I'll get this all down. Even previous and next course, right? So first up, find the first course the user has access to. This allows users to access lessons if they have any course containing the lesson. So we're doing a few checks on our side. We're checking as well previous lesson, next lesson, if it exists or not, right? And so forth. So in this case, even here, the modules, we're basically getting the lessons from the module. So that way we can render out inside the sidebar. Okay. So that's effectively what's going on with this. And then we start passing things through. So this is a dumb lesson sidebar here. We say the lesson sidebar, we'll pass it in the slug title, modules, current lesson, and completed lesson IDs. And then That's how it's basically going to render out the lesson sidebar. And then if we have access as well to this course, then we're going to show the Mux video player if a video exists, right? And then we got lesson header over here. And then we got the lesson complete button if there's a user or logged in. And then we have the lesson content over here. And then we have the next and previous, okay? So let's just step by step it. Let's do the lesson content first, okay? So lesson content, pop in. This simply is basically going to go ahead and all of this right here, by the way, is for portable text. What does that mean? It means rich text editors. Anytime you see portable text or content blocks, that's effectively what's happening here. So lesson content, by the way, the content, when you hear me refer to content, this segment here, this is title, this is description, this block is content. Okay, so this block is content. So this entire portable text part is for this. Is basically, so we say portable text value, we passed in the content that we passed in from the prop, and then components that render out, we say, okay, for every single H1 block, element, render this. For every single H2, render this. For everything H3, render this, and so forth. So this is basically how we control what is rendered out from the Sanity backend. Now, probably wondering, what the heck is he talking about? Well, if you go into the studio, we go into a lesson, any lesson for that matter, you'll see a rich block text editor. So this is a normal description, and here you can see, look, this is rich text, different things like heading 1, H2, and so forth. So this is where we have the mapping to say when you get hit with a list item or H2, this is what you should render out. Now we need to set up portable text. So in this case, we type in React portable text in Google, you'll see React portable text Sanity IO plugin. Okay. So in this case, you can go ahead and follow the installation instructions, React portable text. So in this case, we could do pm I React portable text. And there you can see, oh, is it this one? We're not using that, I don't think. We just use portable text React. Yeah, we didn't use that one. We actually used portable text React. We use this one, React portable text, yeah. So it's actually this. pm I portable text React. And then also this one types. pm I believe the types is actually just a dev dependency. So, but in this case, I didn't do that, so that's fine. Oh God. There you go. Portable text types, install that as well. Cool. And then that's done. So in this case, that's going to be for, also you can see an image URL 4, width, and so forth. Where is that? Well, Sanity automatically gave us this. Basically, if you have a URL, like an image reference that's been uploaded to Sanity, you need to expand it into a full image URL. And this is a helper function they give to us to allow us to do that, right? And it can also do like width and so forth. So that way it shapes the item and so forth. Okay. So in this case, index, we can start saying lesson content is done. Next up, we have Mux video player, which we'll do afterwards, lesson complete button. Okay. So lesson complete button, same principle we did previously. Lesson complete button, toggle complete action from lessons. So this one is no different from the other one. Effectively, it's just a button that triggers off a complete action. So what we're going to do is toggle lesson completion. So I have that one. Lib actions lessons.ts toggle lesson complete from lessons. Here we go. Takes lesson ID, lesson slug mark complete, and effectively just patching it accordingly. Same thing, revalidating the paths afterwards. Easy as. Okay, so that's that one down, and that's not working because we did not save this by our export. Cool. Next up, lesson sidebar. This is the sidebar that you see on the right, on the left, sorry, sidebar. Cool. So this one, more presentational. Here we have it. So that's the sidebar. We have lesson by ID query result, which I haven't generated yet. So I need to do that one first, actually. So that is a query that we were probably going to use later on, I believe. And this one is here. So inside the Sanity types, Sanity types queries, we need to go ahead and add in that. So this one is lesson by ID query result. And you see we've got a few inner types here. And the content block is quite big, right? So we're saying specifically this one. Yo, Sanga, it's me, Mikolaj, your biggest fan. I appreciate you so much, dude. Thank you so much. And we've got Sanity image hotspot, a few other things as well here. But to make sure you don't mess any of this up, what I recommend you do is, oh, sorry, I've screwed something up, guys. Don't do that. Don't do what I just did. It wasn't that one. It was, you need to do the, it's way simpler than that. I was thinking, I was like, that's pretty damn big, wasn't it? It's, Sanity binding, this page current. That's on my ID. Lesson by ID query. Lesson by ID query. Okay, so it's that one that we're after, yeah. So yeah, my bad. So it's way simpler. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was thinking, I was like, that is very big. Yeah, this one here. Lesson by, there we go. Lesson by ID. We don't need to do all that other stuff. Yeah. So ID title, and then we expand the video, we expand the courses, right? So a couple of these I reckon I've duplicated, to be fair. We could probably reuse these a bit better, but 2 PM type gen, regenerate our values. Are we using the new cache system anyway in the app? Not really focused on caching today, to be fair. We're keeping it very dynamic. Mason Shetty goes, I just want to say a huge thank you. I'm about to finish my IT degree, and honestly, I've learned more from your videos than I ever expected, and it helped me grow so much as a developer. Jay, screenshot that. That was absolutely awesome, and you are absolutely welcome, Mason. I remember you from the coaching course as well. I believe you're in the coaching course. Miko goes, why aren't you making it with Beaten Express? Because that sucks, dude. That's a SPA, a single page app. We're doing a full stack application here with server-side rendering and all that good stuff, right? So we have the lesson by ID query. We've just generated the types. Go back. Now we have that. Good. Then what we have is, we actually don't use this one. So we have a couple of type definitions. We have a couple of the prompts. We do a couple of checks, find which module contains the current lesson, easy as. And then we basically have the UI. This is just UI presentation logic with the accordions that we did earlier, right? So that's effectively how we're rendering out these accordions right here. So that's actually quite simple to do. We can go ahead and don't save that one. So next we go into the lesson sidebar. Go back over here, lesson sidebar is now there. And then the Mux video player. For this one, I'm going to comment this out for a second. And we're just going to keep this commented out for a second, just so we can test the page. Okay. So let's just see, is the page going to load or not? Okay. So upgrade to Pro. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it worked. So in this case, we can go to any lesson now, and it looks pretty good, right? Right now, there's an overflow there, which is kind of ugly. So you can go ahead and either remove that overflow or whatever you want to do. That's up to you, to be fair. I mean, you can do it a few ways. You can either have it in, I think I did it in my layout, I believe. Did I do it in the layout app? No, I didn't do it there. I did it somewhere. But you can do it in just a sidebar. So lesson sidebar. If we were to go ahead and make that bigger, see this box. So back to course. Where is that? Back to course. This one here, overflow hidden. So really, it should be all of it overflow. No, overflow X hidden. So it's not from that. It's actually from, to be fair, the reason why that is happening is because of one of these is pushing outside. You see that box? So I'll show you another way actually. Okay, so I could either debug this and find this exactly right now, or you can literally screenshot it and say Command I, Command N, boom, Command E to put it into this view to make life a bit easier. Paste it in, and now we could even go ahead and show and say remove the overflow issue in lesson sidebar. There you go, an easy way of just debugging it. Rather than finding out myself, I'm not going to waste my time doing that. You can check it out and then we can review what it does, right? And now you can see like, it will start scanning it through. Doesn't handle horizontal overflow. And obviously you want to check what it does here. So let's let it do its thing. And again, sometimes it goes crazy and it just gets some stupid fix that just doesn't work the way we wanted it. Let's see, looking at the image, I can see a horizontal scroll bar. And now it's just added in overflow X. So you could just add in overflow hidden, to be fair, to shorten this. Let's just add in overflow hidden to simplify it. And that's my one. Let's have a look at this one. Yep, there you go. So I mean, again, why is it overflowing? It's because of that, really. So you could address that, to be fair, right? But in this case, even then, I think that's the case still. Okay, you could just add padding here, to be fair, right? But in this case, yeah, there you go. Right, we've done it. IB, sorry. Cool. Now that's the lesson sidebar done. Now, yeah, this page is great, and you can see if we click into each one, it works. Let's check mark as complete. And then we should see this update, amazing. And we should also do this one. And you should see here as well, it should say 2 of 2. And let's go back to the course. And we should see now 2 of 8 with all of our updates. There we go. So that's great. Okay. The next step is we need to do the video. Okay. So how do we get videos to work? How do we do a Mux video player? Well, first up, we need the Mux video player. So Command E to go back into our development mode. Command I to hide that screen. I go to index.ts. Is lessons lessons. I have a lot of files, as you can imagine. Okay, so I need the Mux video player. So here, sorry, this one. So the Mux video player. Now this one, there's a bit more of a complicated steps to it, right? So what we have here is, I will show you. So Mux Sanity. If you type in Mux and Sanity, you'll come to this page, Mux input, right? npm Sanity plugin Mux. We already installed this. Now, what does this allow us to do? Well, it allows us to actually go ahead and add Mux uploads to Sanity. So if we were to do that right now, it would actually work, right? So if we went to our, we go to our LMS YouTube, this one, and let's go to our lesson. So any different lesson we could do. Click it. Now Python fundamentals, for example, here. This issue was, okay, let's just, this happening here. Configure API. Upload and preview videos directly from your studio. So access token, secret key. Okay, so I need to give these 2 things. Okay, so firstly, the documentation is very good here. So I'd recommend you, what is it? Is it this one? No, I don't think it was this one. I think it was this one. Yeah. So this one is the one we wanted. I don't know, was it this one? Yeah, signed URLs, private playbacks. So you see, you must have system permissions, you must do it. There's a couple of setup things that we need to do to get this working right. Now, Sanity Studio, I'm not going to go so far into that part, but I'll show you still how you can test the upload. But my main thing is I want to show you how we can do it in the App SDK, because there's 2 steps to this. All right, so firstly, we need to create an account on mux.com. So dashboard.mux.com. I'm going to log into my account. I'm going to create a new account here to show you from scratch. So let's go ahead and do my PopperReact.team account. Quick water break. Okay, so I need to create an account. Let's do this. PopperReact.team. How are you guys finding the music, by the way? Like this music. So I'm going to just do PopperFam. Company URL if you want to, is optional. And then I'm just exploring for now. Loving it so far. Nice. Thank you so much, dude. The environment itself, LMS AI app. Type development. Okay, that's fine. All members, admins only. Let's just do all members for now. Just create. Now, in this case, you can see a bunch of different examples. We were more interested in settings here, access tokens. So I want to duplicate this. And now if we go into our backend here, we need an access token and a secret key. Create a token. And this one we're going to call it admin or studio key. Studio. Give it full permission. Because signed videos require system permissions. Click on save. And then you see token ID is, we can actually get that one back, but the secret key is the main one. So, I mean, the access token, I'm going to save this one for now on the side. But for the token ID, I believe it was this one. I believe, oh no, sorry, my bad. Yeah, it's just these two. What am I saying? Enable signed URLs, yes. I hit paste, go. And again, that's a secret key, all right? This music is nice. Can we have the playlist? It's called Lo-Fi Introvert Radio on Epidemic, but it's actually, that's the Papa Fan playlist. So you can check out that one if you want to, guys. But this one is quite cool for coding. I think it's more or less distracting, so kind of good for you guys. Just type in YouTube Lo-Fi. You'll get loads of these, okay? So that's done now. Click on done. And as you can see, we're here, okay? So now I want to test an upload. So what I recommend you guys do is start by doing very small video files. In the free plan, you get up to 10 videos. So you go to assets over here. And then what we're going to do is inside of our Sanity Studio, see this drag video or paste. We can click on upload. I've got one I've called CodeRabbit. So it's just me demoing CodeRabbit a little bit. And here you can see it pops up with their plugin. So in this case, let's make this full screen. You see basic plus, okay, so I don't want to make it public. It wants to be signed. Plus is fine for now. Standard, generate captions, yes. And typically I do want this to be English captions, okay? And then we're going to click on upload. And as you can see, it's going to start uploading. Let's close that. And now give that a second. Hopefully it doesn't take too long while I'm streaming. That's kind of interesting, all right? And then afterwards, we're going to go ahead and click OK. And you'll see that tends to be issues on the Sanity Studio. So the Sanity Studio does work, but my focus here is not to show you how to check or watch signed ones on the Studio. I'm going to show you the App SDK instead, but you can feel free to go through Mux documentation yourself, but let that fully upload and we should see a video. So here you see error loading video. Now there is a reason why that can happen. So typically if we go into the documentation, the Mux documentation here, you can see when the signed URL option is triggered, the plugin will cache a signing key private in a private document. This key is used to sign, and if it's correct, if that's the case, you can delete the secret document and try again. So what we need to do is we need to go over to the here URL, and we go Sanity documents delete secrets Mux. And now it will ask me to reconfigure the Mux upload. So, and what you can do is just type in get. So get secrets Mux, and this may be empty now. So yeah, Mux is not found now. So let me remove this now, clear field, and you see configure API again. Now do it one more time. So I found, I don't know, it was a bit strange for me, honestly, this bit, but settings, access tokens, copy the ID, this access token, and the secret key, okay? So I guess it's the same thing, to be fair. Enable signed URLs, boom, okay? Now, once we do that, just check something. I saw that, yep. Anthropic acquired, but that's huge. Now you do Sanity documents get secrets.mux, and you can see my token is there, the one that I actually just gave now. So no, it's got a signing key private as well, secret key, signing key ID as well. So these are different now. Now let's try and upload again, CodeRabbit. And I found that it's more a case of when I play back on here. So in this case, we could try, you know, for now, we'll just keep it public. It's fine here for now without generating a caption. Well, my main thing is when I show you how to upload in the App SDK, then we're going to do the full signed URL private playback part. But in this case, we can just see how it works, right? So let that do its magic. Oh, I forgot to do one thing, guys, actually. Mux client. Yep. Oh, here you go. Oh. Yo, what's going on? So here we have a demo of CodeRabbit. We're going to go ahead and dive right in. Nice. All right. So in this case, let's look at some of the features right here. So there you go. Little CodeRabbit video. Awesome. And it's working, right? So you can publish that and then it will go ahead and be available on the front end. Now, that's one way of doing it. What we're trying to do is a private signed URL, which means that only a logged in user who has proper access can access that. This stops people from, you know, pirating your content and all that stuff. So how do we do that? Right. So obviously you can look at the documentation. I'm going to run through it now on my side on how we do it. Okay. So let's just take it step by step and we'll get through this. So step one, we have the Mux video player. You have the code for this, so feel free to grab it. Playback ID, title, class name. Okay. So here, what I'm adding, nice hi-hats here, awesome. Right. So we get the effect. So once it loads, the first thing it does is it has a use effect, which triggers on component mount. Then it's going to try and get the Mux sign tokens. Now there's a few tokens we actually need. We need one for playback, one for thumbnail, and one for something called storyboard token. We set the tokens, and these tokens are going to be used for when we actually play the videos themselves. So here, when we have the Mux player, which is a, we can install it like so, Mux player React. So in this case, PMPMI, Mux player React. We're going to install that, come down. That will take the playback ID, the tokens themselves, right? The metadata, stream type on demand, autoplay false, class name, accent color, and any on error handling. And of course, you can go through, feel free to try it, mess around with any more settings as well. But on demand as well, here you can go ahead and say if it's live streaming or so forth, but this is on demand. Okay, the main thing here is just the get Mux signed token. So that's going to be the one that I need to build right now. So get Mux signed token. So we have a action in our lib. So in this case, we go to libs, actions, Mux, and then this one, we're going to need Mux node and JSON web token. So we're going to need PMPMI Mux node, and then we'll do space JSON web token as well. Okay. Now this one, what we're doing is we're initializing Mux with a token ID and a token secret. Okay. So the token ID and the token secret is effectively in our environment file. So here we're going to have two. So we're going to have Mux. Okay. We have Mux token ID and we have Mux token secret. Okay. Now these ones, where do we get these from? So these are actually going to be, I believe they're the signing keys. Is it the signing keys? I get confused with this part. No, this is my one that I did right now, signing keys. So the token ID is actually an access token. Is this one, copy ID. Cool. So the access token is just this one. Token ID, and then the token secret is the one that I just got over here. So this is the one when I created it, I had this. Okay. So JSON web token as well, we have to install the types. So sometimes you might have to do this, where you can just do types JSON web token. So PMPM I types. So install the TypeScript definitions. Now, there you go. And then we've got the lib file for signing it. So in this case, we'll do that in a moment. But we initialize Mux, right? We have a create upload result. This is something we need afterwards, right? So it returns that. But effectively, we make sure our things are configured. And here's the main part. So we create an upload, right? So we pass in the cause origin, new asset. And then basically what we're doing here is we have a signed playback policy on the plus, and we're giving the inputs to be English. Now here, if you wanted to have Spanish, for example, you can go ahead and do that. You can say Spanish, ES, Spanish CC, French, German. Let's try it. I haven't done this before, so let's see how it goes. I don't know if these will even work, but I know that it does do that. So in this case, we've got the return. So this will go ahead and do a call to the Mux API, upload the video, okay? And it returns the upload URL and upload ID, okay? Then we've got get Mux upload status. This one is going to go ahead and give us upload status. And then it's going to go ahead and basically just check if it's signed and so forth. So this, you can go ahead and really check yourself. The main thing that we need to focus on once it's been uploaded. So here, if the asset is ready. So this, while we're basically getting the upload status, once it's ready, we get a random ID. And this is very important. This shape matches exactly what we need to save the data as. So what we're doing is we're saving it as a Mux video asset, which is, this is kind of hard to find. I had to kind of reverse engineer it a little bit to basically get the exact thing. The documentation didn't really explain this well, but what we're effectively doing is we're saving everything that Mux would have saved using the Sanity plugin. Okay. So effectively, this is what you want to do. And then we return the following back to the front end. Okay. And then we've got get Mux signed tokens as well. This one is just going to go ahead and get the playback ID And then based on that, it basically goes ahead, and we'll do format in a second. I'll explain what that is. But what this is doing is it's basically generating a signed JWT token, right, for each of the things, like a playback token, thumbnail token, storyboard token, because the front end React component for Mux video player requires JWT tokens. So we're using that library and the RS256 algorithm to basically go ahead and hash those up and get ourselves a token, right? And then it returns it. Now, the main thing is this format signing key. What is that, right? So format signing key is basically, again, I had to kind of really reverse engineer this one and figure this one out because it wasn't very clear. And I don't know why they made it like that, but it wasn't, in my opinion, it could have been way more easier to understand. But in the lib, we're going to create a mux.ts. Now, what this is doing is it comes in a PEM format, typically, where it has got, like, if you ever look at any kind of token, if you open it in a text edit, you'll see begin and end private key. So what we're doing is we're basically returning the key if it's in the correct format, right? If it's not in the correct format, we basically change it from, it might be in a buffer, for example. Then we basically take it from a buffer and we basically decode it in the way that we need to. So that's effectively what we do here, right? In short, you can use AI to fully explain that part to you. Now, after this, we have that. Now we have the format signing key. So signing, again, that means that we can now sign it using our secret key and so forth. So once that's done, we go back over to our Mux video player, get Mux sign tokens, now can make the call to the backend, and that should be good. Okay. So what I want to do now is test it a little bit. So we can't actually test that properly yet. I mean, what we can do is on the front end, we can do it. So over here now, what we can do is we can go to any video, for example, one with a signed thing. So in this case, what we can do is just go to our backend. Let's go to our Python fundamentals. So go back to course. So we're going to go to Python fundamentals. We're going to remove this one, clear the field. Let's go back to dashboard. Okay. And then we're going to do drag. We're going to do CodeRabbit video. So again, smaller videos. We're going to make this a signed one. And again, I'm going to show you how you can even customize this, by the way. So you see right now, I'll do it right now. This is annoying. It's asking me every time, do you want to do plus, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of not ideal. I want it to always be populated the right way. Okay. What we can do there is we've got Sanity config, right? So over here inside of Sanity config, where we added the plugin, we can just pass in default values for it, by the way. Okay. So I can pass in some default values. Default sign true, video quality plus, default public false, and auto-generated English. Okay. Now, going back, we've got this. Oops. Oh no, I interrupted the thing. I accidentally saved it. So I just done two things, by the way. On the back end, the server actions, I created one server action, which was for getting videos, but basically getting the tokens that we can use to access said videos with the playback ID. And the second thing I did was also for the uploading. So I actually done the uploading, which is why you saw me add in those subtitle generation bits over there. Okay, so let's do CodeRabbit over here, upload it, and now you can see that it's all perfect with English already pre-selected. There we go. Cool. Close that, let that upload without interrupting it. Okay, so let that do its thing. That's a signed upload now. Cool. Now on the front end, where we have our lessons /slug, here we have lesson page content, and then inside of here, Mux video player. So Mux video player, let's go ahead and say, like, once we submit that will have a playback ID because this would have uploaded and now there's a playback ID there. Okay. Now, typically showing the example here, it doesn't always show well. So we're going to publish this. So that's live now, right? You can hit a refresh if you want as well. Let's see if it shows. It's a little bit finicky on the studio, maybe because we need to use Sanity Studio environment variables. I believe that could be the case. However, in this case, let's do Mux video player. That's fine. It's the main thing is this import. So the reason why that is not existing is because we don't have the barrel export. Oh no, we do, but where is it? There we go. Yep. So let's go to Python fundamentals and that lesson. So Python fundamentals, this one. And we should have a video. Okay, so invalid playback URL. So we've screwed something up. Okay. Now this is probably likely to me using the wrong key on the Sanity side. So what I'm going to do is, just because I know I've done an area of this correct, is before we continue this, I want to get to the point where we do the app SDK, and I'll show you the upload step over on that bit, and then we'll get it dialed in, because we're just screwed up on one small area here. It's more so playback token. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So yeah, we've uploaded it and then we can't see the correct thing. So that's fine. Environment. So this one's a bit more finicky to be fair. Signing key ID. Just checking on my end what I did with that Mux signing key. Oh, I screwed up. Sorry guys, I screwed up. I forgot to give a signing key. Yeah. So we can't even, yeah, I screwed that one totally up. So inside of get mux sign tokens, I just assumed we did something right when we didn't. So you'll see get mux sign tokens. Here, mux signing key and mux signing key ID. Here we have it. So environment.local, if you see this on the side, we don't have that. We don't have a mux signing key and we don't have the ID. So mux signing key ID, these two, we need them. So where do we get them? It's pretty simple. We go over to mux, which is over here, signing keys, generate a new one. Oh, actually, no, we don't want to generate a new one. We want to use the Sanity one that we have in Sanity for now. So what we do is remember that command, Sanity documents get secrets.mux, do that. And then you see here, now I've got it. So signing key ID, this one. So signing key ID, signing key ID is that one. And the actual signing key private is this huge one. So there. And what you want to do is you want to put them in quotes because they can screw up a little bit. So you want to put them in quotes. Now we've got the signing key and the signing key ID. Now if we hit the refresh, I believe it still won't work for this. Oh no, it does. Yeah, because it now has the correct signing keys, the tokens. So you see now it went through to get the tokens, to view them, get mux sign tokens. And now it has the correct access to go ahead and do that. That's exactly what we wanted. So we uploaded it from the Sanity Studio. Now bear in mind, remember like I told you, the Sanity Studio, again, I've screwed up somewhere there with there's an environment variable that I haven't updated or something. But yeah, that's it's not the hardest fix, but the sampling here is not really great. I'll let you figure that one out yourself. But here, more so on the app SDK as well, will be perfect. I'll show you how we can do it. But here you can see that perfect. Yo, what's going on? So here we have a demo of
English.
CodeRabbit. Yep. We're gonna go ahead and dive right in. So let's look at some of the. Look at that, awesome. Okay, so that's great. Now the next thing we need to do is the My Courses part, and then we're done on the client side. We need to then move over to the app SDK. So we're 3 hours in. I'm gonna try and aim for an hour and a half. I'd say. I reckon we're gonna get with that, right? So let's do that. So firstly, My Courses. What are My Courses? Well, dashboard courses should show us the. My Courses should show us the dashboard on it. The courses that for anything that we've completed a lesson in, which is quite simple, right? So really app, dashboard, courses. So app, dashboard, courses, app, dashboard, courses, page.tsx, RFCE. And this is the dashboard or my dashboard, or my courses. Yeah. I mean, my courses page really. Yeah. Cool. And now what we have is I need to add the loading states as well. Remind me. Okay. So my courses page. So here we have it. So we need the header, which we already have. We already have all of these components, right? Dashboard courses query. Yeah. And then all we're doing is we're doing a fetch for dashboard courses query. So we're just basically fetching from Grok, Sanity's backend. And now we have some type safety. We're reducing here. So what we're doing here is basically you can feel free to, what you can do is you can either learn what reduce is, which is an amazing thing to do because reduce is a very good ES6 function or ES5, whatever it is. And you can just say, explain this, where you do Command K, explain this, and then Option Enter, and it will do a question inline. So this is really handy if you want to go ahead and, figure out what the heck this is doing. So in this case, it will go ahead and basically give you an array of courses that the user has begun, each with completion statistics for displaying progress. Okay. So in this case, it's very handy. And as you can see here, animated crash background, is that, you could refactor that to layout like we spoke about my courses. Then we render out the course card. And again, with this bit, remember, I was a bit lazy. You can go ahead and do it like we said before, course ID, and then you can go ahead and protect against that. And now, very simply, we've done that page. So if we would go to LMS, here, my courses, I've got a completion there, hence why I see it. We go to dashboard, perfect. Let's go into React Native mobile apps. We see an upgrade screen. Go to view pricing plans, boom. Hit the switch to this plan, go ahead and pay the difference now. So now, for example, I want to try the Ultra plan, boom, click on continue, hit, what's it called? My dashboard. And then let's go ahead. Now look, unlocked. There we go. And you see now it doesn't say upgrade anymore. Boom, no more upgrade here. We're an Ultra member, right? Oh, the AI. Completely forgot the AI. Wow. Okay, there's a lot to do. Wow, geez. All right, so we've got this now. So we have the My Courses done. So before we progress now, an Ultra member should have access to the AI, right? The AI is, remember the little chatbot that we spoke about. So, and then we do the App SDK. So aiming for 5 hours, I think. Okay. The AI is going to be basically, it's okay. We got this. We're going to do this. We're doing awesome this week, guys. Just destroy that like button is all I ask, right? Seriously. Like this is madness, the amount of value. We are going to have it inside the layout. So here. So actually, firstly, right now, when you navigate between, there's a slight delay when I click. Look, click, there's a delay, right? We don't want that. We want a really nice UI. Now, something you can do, and I'm not going to dive into the styling here. I'm just going to show you where we put these things and then show you the code. It's basically at the level at which we have a blocking asynchronous operation. So if I was to put it inside of here, for example, a loading.tsx, right? This, if we're blocked for any reason now, it will show this loading spinner until it resolves the promise on the server component. So firstly, we need this loading component spinner, right? So in this case, I've created a handy little component. We're going to just pop it in our components over here. It's a simple spinner component. I don't think I actually created the spinner. The spinner was a custom one. Yeah, so spinner I added myself, spinner.tsx. It was just a custom component. You can just change that if you want. But in this case, it was not actually meant to be inside the UI, but it's fine for now. In this case, we've got the spinner over here. And it just takes a few props, text size is full screen and class name, renders out a spinner for us. Now, as you can see over here, this now, if we are blocked for any reason, so if I was to refresh, you see that it falls back to that nearest loading.tsx. So we can do some cool things with that. So what I've done now is I've styled up different ones for different pages. So inside of a lesson, so first you just do it in a staggered way. Inside of a course, if we load a course, so inside of here, the next to the page, we can pop in the loading.tsx. And now next to that, if I was to click into a course, you see, that. So if it locates the nearest loading and it will fall back to that. Because it's basically a React suspense boundary and it's finding the nearest fallback, which is the loading.tsx, right? We also have one for a lesson that I've done. So in this case, we go to lessons, slug, boom, loading.tsx. And now if I was to go into this, boom, React fundamentals, and then we click into that. And then now, hey, really nice, right? And that's much more of a nice user experience than what we were experiencing before. So if we're going to Python, let's go into Python fundamentals. Boom, the video pops in just like that. What's going on? So much nicer, right? And also dashboard, right? So dashboard, we've just got the loading right now. So for the dashboard page, I also want a loader as well. And this is basically how you can configure different loading states for each one. Loading.tsx at that level will now give me a very nice dashboard UI. There we go. That's much better than the little spinner. But if for any reason that we were in a catch-all or any other route, it would fall back to that loading spinner. So pretty nice, okay? Cool. So now, with this in mind, we have all of this. We now need to do the AI component. For Ultra members only, we have an AI component. So inside of layout.tsx at the top level, where we render the cloud provider and Sanity Live, that top level, we are going to have something called the Tutor widget. Hey, there we go. And this is going to be the AI assistant that we talked about earlier, right? Now, what is the Tutor widget? What the heck does it do? Well, effectively, I'm going to try and jump through this one quick because we've got quite a lot to do, right? So inside of components, we have the Tutor folder, okay? So I'm going to add in one. We've got an index with 4 things: Tutor widget, Tutor chat, Tutor messages, Tutor provider, and use Tutor, okay? So what the heck is that? What is going on here, right? Firstly, Tutor context. This is a context, React use context. So effectively, this is going to be used for determining, is it open? Is it closed? I don't know. Like, you know, like how do we determine that? Okay. So in this case, we've got the Tutor context like so. We've got use Tutor, which use accesses into the Tutor context, and it can basically go ahead and do so like so. Right now, the one thing I need to do is I forgot one thing. I just want to check. Tutor context. So tutor provider, sorry. So tutor provider. Okay, that's in the tutor widget. Yeah. So the tutor context provides global state. Now inside the tutor widget is where I pass that state in. So if we go down here, we basically pass in the tutor provider around the tutor panel. And this is going to be the panel, which is the little widget in the bottom right. Okay. We just go ahead and we access the user's auth. We check is it loaded. We check is the user got Ultra plan. If they haven't, we don't show it. Otherwise, we show it. Simple as that. Okay. Above it, we have the tutor panel. This is the backdrop, the panel. This is effectively going to be the background next to the slide out panel. So if I was to show you the demo of the main live app, and I go into a Ultra member account, sign in, boom. Let's go over here to a Ultra member. The back panel is this. This is effectively a big button. So you see, you click it and then basically you shut the thing. Or we've got the button over there. Okay. So the backdrop is the button to close the chat. The slide out panel is here. If it opens, we just do a simple translate X, right? So basically it will slide in and then it'll slide out and so forth, right? Then we've got the div, we've got the header for it. And then this is just essentially the simple bit of, this is just UI, right? Header, the chat body is the main thing, and then chat input. Okay. So tutor chat, this is the main thing. Okay. So in this case, tutor chat, click it. Here we have the use chat. This is using Vercel AI SDK. So what are we using here? Vercel AI SDK. And we're actually using SDK 6. So I wanted to use the latest and greatest stuff. So in this case, this is in beta, so be careful, right? It's like, just be aware of that. We're going to install this right here. So we're going to install the beta commands. So in this case, pm I. So these are betas. So if you're watching this in the future, you may be using the most up-to-date one, which might not be a beta, but there you go. Okay, so there you go. And then my app just crashed. So we need to pm dev again. Now with that, you can see we can do a bunch. So now you can use the, they've got some new gateway key abstraction, but we're not going to do that for now. Okay, so you can follow the rest of that if you want to, but use chat is effectively what we're going to use here. Now, use chat by default tries to find /API /chat for any kind of messaging or talking or endpoint, right? So effectively it defaults to this endpoint. So what it does is basically starts with a message. So this is effectively what we'll see the user chat. So in this case, if I show you an example of the one, so you can see like, hey, I'm your personal learning assistant. And then we type in hi, and then you see how it can go ahead and just chat away with us, right? So typically that's the first message. And then we've just got some UI elements. Every time the messages updates, we scroll it to the bottom of the list to give that kind of active chat style functionality, right? We've got a simple handle submit where we send a message. Sending a message is a function that they give us with use chat. So they abstract a lot of the complexity here. Now, the main thing that we need to know is that we render out tutor messages here. This one, we can get into that afterwards. But the main thing is we render out the tutor messages, we got the form, and then basically, yeah, that's basically the simple nutshell of it. Now, I'll show you how we render out special messages afterwards. But the main thing is we need to have an API route. So for the chat. So what we do is we go into our, we create inside of here, we have an API folder. Inside of that, we have another folder chat, and we create a route.ts file. And then this is where we effectively do it. So this is using the new agent SDK push or shift that they've done in Vercel AI SDK 6. So it actually abstracts so much, it's awesome. So basically all we're doing here is using clerk billing to determine, are you a ultra member? And we're checking at the server level to be sure. Then what we do is we just get the messages from the post request, which is passed in from Vercel's use chat hook. And then you see create agent UI stream response. This is new. So in this case, the agent, we pass in the messages and also this new agent thing, right? So in this case, tutor agent. So what I'm doing here is I need to create this tutor agent. What is that, right? So in this point, what we're going to do is we're going to have a lib AI folder. So we're going to have in our lib an AI folder, and this has two things. One, a tools folder for search courses. That's going to be the agent's tools. And then we have the tutor agent. Now, this is what we call, it's called a tool loop agent. Okay, so firstly, let's import this right now. Tutor agent. So firstly, we got the model. And in this case, we're using GPT-4. You can use 5 even, 5 mini, whatever you really want. Doesn't matter. 5 mini even. Right, we'll just use 5 for now. Now, next up, we give it instructions. So in this case, I've given it a bunch of instructions. And the more clarity, demos, that kind of stuff you can give it is good, right? The second argument, you give it tooling. So in this case, I've given it a search courses tool. This tool, as you can see over here, we have a query inline, which to be fair, I should have shifted that out. So let's go back for a second. So here we have the agent. And then in order to use this in your environment.local file, you actually need to have an OpenAI key. So environment.local. So here you're going to need to have an OpenAI API key. Now I already have one, so I'm going to go ahead and use this one right now, and then I'm going to pop it in and hit save. So to get that, go to platform.openai.com, grab a key. It's paid, of course, obviously. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop my key in. I'm closed my file and I've hit save. Now I'm back. Now the OpenAI from Vercel AI naturally finds that OpenAI _API _key, right? So I did that. Now, next thing is we've got to build the tool that the agent can use. So firstly, we'll start from the actual search courses tool. So here, it's a new tool. We give it a description. We give it an input schema where you can use Zod for this. And then we have an execution, right? So what we're saying is we're basically going ahead and we're fetching all the courses with the content query. Then what we do is we go ahead and we basically log in out to make sure that this is more for debugging, because this bit can be pretty tricky, okay? Then we're going to go ahead and do the following. And we're basically just filtering out the different search terms. And then what we're doing is I've implemented this score course function. What this is doing is it's matching all of the different search terms that you basically passed in, and it's going ahead and it's just checking, does the text contain it? And then if it does, if it's found in a course title, we get more of a scoring. If it's found in the description, we give it half scoring. If it's found in the category, and this is accumulative, so you can be in all of these things and you have a higher score. And why is this good? Because this allows us to basically say we've got 6 different lessons which could be relevant. The more that the search term pops up, we're going to use a simple scoring algorithm like that, okay? Then we basically return it. So in this case, we get a score, and then we are going to return the score as well. So in this case, where do we do it? We do it over here. So we get the scored courses, and then we are going to format the courses. So we're returning title, description, lessons, and then we're going to return them accordingly. So we're going to return this, right? Now, how does this work? Like, how is this whole thing even making sense? Course search schema, this bit here. So this is a Z object. So basically we're saying you take a query, right? That's all you take. And all that query is describing is the topic, skill, technology, or learning goal the user wants to learn about. Okay. Very high level, right? And now we have this all courses with content query. So because I've got that now, one, I need to add Zod. So PMPMI Zod. Zod is amazing for handling validation of like types and these kind of things. And then we've also got a new defined queries. We need to do type gen. Okay. So now that that's done, we should have the types. And then what we're going to do is then it will basically go ahead and it will return the correct thing. So in this case, it will determine the formatted courses. Where is this being used? Sorry. Yeah, so it will scroll through. Yeah, format courses. Oh yeah, sorry. Here, this whole thing is doing is a formatting call. Yeah. So this is mapping twice. So it's mapping once through the score courses and then mapping through the module details. And then what we're doing is we're basically saying, I found it. The message is, I found this course with relevant content and the course is right there. That is the response from the AI tool, right? And then the AI basically has a looping mechanism. So it understands this is just part of AI orchestration, agent orchestration. So basically once it gets the response back, it then passes that back in and then it basically uses that as context to respond to whatever your initial question was. So based on that, we have our agent. So in this case, the tutor widget is there now and it should load. So in this case, let's give it a try. So can't resolve React Markdown. Oh yeah, remember I told you one more part I didn't cover, which was inside the tutor panel. Over here, we did not cover tutor chat. We did not cover tutor messages, this one. So React Markdown, because the AI is going to return back some Markdown sometimes. So PMPMI, React Markdown. This means that we also need to do a couple of setup things. So React Markdown. Go over here and take us to a GitHub. Here you have it. Install it. And then we're going to, typically we have to add it into, or we use Tailwind. So Tailwind config, 1 second. No, it's in globals. CSS. Tailwind animate. I don't know I don't even know if we need it anymore. I'm sure there's a Tailwind. Or maybe in V4, sorry, we don't need to do it anymore. Okay, anyway, we'll try it out. So there we have it. Nice thing. We pop it out. Boom. There you go. Beautiful. Right. So let's just type in hi there. And firstly, it should start streaming back. Oh, no, didn't stream. Okay. So let's see what's going on there. So heading back over to our layout tutorial. So firstly, what went on? So this first thing to do is console. Cannot read properties type undefined. No, that's not the one. Oh yeah, that's it. So I haven't done the tool calling. Okay. So you see there's a gap, right? If I say like Python, for example, right? So it should know how to, so it's doing a tool call right now and then searching course is complete. And then it should give me the results in a moment. There. So it found the Python for data science course, Python fundamentals, NumPy, and it gave me all of the things. So if I click on this now, it should take me to it in a moment. Yep, there you go. So that works. But the thing it's not doing is it's not showing me. If we go to the production one, the production one shows me if I say Python, see that loading indicator. So I need to build that. There you go. So that's what we're missing. So the loading indicator is in Tutor widget. So message circle, toggle chat, blah, blah, blah. I missed it somewhere very simple. So it's just inside. I think it's tutor messages. Yeah. It's thinking. So it's actually. Is loading. Is loading. So this is not rendering out. If the message length is 1, okay, so let's try again. So hi there. Okay, so mine is doing a weird little pause interaction. So in this case, let me do Python course. Let's go in here, okay? Start the music again. Searching courses completed. I think it is working. I think it's just a case of, yeah, it's just being delayed. Okay. In that case, yeah, I mean, it works. That's great, right? We're gonna go with that. So in this case, NumPy, data analysis with pandas. You see, like, boom, there you go. And that is actually handy. That's actually a really handy thing. Okay. So now that that's done, we've got the AI element down, right? So we built an AI agent, right? Now, of course, I jumped through that a little bit, but it's worth mentioning that the Vercel AI SDK made that very easy, by the way. Okay. So we have the whole thing there. And now, for example, I want to find mobile apps. So right here, right, I want to build mobile apps. Cool. In this case, the loading, yes, the loading is the only thing. Or the thinking. So using tool is not getting, oh, that's interesting. There's definitely a bug there. Okay, so that's not ideal. So I'm gonna get rid of that. So here we've got a ton of re-renderings going on. What is that? Okay. So let's have a look. I've screwed up somewhere. Tutor widget. Because you see that, even if I did this in Python, let's try again. Okay, so, okay, so searching course is complete. Let me have a look. So there's something I'm missing here. So firstly, let's just debug. So why is this happening? Just very simply, to be honest, whilst it's happening, to just check that initially. And now while that's happening, I will check. It's also not showing the using tool message. It's using, which isn't standard Vercel, yeah. I think it could be the model. It could be the model, perhaps. It could actually be the model, yeah. So let's go and see that. Actually, that's a good point. So I mean, GPT-5 should work, but anyway, let's see. So agent. Let's just try 4.0. I just want to see something. It could actually be the model, but ignore that for a second. So that's the only difference that I have. So let's type in hi there. There you go. There's the model. That's strange. Okay. So in this case, we could do Python courses. There you go. Okay. So GPT-5 doesn't seem to play well with the tool loop agent. And look, it's coming back perfect, exactly as I wanted it. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So that's good to know. So 5, I mean, that's really weird. But to be fair, that's actually a really good learning opportunity. So you guys can see that sometimes the model itself could be the issue. So you would be debugging that for ages, and it could have been the model. So the tool loop, although 5 is more clever, so I don't know truly, but it could be a case the tool loop agent is currently only working with GPT 4.0. Whatever the case, I recommend check it out afterwards, but at least we're good. Okay, so I say I want to learn phone apps, dev, and then searching course complete. And now you can see, here's some great phone apps. Yep, there you go. Nice. Awesome. Look at that. React Native setup. Boom. Nice. Okay, cool. So we've done it. That is the front end done. So we've done this. We've done Sanity Studio. Now we go to the App SDK. So we are 3 hours and 28 minutes in. I want to get this done in pretty good time. So we need to build this. So effectively, what is this? This is going to replace the Sanity Studio. Okay. So Sanity Studio is the backend that we're used to seeing. Effectively, we've seen it a few times here. So it's this one right here. Oops, so this one right here. Right, we're going to replace this using the Sanity App SDK so we can build this entire backend. So there's a couple of concepts that we need to understand, and there's a couple of things that we need to get a hang of. So firstly, I recommend you go to this website right now, which is sanity.io/docs/app SDK. Right, so go here firstly, and then this is where you want to go through. Now, Simeon's done a great job. If you go to Learn App SDK over here, he's done an awesome course that you can go check out. So I recommend you watch this. So it will teach you a ton. So go and watch this right now. So it's in part of Sanity Learn. But why build content apps? You know, it will explain the differences and then what goes on. He'll also show you what use documents projection is, and so forth. And he'll give a really nice example of it. So I recommend you go check it out. And also why you shouldn't be using use query, because use documents, the App SDK is all about trying to get that real-time multiplayer functionality, the kind of, you know, exactly what you'd be getting in the Sanity Studio, but in your own custom bespoke backend. So it's really nice to build like custom interfaces where we need to do more, right? But we still want to leverage the power of Sanity. So in this case, I'm going to assume that you've read a couple of these things, such as the App SDK Quick Start, document handles, and a few things. And again, mainly it's revolved around React suspense. So like when we're waiting for things, there'll be suspense boundaries and a few other areas. So installation, let's just get started with it. So we've got the Sanity SDK and Sanity SDK React. So I've got a few build notes as well that I'm even using just to help us out a little bit. But there's no actual clear way. So when you do the template quick start, right, this is all designed for building a React app. I'm going to show you, which I've not seen a tutorial online at all on how to do this. I'm going to show you how you can do it in a Next.js app and have everything working. Okay, so it's pretty crazy what we're about to do. But what we're going to do is we're going to go to the top level here, go to app, and smash the thumbs up button because this took a ton of work to figure out. All right, so go to admin. Now admin is where we're going to have our /admin. So we're going to have actual /admin route. /admin route. And then we're going to have page and layout. So page.tsx, and we're also going to have layout.tsx. Okay. Now in the layout, we're going to have the following. So in the layout, we're going to have this. We're going to have the admin layout. We're going to have the providers, right, which is a custom bit of code that we're going to do ourselves. We've got a background, and we've got this suspense boundary for when you're loading the admin dashboard. We have the admin header and the admin breadcrumbs. Now, what is all of that, right? So I'll show you in production land. So if we go to this right here, the admin header is this. The admin breadcrumbs is this. So I built a really clever admin breadcrumbs, which basically follows you through. So based on whatever lesson we're in, say for example, you click in a random lesson over here. Let's go into a nested lesson. And you can see over here. So say for example, this is awesome, honestly. As I say, we go and click into, look at that. I can see the different I can see the course, the different modules, and the lesson. So if I click into that, for example, now the breadcrumbs will populate dynamically and give me the course, the module, and the course. So you can actually just click through it. So it's super user-friendly. So we need to build all of this. And again, main focus here is a high-level explanation so we can get it done in a decent amount of time. So first level, providers, right? What is the providers? What are we going to do with that? So the providers is effectively how we're going to import the Sanity app provider. Okay, so first things first, let's go into our components. We need providers.tsx. Now, we don't have this Sanity app provider. What is that, right? Well, this is effectively the Sanity SDK for React, right? So we need to install this. So pm I Sanity SDK React. Now, again, that was actually inside of the documentation. So we did see that. I believe it was Sanity SDK as well. We also need the Sanity SDK. So after that's done, pm I Sanity SDK without the React. Yeah, we need that one as well. Okay. Now, dataset and project ID, we already have these from our previous setup. Sanity app is here, like so. So we basically have the Sanity app, and again, this is for the app SDK. So don't get things confused. App SDK we're working with here. Yeah? So passing the config, and then we're handling it. Right now, we're handling the loading state in the dynamic import. So I'll show you what's separate here. So the reason why is because what we need to do here, which isn't really well explained to be honest, but I've figured it out ourselves, is basically the demos are all for React. And now you might run into this situation with not just this example, lighting is so nice. You might not just run into this example with this. You might run into this example with any library that you're working with. There's a React demo, but how do we get it working with my Next.js kind of app? And sometimes that can be a real painful situation to overlap. So in this case, this is built for React, not Next.js, right? So what we're doing here is we're disabling the server-side rendering component and we're using a dynamic import. So you can Google Next Dynamic to have a look. But what we're effectively doing is we're importing Sanity App Provider, which we just showed you. We've got a fallback loading, which is just loading spinner. And then effectively it's just wrapping the children. Now what we then do is we go into our admin and then we wrap the entire admin with providers, right? So in this case, this is going to, and this is a client component. So effectively, we're basically forcing this to render only on client by disabling SSR, okay? So that basically is what Next.js is inclined to do, server first. So in this case, we turn that off and we say, okay, for the admin part, everything is client first, right? Basically, right? Then we've got the admin header, the admin breadcrumbs, and the loading spinner. So let's do that. So now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pop in the components admin folder. Now there's a lot of things here. And what I'm gonna do is as we touch on these things, I'll start to explain which one's which. So admin header is inside of admin layout. We've got the admin header logout button. So logout button effectively calls the logout function from Sanity. So we're logging out from Sanity because we're using Sanity for the admin backend login authentication, right? Next up, we have the admin header. And again, this is just literally nav items. So it takes you to admin, admin courses, admin modules, admin lessons, admin categories. Then we have the path name, which are you active, and basically it's just literally a header. There's nothing fancy. And on a mobile, it's going to be a drop down. Okay. Then on the breadcrumbs front, we have a bit more intricate work, right? So firstly, we need to install grok. So pm-i grok. Okay. Now let that do its thing. Yep. And now that should be gone. Yep. And then we have our few queries here. So course query, module query, lesson query. And again, you can, and category query, you can move these. Okay. Obviously you can move these as much as you want. So we're going to do a type gen now. And then this will go ahead and do a type generation. So that way these generate types for them, right? Then we have a no query, and then this is the breadcrumbs. So what we're doing here is effectively, this bit I would honestly tell you is worth doing a deep dive on your own accord because it will take time to figure out what's going on. But effectively, what we're doing is we're taking the URL, right? So in this case, the URLs that we spoke about were the ones in the previous page, which were, these ones. So / courses, modules, lessons, categories. Okay. And we're just doing a simple match. So we're saying if your query, if your document ID and document type is course. Yeah, so segments, right? So these are the URLs. These are directly correlating to courses, modules, lessons, categories. And if you notice here, we had courses, modules, lessons, categories. So I'm using the same text, right? So you have to make sure the texts match up. So that's what we're doing. And then the document type is exactly the text. It's kind of tightly coupled, if I'm honest. I would probably, if I was to do this again, I'd do a constant. It's safer to do that as opposed to just this, because if someone will have no idea that changing a slug would break, you know, the wildcard ID or whatever will break it. But in this case, it's basically determining which query we're going to make from grok, the backend. Okay. Then we make that query. And then we basically show the breadcrumbs based on which one is reloaded. If document type is courses, then we'll show the, we're basically defining an items array of the breadcrumbs. So if you see here, the breadcrumbs are this one. So this is like an items array. So we're basically just pushing different items on. Like if you can see, like document type is this and document type, and see as we get more further down, lesson being the most, because you're going to push different pieces on. So it's going to have the course, the module, the lesson, and so forth. And same categories are very simple, right? And then we render out the breadcrumbs by just like mapping through the items list. And that's how we effectively define this right here. Okay. So that's quite a lot to take in, but yeah, just like I said, take your time with it. It's fine, right? So in this case, we save, and then we have a suspense boundary. So basically, if anything inside of here, for whatever reason, it has an asynchronous blocking operation, or we're awaiting something, then it'll go ahead and fall back to the suspense boundary. So let's give it a little try. So if we go to, now let's do localhost /admin. Now we should be prompted with the Sanity login. So firstly, default export is not because we don't have a page. Oh yeah, oops. So in this case, the page here is going to be for, all right, so this is the dashboard page, okay? So lots of presentational things. It can be a little bit kind of like what the hell's going on here, but really these are all inline components, right? So these are all just internal components, and all I'm doing here is I'm just hard coded a dashboard effectively, okay? And what we're using, the main thing I need you to pay attention is use documents. So the use documents is what triggers the entire flow to basically do what it does. Because we did use documents, yeah, that's a great line, isn't it? Because we did use documents, what's happening is it tries to make a call to use documents using the App SDK. And then what it does is it's basically saying, is the user authenticated? Do I have access to their token? You know, do I have, there's different ways. There's something called studio mode, but I'm not going to get into that. But at a short level, it tries to make the API call, finds out you're not authenticated, redirects you to a Sanity login. Okay. But you can see here, this is so much simpler with the App SDK, but it's more for that admin use. So in this case, use documents, document type is course. And this will just give us all the courses. Module, give us all the modules. Lesson, module, give us all, and same for categories. And then based on that, if we go into, say for example here, you can see I've literally got a document handle, array of documents handles for the current batch. Okay. And then we just render it out basically. So you can see down here, quick links. Where's the actual rendering out? Stat card, document type. So in this case, document type. Stat card content, use documents, it goes into that and use. So notice how there's a singular use document and then there's use documents, right? Use documents takes the document type and it gives you back the documents themselves. Again, it gives you the document handle and then we just render it out. So documents.length and then we can show it. So now let's log in with an authenticated account. So in this case, sunny.sanga. I need a water break. My mouth is so dry. Thank you, Hayat. Look at that dashboard, boom. So now this content health is basically just using documents and just, if it pulled the data, it says, yeah, it's working. So I just created something off of that. Quick actions, you just click us to the courses, so /courses, /modules and so forth. And you see how we hit that refresh loading admin dashboard? That's because of the suspense boundary, the loading. These are being pulled through. And then we have this Open Studio, okay? Now Open Studio is an awesome one because what we're going to, sometimes we might want to go to the studio, okay? So you're going to see me use this notion a lot, but Open Studio, as you can see here, this one is a link, okay? As we progress on, I'm going to use this special hook called Use, I think it's called Use Studio link, but it's really awesome. And basically what you can do is it's got, if we go into here, for example, there is a use navigate studio document. Really handy because what you can do is if you're inside of a custom like item, for example, like we do it sometimes here, like I want to go to this exact page inside of Sanity Studio. I can click open in Studio and this will take me to the exact page of that Sanity document in the Sanity Studio. So now you can see that exact page will come up. There you go. And I can actually modify in the studio because sometimes, you know, you might run into some kind of corner case where you're like, yeah, can't do it here. So let's finish off in the studio. Yeah. Cool. So let's start building out the user interface now for this. So the next step naturally is we're going to build the courses page. So courses, this one right here. So admin /courses. So admin courses and that page is what we're going to build. So this one right here. So we have firstly the actual course page itself. So this one is page TSX. There we are. So we have course list, which is a component that I've created. It takes the project ID and the data set, which we get from our environment files. So let's look at the course list. So this is inside of the admin files that I went ahead and popped in, right? We've got a course list. What this is doing is it's using something called use apply document actions. Now, what is that? So firstly, I'll show you what is being pulled through, and then I'll explain what's going on. Okay, so let me pull it through. So firstly, here we have the admin dashboard courses. So this is a course list. Now, firstly, if I type in here React master, right? You see how there's a little pause and then it does it. So that's actually doing a correct, like it's doing a grok side query. And also the courses, if we create a new course, well, we don't actually have the server action, I believe, at the moment. So no, we don't actually have the page, but it should have created the course, I believe, or one or the other, right? But in this case, I'll show you. So there's a couple of components here. And again, bear with me. Okay. So in this case, we've got the first step, which is we've got the course list. Now, use apply document actions is whenever we want to publish a document, whenever we want to unpublish, whenever we want to delete a document or create a document, these are known as document actions. So we need the apply function, right? And again, Simeon talks about all of this inside of the doc. So in this case, what I'd recommend is like use apply document actions. I really recommend you watch that. It's actually very handy. Yeah. Handle create course. In this case, this one is just going to be a transition, which means that we can have a, is creating basically blocker. And then here we just say new document handle equals create document handle, which is a helper function from SDK React, from Sanity's React library, App SDK. We pass in a random crypto ID and we pass in the document type. Simple as. So it's an empty document. Then what we do is we await apply create document. Okay. So you create a handle first and then you apply the create document on the handle. Okay. Then you push to the new ID, which is what happened now. We just didn't have the page ready. Okay. So once that's done, that actually would have created a page in a drafted state. Yeah. Then we have the list page header. So in this case, these headers are just basically these. Right, so very simple. So list page header is just a UI component, very simple. Right. On action, handle create course. So in that case, I've just passed in a handle create course function. So in each page, I've got effectively a different handle example. So as you can see here, I've got in modules, new module, and then here I've got new lesson, and then here I've got new category. So that's why I've made it a reusable module, reusable function. A search input is the next one. We've got this. It's a value search query, set search query. This one, all it effectively does is we prop drill one level down, and then we say on change. So the on change is actually happening here. And all that's doing is just changing the value. The main thing is really in the search query. So we have a suspense for this search. Do you see that? How there's a little bit of a loading kind of document grid skeleton here. So I've created this helper skeletons. So these are a bunch of skeletons. You can just feel free to go grab them. But effectively, that's just rendering those out. So in this case, we're just saying render out those. Yeah. And then the course grid. So in this case, the course grid is the next one. And we pass in the handlers. So all of the things that we spoke about, right? Now these, probably don't have to keep passing these down. We could probably do them inside, but it's fine, okay? So in this case, course grid. Now, firstly, we use documents to go ahead and grab the course, the courses themselves. Then we render out all of the different courses and then suspense boundaries between each one. And each one is a document called skeleton. So you can see, that's why you can see a skeleton around it while it's loading, okay? While that's basically pulling data in. We can do admin course item here. This one takes through everything else. And again, I keep passing these through. You shouldn't do that. Should actually, again, this is a direct result of trusting like a vibe coding too much like at that point. So here, really what we should have done is just used the environment variables directly in the component. Doesn't make any sense what we're doing here. And this is the main part, use document projection. So what we're doing here is we're getting everything, but the projection is the important part. This is effectively how we do grok querying. So this is basically what we're trying to project. So we're getting the title, description, tier, and then I'm basically projecting. Also, I'm opening up the thumbnail, the asset, getting the URL, getting the count for the module lessons, getting count of modules. So effectively, that's what we're doing here. And then you get the course, and then we render out the course card. So these are the same course cards that we had before. So that's why we see them like this, except this one has a href, which takes you, if it has a href, it would just take you to the href instead of the typical client-side flow. So in this case, if I click this, it'll take me to courses/course Python data science. So we don't have that created yet, okay? Now the search input one is the next one. So inside of the course grid, the search query is you see how when we basically render this list, we passed search query down a level, right? So here we have the search query with the state. We just passed the state down to the course grid, and that was feeding into the search query here for the use document. So naturally, if I change this, it passes a different prop down and it changes this call. So that's how we get a perfect search, right? So we can say native, and there you go. And I can say apps, boom, there you go. Cool, right? So we can create a new course and we can go ahead and do this, right? Nice. So next up, we have the individual course page itself. Well, firstly, before we do that, let's do modules, lessons, categories before we start doing the individual pages, okay? So next up, we have modules, admin modules. Let's do that one. So admin modules. So modules. So inside of here, we're gonna have modules, page.tsx. Cool. Now for the modules page, we have the following, okay? We have a module list. So we have module list, and this will go ahead and render. So you can hit a refresh on this. Sanity App SDK, loading admin dashboard, and then boom, we have this. Now, obviously, I was explaining this. The new module for this is going ahead and doing the same thing. So in this case, look, use apply document actions, create document action, except this time module, right? So effectively, it routes us to that. So the same principle applies with all of those things, yeah? So we have the list page header for the top. We have the search input for this. And the same thing, guys, look, Python. You see? Like and so forth, right? So, and then we have the module list content. So let's go into that. This is the list at this point. So the actual list renders out. Now we're using two. We're using modules and we're using courses. The reason why we're doing this is that if we have search query, then I want to basically check the modules. Otherwise, I'm trying to get all of the courses. So that way I can render all of the courses with the modules inside of them, because it's kind of a nicer view, right? It's a bit weird to see all of the modules out of their courses. It doesn't make any sense. So at this point, if I want to go ahead and say ABC, you see no module found. Let's do data analysis with pandas or pandas, look, pandas. Yeah, you see that? So then it goes ahead and shows just the module on that case, right? So if modules exists, then we'll go ahead and render the module. So in this case, I'll show you how it works. So courses with modules, we just got a set, so we reduced any duplicates. If there's no modules, we show an empty state. Again, just a presentational component saying empty. If it's searching, show a flat list. So we search, if there is a search query, we show module items, right? So in this case, module items is a presentational component. It's just each of those module items that you saw here. So if I type in data, these are module items, okay? Now, if it's when we're not searching, so if we got past without a search query, then it will render out an accordion with course with modules. And again, this one is actually just using projection to expand each of the documents. And then we are basically just rendering out the accordions like so. So you got the accordion with the children underneath it, okay? The content. So you see it's just basically going through them. And you see how those are also in suspense because those module items have projections inside of them. So every single time we do that, you see how each one individually was handling it. It's awaiting promise. It's blocking promise inside. So use document projection is a blocking promise that needs to be resolved. If we highlight over it, you can see it's a promise. Well, it's basically, yeah, so it's definitely a promise, right? So it's a blocking call. So that's basically going to cause the suspense boundary to be hit. And then that's what you see the loaders for. So that's the course with modules. And then we've got orphan modules for the ones that we basically don't belong anywhere. So maybe I imported these before, maybe whatever I did, but the case is these don't belong anywhere. So these are called orphan modules, okay? So let's go ahead and do the next one. So the next one is lessons. So for now, let's do modules, lessons. Now here we do page.tsx. So lessons, page.tsx. Same thing. So now let's have a look. We go into lesson list. Same principle, guys. We have the handle create, except this time for a lesson with a redirect to a lesson instead. Same list page header, same search input, lesson list content. Go into lesson list content. And now you can see we've just got some slight differences here. Here we're basically determining if, again, the same principle for the searching, right? So if I type in, for example, app, right? You see how the single view is going to be, that's why we need two documents. The single view is the lessons individually. Otherwise, I'm rendering it in a course view. And the course view has double accordions because I want to know the course, the module, the lesson. That's a nicer view. But if I want to search, then I just want to see the individual lesson. So you see, that's kind of a nice UI experience, right? So in this case, the same thing. If we're searching, show the lesson items individually. Otherwise, group by course and module when not searching. So in this case, we got badges, video, content, slug, which is basically just like a legend at the top. And then we show the accordion. So basically we show for every single course, render out an accordion, right? And then that's going to be course with modules and lessons. And then we've got the orphan lessons way at the bottom, if we have any. So course with module and lessons, here you can see we render in, and it's basically presentational. Okay, so at this point, that module with lessons gets rendered in side of it. And if you just follow the trail, you can basically see what's going on, right? So it's just rendering out these, and then that eventually renders out a lesson item, right? So it's quite a nice kind of flow in how it's working. And yeah, and that's how we get this really nice kind of nested view. And all of this, by the way, is real time. So use document, it was all real time, okay? Backend which lang. So we're using Node.js, obviously, Next.js, right? Then categories is the final one on the back. So let's go to categories. So app admin, categories, page.tsx. So for this one is a straight up document list. Okay. So this one is a document list, document types, categories, title, description, base path, and a few other things. So this one is literally just rendering out the different things. Okay. And that takes you to categories, category data science, and so forth. Now, here is where it gets very, very interesting, right? So firstly, if we go into dashboard courses now, okay? So this is where things get very interesting. So basically I had to figure out, okay, so there's many ways in which we can easily edit a field. A field is not that difficult. It's more a case of when we have several things where we need to have editing abilities inside of. So these are fields that are multiplayer, that basically affect things. And in this case, if I type this in, it's another field which is mapped to some, a part of a document. This is mapped to a part of a document. These are all mapped to parts of documents. We have the thumbnail, the image uploading capabilities. We have the draft, all of these things, even the delete and the discard, right? So if we're in a published state and so forth, right? And even the unpublished and published. So what I've done, and I want you to pay attention here, is I've basically created lots of helper input files. So you'll see inside of the inputs folder, we have a few things here. We have, like, for example, let's look at a string input. So a string input is, for example, this. This is a string input, okay? So what I've done is I've simply made a string input. It has a string input fallback for when there's a suspense when it's loading. And we have a use document with the handle of the document and the path. The handle of the document could be the lesson or the course or whatever it is. The path is the actual path for the field that we're editing. So it would be a case of, like, I don't know, this could be the course, like, I don't know, React Basics 101. The path is title. Edit value is this use edit document, and basically it takes the same thing, and that allows us to have access to the document and also edit the value of the document. And then what we do is we basically map it accordingly, right? And then we have the string input, this is what we end up using. And then this basically is the input field. Now, the reason why we have it like that is because you see how when it loads initially, wait for it. Yeah. So you see how there's blocking elements? Because when it's loading that initial use document, that's a blocking thing. So in that case, it will trigger the suspense boundary. So we trigger the input fallback, and then we have the skeleton. So I've done that for all of the data types. A slug, I've done that for slugifying things. See, I've done it for a slug field. I've done it for a switch input field, right? I've done it for a text area input field, using text area and so forth. I've done it for a select field. So these I'm basically showcasing now. Then radio group as well. So in this case, this is how we do the free access tier and so forth. And the category is the select field. So in this case, it'll be the radio. There's one more. Yeah, okay. Reference input field. This one is interesting. So this one is actually more for this. So if you see here, say for example, I've got a course, I want to add a module. Boom, I add modules. You see I can add advanced React. I click on add, and now I've added the advanced React module. Remember, it's not published because we're in draft state. In order to publish that, I need to basically go ahead, and by the way, you see this nice view here as well. I can add a lesson as well. So I can go ahead and click publish, and now that's published. Okay. So in this case, that would have been published inside, right? I think I've screwed something up locally anyway. But the point is that, yeah. So in this case, you can go ahead and do Sanity development, blah, blah, blah. So just go ahead and pop this in. I'm in some weird edge case right now. Let's publish it. And then there we have it. Well, I think I clicked discard instead. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's published. Right. So now that would have actually published the Sanity development. So if I was to refresh this now, we'll see a publish. We're in the unpublished button. So you go, we're published, and we'll see Sanity development. And oh, advanced React did go in. We just had a bit of a weird glitch. Yeah. So you can see like so. Okay. So in those cases, I've got this reference input. So you can feel free to look at this. And effectively what that is doing is it's pulling this select trigger. You see this? Basically is using the document and using get current reference value, fetch all documents of the reference type. And then basically that is what we're seeing here. So that's why we're able to do this. And then the addition allows us to submit it and add it to the parent. We got the mux and the image input. Image input, again, I'm not going to go through this entire thing with the image input. The main thing here is the uploading of the image. This is server action. You can come here and have a look, but you can basically see this is the image flow for the image upload. So this is basically how we have a form. So in this case, go down the input. This is how we typically do it. We have an input, which is of type file, accepts certain images only. We have a handle file select function, right, which basically just selects the file. And then we have a, if we go down here, we have a sample of if it has the image been selected or not, right? And then if it has been pulled in, so in this case, it has image, this is being pulled from Sanity's use document, cool. Then we render the image out and so forth, okay? We are going to need to add some next config things for the images to be allowed to be rendered out, okay? So that's the image input, and same for the Mux video uploader as well. So Mux uploader React, we need to install pmpmi Mux video uploader. This one is more interesting. This one is a case of we have lots of local state. You can see here when we first load, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get the client. In this case, I don't know why we didn't like this. We're going to get the client. We're going to go ahead and basically fetch the Mux data, the playback ID status and data. And then we set the asset data as soon, and this happens on load. Okay, so once we have a reference. So this is important because this is going to allow us to basically have an upload. So in this case, like create Mux upload URL, and we pass all of these things into, we're going to go into every single detail here, but if we go down to the main upload URI, Mux uploader, you can see here we got the endpoint, which is the upload URL. So that's the Mux upload URL that we created. Okay, like so. So in this case, the upload URL. Let's go back down, and then we've got on upload start, on upload success, on error, and then we've got some styles, right? So if I was you, I'd recommend going to the Mux uploader React documentation. You can see a lot of this for yourself, right? And then you've got a few more portable text. This one is mainly around, so in this case, I need to install a lot of these. pmpmi, portable text, pmpmi, portable text editor. Same for the render functions. Again, this is a different one. So effectively what this is doing, guys, is basically for portable text editing. So if you see in the final one, if we go into lesson, for example, let's go to any lesson, for example, here. Now what you'll see is there should be a portable text editor here. So I've created this custom one using portable text React. And what this is doing a direct mapping to the Sanity backend. So quite interesting, right, how we do this, right? So, and there's also a custom toolbar as well. So portable text toolbar. So pmpmi, portable text toolbar. Yes, we're hit 4 hours. I know, right? And we're going strong. I got loads in the tank. Okay. So this is a custom toolbar. Again, really, truly, a lot of this is from documentation, guys. So in this case, documentation, using AI to basically help me figure it out. We've got an inserting image. This one is very interesting, actually. This is more for, we'll get to this when we get to that area, right? But the main thing is here we've got the upload image action. So this is when we come to upload images and so forth. So portable text input is a big chunk of its own to handle that, okay? And the module accordion input as well. This one is for D&D. Oh yeah, so this one is most important actually. So you see, for example, in a course, okay? So for example, this machine learning fundamentals. What I've done here is I've implemented React drag and drop. So you see how we can do that? And you see how I can drag and drop these, right? Now it's worth mentioning, let's say for example, I pulled that underneath there. I changed the layout, so I published that. But if you make a change under here, technically what you're doing is you're changing the module. So if we go into the module will be in draft state because we moved it around. So if I was to discard the draft state, boom, that's the original state. But let's pop that up here. Now you see that's in draft. So I'd have to publish the module. So every single level, course, module, and lesson has a draft state when things are changed until it's published. So just like Sanity would. So it'll be in draft state as you edit it. And then when you publish it, it publishes. And then you can unpublish and so forth. When you unpublish, you're in a draft state, right? So that's how that works. So the module accordion input is basically how we're effectively doing this, right? So we have React D&D kit. So I need to install all of this stuff. And effectively, yeah, this bit gets pretty big as well. So again, we've got how all of this works is effectively interesting, but I'll get into that down the line. And then we've got each individual item. So D&D kit sortable, D&D kit utilities. And yeah, this is basically handle lesson drag over. So what happens when I drag one lesson over another lesson and so forth. So if I was to go into this, for example, right now in a module, let's go into any kind of module. So advanced React. How does that work when I drag that over that? You see like that behavior? That is all React D&D. Okay. So it's effectively all happening in here. Okay. Now this is all happening because we don't have types and we don't have a certain few things working. But in this case, what I want to do is I'll import all of these things. So D&D kit. So let's just install all of that now because we're going to need it. React D&D. So this. React D&D. D&D. So let's go ahead and PM I React D&D HTML5 backend. Okay. And that should get rid of these. No, these are plugins essentially, actually. So these are, if you go to React D&D, they have D&D kit sortable. So sortable. I'm not going to get, you guys can feel free to check that out, but effectively you need to install these. Yeah. Utilities and sortable. There's a lot we need to do. So PNPMI, React D&D sortable, and utilities, like so. All right. So in that case, that's going to install, and then also core, we need PM. So this core. And then we're pretty much good to go. Yep. Cool. D&D kit core. Sanity reference. So some of these are more just simple type errors. That's fine. Sanity reference. Okay. So we can fix that one afterwards anyway. Okay. So that's going to be the modules. And then you got the portable text and then reference array input. Is going to be for reference to array input. This one is for, this is the drag and drops, okay, for the references as well. So this is for one of the two. This one is for reference type. Okay, so this is general one, yeah. So I basically created these inputs, right? You can see why, because we're going to have a lot of stuff going on. We have shared items as well, so like the list page header, search input, and so forth. And then the main thing is the editors. These ones. So we've got lesson editor, course editor, category editor, and module editor. So what the heck are those? So basically, if we go into the Sanity App SDK, so in this case, course, right? If I click into this, now we're going to effectively render the course editor, right? So the course editor is this one here. So the course editor effectively has a fallback. It basically has a document ID, a project ID, and data set, okay? So it basically will render out the title description, and you see how each one has to have its own use document handler. Okay. Now this is basically how we get it, and then use edit document is how we pass this handler over to it. Oh no, you don't need to actually. I mean, you could just get it like so. But you need the use document and you need the use edit document. Okay. And then what we do is we have the input field. So this is one of our custom ones. We pass in, no, these are not custom ones. Where is it? No, no, these are custom ones. Yeah, no, these aren't the custom ones. But the input UI, edit title. Then we got the text area, edit description. Okay, interesting. I just used this basic one here. Did I not use my input field? I swear I built all of this for that. Okay, well, I mean, I could have used that. So I could have used those inputs. Okay. But in this case, anyway, if you want to keep it simple, you have one use document for getting the current value, which is the multiplayer aspect. And we want to manipulate the value, you need to use edit document. And that gives you edit title. So in that case, boom, that works. Same for this, very simple. Document actions. This is a custom one that I built. Document actions refer to these: draft, publish, discard, and this, delete. Okay. So each one of these is basically referred to as document actions. So if we go up over here, you'll see we've got use apply document actions, and then we've got the document handler itself for editing. We've got the use. Now here, I had to do something. So I had to use query as well, which is not ideal, but because I had to determine if we were in. So for example, I'll show you what I'm doing here. So if you're wondering why he has that, so in this case, say if I publish this. Say, for example, do ABC. I'm in draft, right? But say, for example, I discard the draft right now. Wait, yeah, if I discard the draft. So in this case, if I do, I forgot how we do it. I think it's this. Yeah. So if I publish and I unpublish, for a second, I shouldn't be able to discard because discard will actually delete. So the use query is basically just checking to make sure it's published or not. So I couldn't find a workaround there yet because this is a very custom build, but that's just in case you're wondering why did he do that. That's effectively what I did there. Okay. Now the main thing is here is we're determining if something is a draft or not because the ID of the document will start with drafts dot. Okay. So that's basically how we can check if this thing is a draft or not. Because if it changed, the document ID would just become drafts dot, then the ID of the document. And then we use is published because we're using use query to check is there already something published or not. You can use perspectives, but I couldn't get it working, to be honest. But in this case, what we're doing is we're basically going and for a course editor, we're checking if it's drafted, we show a draft badge. And then we've got each of the individual buttons. So for example, discard, we'll use the discard document function from Sanity's SDK. We've also got delete document, and we've also got publish and unpublish. That's how all of these things are happening, okay? So anytime you see that, that's effectively what I'm saying. So we should only be able to discard when we're in draft and there's a published version, right? Now we should only be able to unpublish when there is a no draft, right? And only when there's a draft should we be able to publish, okay? And then the delete button, we're basically just checking, is there a draft and there's no published version? Then we can, when we do a discard document, otherwise we do a delete document. Because if there's no, if you just created a new document, then you're currently in draft, but you haven't published. So you should just be able to use, if you try and delete, it will say it doesn't exist. You have to discard the draft. Otherwise, if you have previously published, you can do a delete. Okay, so there's a couple of rules, but effectively that's the kind of way it works, right? So that's the actions, they work for every single course. And then you've got the module accordion for the modules. That's effectively what's happening here. So the module accordion is basically going to take in the document ID, the document type, the project ID, the dataset, path, and label. And then we've got the image input for the sidebar. And you can see this is where it comes into a glory, because effectively we've got the reference input for the category, select for the tier, switch for the featured, slug for the slug. So this is really nice. Okay. Same for the image input. You see, we just passed in the thumbnail. And in this case, this will handle all the heavy lifting, except we need the upload image. So in this case, lib actions. So lib actions, we need a images upload. So this one is going to be lib actions, images, this case, images.ts. So in this case, right here, it's a server action. Basically, we get our write client because we're trying to write to Sanity. Well, this is basically going to take the form data, which includes the image, by the way, right? We validate the type to make sure it's an image. We just validate on the front end, and we also validate on the server. We make sure we're only on max 10 megabytes. In this case, a megabyte should be the reason because we're on a server function, but you can increase that in Vercel if you want to. And then you can convert the file to a buffer for the Sanity upload. So step one, we have to push it to Sanity. So step one, we basically go ahead and write client.assets.upload image. And basically this is how we upload from the form data to Sanity. And once we have the asset ID, then we return the asset ID over in the front end. So in this case, the image input. The reason why is because the image input then will have, so in this case, like after we handle upload, since it uploads it, we upload the image, we get the result, and then you see this edit image, this one here, edit image. That is the golden part. So that is using use edit document. So once we've uploaded to Sanity, it gives us back a reference to the uploaded image. We then use edit image to upload our draft. And then when we publish, it pushes up. Does that make sense, right? So it's quite, trust me, it sounds a lot more complicated than it is, but it's actually not so bad once you understand how this works, right? So that's how we do the image uploads. The only thing I haven't done is for the actions index. Yeah. We need to just export those. Yeah. Cool. So that's the course editor. The same for lessons. We have the similar process for lesson editor. Use document, we get the title description, edit title, edit description, document actions. OpenAI Studio is the special handle I was talking about. If you pass a handle in, you get the studio URL, and then you've got the link to it. Now, okay, I'm being a bit lazy here. So in this case, this is just doing directly to our own studio, but you can use the Use Studio hook that I talked about earlier, the one that Simeon talks about inside of Sanity Learn, okay? Then we've got the input, we've got the text area, and the same thing for settings. Look, slug, portable text input is the big one. Mux video input is the big one as well. So I think let's just jump into Mux video and just make sure that this is all good. So this is all for the uploading stuff. So we can test that afterwards. Module editor as well. Same for here, title description. And then we've got input, document actions, reference array input is going to be. And again, you see, we created one component which handles all the heavy lifting. If you click into it, you see this will have drag and drop elements. So yep, this is using the sensors. Yep. So this will have the drag and drop elements. And you can see the DND context, sortable context, and then it'll be on drag end. So this is once you've dragged and dropped, on drag end will effectively, you see, active over. And this is basically how you determine which place was it in, you know, like how do we determine which one goes over what? This is truly where AI comes in a league of its own. Because for stuff like this, mentally, it can just kind of throw you off sometimes. But having something like Cursor can really help speed this part up. So I'll be honest, I would use it here a lot. And I did use it here a lot. Because this part, I know what I want to achieve. My goal is not to wrestle with the library. I just want to get the library working, to do what I want it to do, make sure it does it efficiently, and then move on. Okay. So effectively, this is how we've handled the drag and drop. So that's the module, and the same categories is probably the easiest. This one is a simple thing. It's just got the input, text area, document, and it's got one more input for the editing, the icon. Super simple. Okay. So now we need to create the pages. So each individual page. So if we go to app admin, so let's go ahead and do, for example, firstly courses. So we've already got the individual course page. So in this case, let me go and push this on the side, individual course page. So here. And there you go. So this is the one. So I need to create this. So localhost /courses/slug. Okay. So courses. And then we're going to do ID. Sorry, not slug. So in this case, ID. And then I'm going to put page.tsx. Okay. So the page, courses ID page. This one. There you go. So we're using the new use hook, which is nice from React. Gets us the params. We don't have to do a wait and all that rubbish. We just do ID equals use params. And then we got the course editor. And you see how nice this is that we passed the course editor in as the document ID, the project ID, and data. And again, it's frustrated me that I've left this in. You can literally just get rid of these and make it pull from environment variables. But now if we hit save on that, this should give us a perfect course editor now. So in this case, like Python fundamentals, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I publish it now, before I publish this, I'll show you that. So let's go to our front end, back to the course. Let's go to our back to dashboard. Let's go into the Python for data science. And there you see 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm in a draft state. If I discard it, it should go back to this. Great. If I do Python for data science 101 and then learn Python, Sunny built this. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and publish, now you see I'm not hitting a refresh. I'm just clicking in 101. There you go. Okay. Same for here. Drag and drop. So if I go ahead and put this over here, publish. And all of this is working off of those used documents. So the cool part about this, which is what works really well, all we have to do, read the current state. So before we drag and dropped, basically for in this case, the course contents of data analysis with pandas, for example, we need to know what the initial state was and then what the target state is. And then all we do is we use the use edit document handle, and we pass in that new state. Because then basically Sanity handles the rest. It's basically saying, okay, you just want to change these fields up. So you're basically putting that in that position now, right? So effectively, that's what we've done here. Now the thumbnail, let's test that out. So let's go ahead and click a thumbnail. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and just choose an image. So what's this one? Oh yeah, so I done an NAN video recently. Let's go ahead and upload that thumbnail. It's uploading. Oh, and this is good. So hostname cdn sanity.io is not configured. So I needed to hit that at some point. So what we do here is we go into our next config. And this is basically saying that, you know, for certain images, we need to basically whitelist them and say that, oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to let these images be optimized on our server. So these are okay. And now let's go back. The Next.js server will restart because we saved next config. And in a moment, we should see. So thumbnail, click it, boom. And now let's go back over to, let's just do a picture of me. Oh, that's too big. Yep. So let's do, yep, that NAM one. Okay. And also there, you see data science there. I can change that as well to mobile development. I get a sample image. Nice. Okay. I can change, for example, this to make it a pro. I can change the slug as well. And let's just go ahead and publish it. So 101, let's get rid of the 101 so we can see a few things. We should see 101 go away, this go away, and this should become a picture. Publish. And just like that, look, nothing. I'm not doing anything. I'm not touching anything. Bam. That is sick. Look at that. That is so clean. Right? And obviously you can do object container on that if you really wanted to. But that's so clean, guys, that mobile development. There you go, even change the pro course. And all of that is then gated behind Clerk's billing. So this is nice, guys. Yeah. So that is literally great, right? Perfect. So in this case, you can even delete a course as well. I'm going to show you how to delete a lesson because I kind of want to delete a course right now. It's going to be the whole, I mean, screw it. We can delete a course. If we click on delete, delete this permanent documently, delete it permanently. We deleted it. And on this end, bam, we no longer have a course. Okay. So if we go back now, and obviously I'd done a 404, but we could create a not found page, a 404 page, and just basically say, the module you're looking for has either been taken offline or does no longer exist, right? Obviously you probably wouldn't want to do that. Your students will go nuts, but there you go. In that case, now we're down to 2. If I want to create a new course, I click on creating new course and I'm in draft state. Okay, cool. This is the best course on the planet. Okay. And now if you can see, I can add modules to it, data analysis with pandas. You see, and that already has lessons inside of it because modules, so the way you want to build up using the structure that we've done, create a lesson first, add them to a module, and then you create your course and you just append your modules to it. Okay. So in this case, we've got data analysis with pandas, category, data science, slug. I even added in this, it just pops in the title there if you haven't got one. Featured, no. Let's put it on a free plan. Okay. And let's just do this is awesome. Right, publish. And now, watch this. So you see how everything will change now. Watch this, it'll pop in. Look at that. This is the best course on the planet. This is awesome. Pow. Look at that. And say I want to add in a new module, you know, I want to add in advanced React to that one. Bam. Do that. Now go ahead and add that in. It'll pull in the lessons from that module, publish that, and wait for it. Now on the front end, bam, advanced React. And obviously I had actually completed this using my user ID before. So hence why this is there, right? So this is so clean. Like I can't stress it enough, guys. This is literally a full-on LMS. Like it gets me so hyped because I'm contemplating rebuilding my entire thing with this, right? And now because of this, I could go ahead and say, I don't know, what's the best course? What's the best course? I don't know. Let's just see. I mean, I'm assuming it might find that. Oh no, so it's actually doing it that way. It's clever, right? So say pandas. Now it's going to search for pandas and it'll find the pandas course. And it should give me that. I found a great course for learning pandas. This is the best course on the planet. Look at that. That is so clean. And look at that. It found that. Boom. Oh, that's awesome. That is so sick. Okay. Now, and that was a real-time demo of the whole thing in action, right? Now modules is next. So modules we have, of course. Let's go ahead and do the new module. And basically, what happens if we click into one? So again, what the really nice part is, the way that I built this out now is effectively, it's going to be fairly straightforward in getting all of this working now. So going into the modules folder, let's do modules, modules. I think it's going to be ID, I believe. ID. I'm sure it's modules ID. Let me just double check. Modules, so app, admin, modules, ID, page. Yep. So page.tsx. And this page, yep, edit module page. This right here. So again, yeah, you see how I'm pulling it just from there? I don't know. I could have just done that in there. Why did I do that? I don't want to refactor it all right now, but yeah, there you go. All right, so in this case, look, it's very clean code. So we hit a refresh, and now we have a full module editor as well. So in this case, you can unpublish modules. You can add lessons to modules. Let's say I want to add that one to data analysis with pandas. So in this case, look, this module right here is there. So if I go into this editor and I say React Native Setup, should be a part of that module, publish it. Now, every single course which references that module is going to get updated. Bam, React Native Setup. And if I change the order of it, say, for example, the first lesson for some reason should be React Native Setup. Bam, wait for it. There you go. Awesome stuff. Okay, nice. Now we've got the lessons next. Okay. Lessons, let's go ahead and implement the code for that. So lessons is going to be ID again. Lessons ID, and inside of here, page.tsx. We just hit 200 likes as well, guys. Bam. Literally, I want to hit 1,000 likes. I know this video is going to bang afterwards, but you guys gotta just destroy the like button. That's it, right? So page.tsx, let's go and do that. There you go, edit page, edit lesson page. Save lesson editor is the one. And then I'll do the same while we're here. I'll do the same thing for categories, ID. And then in the categories, I'm going to pop in the page as well. And the page is no different here, just to edit category page. Cool. So we need to test a few more important things now. So the more important part is the image uploading, so the video uploading. So that's the final kind of crux. So let's see, firstly, lessons. If we click it now, we should have a full lesson editor. So here we have it. Boom. That's working great. React Native Setup, drop a video. React Native Setup, cool. Same for categories, let's quickly check it. Excellent. He goes, love you, bro. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys too. Look at this. Go pop this in. There you go. Right. Obviously that UI you can change up. It's easy. All right. So let's go ahead and do React Native Setup. Now this part is the interesting one. So the video is down here. So I want to upload a video now. So React Native Setup. So let's do CodeRabbit. Now, firstly, the UI, like I showed you before, this is where take the code, look at exactly what it's doing, and it's not going to help me holding your hand line by line by line doing it. And plus it's going to take ages to do that. Instead, go through it and you'll see exactly how we've implemented this. But now if we go into React Native setup, what we should see here is there's not going to be a video yet. Okay. We need to test two things. We also need to test the video image uploading here. But in this case, we should be able to see a demo of the video. Right. There we go.
What's going on? So here we have a demo of CodeRabbit. We're going to go ahead and
dive
right in.
Nice.
So let's look
okay.
at some.
Now I'm going to publish it. So publish. Now let's see, guys. Let's see. I'm not touching anything. Wait for it. Boom! Look at that. Nice.
Yo, what's going on? So
and
we have a demo of CodeRabbit.
Yo, it did it. It did the. Look at that. Oh, that is sick. That's the first time I tried that. Like French. Oh my God. Like German.
Then I'm just going to go ahead and. Yo,
guys, that's crazy because the reason why that is so good is because not even Kajabi does that, by the way. Right. So obviously I pay a lot of money for Kajabi every month, for every month, a year, whatever we pay it for. But not even that doesn't do all of the subtitles like what we just did.
Some of the features right here.
So
go ahead and see.
This is actually pretty powerful stuff that we learned today. So that capture, and by the way, that's 4 languages. You could put Arabic, Mandarin, all of that stuff, anything that's supported. And look, it did it blazingly fast.
They have a really good website.
And now, as you can see, if I was to refresh in the backend admin, and these are signed URLs, yeah. So now, boom. Now, I just want you to think about this for a second. Think about if you have a client, you're going to build an app, they require a CMS, but they require a bespoke looking CMS. Now you can still have Sanity powering under the hood, but you can do all of this capability without having to rebuild all the CMS mechanics. So in this case, you can have a full custom backend. It's just so nice. So nice. Like this is truly like, this is one of my most impressive builds I feel in terms of what we've done. So the React Native setup, let's go ahead and change some of this. Test 1, 2, 3, change this, boom, heading 2. Let's go ahead and do, I don't know, maybe make this, I don't know, some code block here. So let's do this, code, yep. And then let's add in the image as well, an inline image. I don't know, maybe let's just do some kind of YouTube logo. There we go, something like that. So you can have, you know, this testing 1, 2, 3. You can have accessibility as well. Upload it. There you go. So imagine like I can add in my course notes here, all that stuff. I can actually go ahead and prepare it all, publish it, forget about it. And now over here, my students immediately will see, oh, look, here's Sunny's notes. So this is incredible, guys. This is so powerful. And then let's say, for example, someone can't find that lesson, right? For whatever reason. Again, they just go here, type it in, and then they can find it. So for example, advanced React. And then bam. This is like truly quite a nice experience. And then that React Masterclass, React Hooks Deep Dive, use effects and side effects. Click into that, bam, takes me to it. Right? I'm yet to know a platform that can do this, by the way, that can do this. There's no platform with LMS stuff that can do that. Call me out on it. I don't know a single one. So, either I'm going to use it on my own, or yeah. But there you go, guys. That is actually the entire build, I believe, done. 4.5 hours. Jeez. Right. There we go. And if I was to click open in Studio here, this will go and pull up the Studio. Now, bear in mind, on the Mux free plan, you get up to 10 assets. You can delete assets, old ones, to add in new ones. But while you're testing it, it's enough. And then, yeah, once you want to go ahead and take it even a step further, you can do that as such. Again, like I told you, the video file on the Sanity Studio side, a little bit sketchy in terms of getting it set up. I probably screwed something up here, to be fair. But you can see even in the completed by section, if we were to go over here, for example, to React Native setup. So this is a lesson. So let's just type in React Native setup. Say I want to quickly get to that, right? Again, like it's also a nice way to navigate the course. Even I'm using it now. Look, React Native setup, boom. Say if I mark as complete, look at that. You see how we mark as complete, completed by this person right here. Got a weird, interesting thing. Okay, interesting. All right. So in this case, boom. And then once I've completed that data analysis, and then you can go to the next one, right? And obviously you can modify the UI so it doesn't block the button and so forth. But there we absolutely have it, guys. Now, of course, once you reach this point, you finished your code effectively. What should you do? You should definitely go and do a pull request, Right, so in this case, CodeRabbit, there's tons of changes, by the way. So in this case, 115 changes, that's huge. So at this point, you can either do a local one. So in this case, you can do a local one here. So I can click on review or changes, start a local review. And then also what I'd recommend is you stage your changes, you make a commit message. And by the way, again, I don't endorse doing this after all of these changes. You'd be doing incremental ones or per feature, per bug, so forth. And in this case, we're going to commit. Oh, no, we got a saved file somewhere. Unsaved file. Oh God, it's always like Wild West when I have to do that. I'm not sure. Let me do close others. Lesson page content. Okay, close that. In this case, let's just unstage, stage all. Just commit for now. Right, I'm going to sync the change now. I'm on a branch right now. So I push changes to the branch. So let's go over to my GitHub. I don't even know where it is. This is the main one. Let's go to repos, LMS AI YouTube. Oh yeah, main, fast app. So we got a pull request open. Let's go here. I just pushed to it a moment ago. Enhanced learning management. So this was right now. And then CodeRabbit will begin a check on it as well. So now there's a review in progress. And also, by the way, this is something I love about it, right? So you can see 2 hours ago, the previous review, look, it gave a walkthrough of the entire changes summary. So it goes through individual files and it gives you the entire changes that are made, the different queries that are made, introduce what it did. Why is this so powerful? Because truly, imagine like you've got some really complex changes, maybe new devs on the team, maybe you're just moving really quick because of AI, whatever the case. The point is that this is really, really helpful information to be able to go into a pull request and not have to just check files changed. Because if you were going here, like for example, there's 30,000 files changed, right now. So we decided 30,000 lines of code. Yeah, that's going to be a lot to go through. Okay. In this case, this could be a real nice way of chunking that down. So in this estimated code review effort, so it's in this case, look, number 4, complex, saying roughly it'll take me 75 minutes. Probably should check the Sanity schemas, check the query definitions, the header components. Highest goes incredible build and tech stack, lots to digest and lots to learn from all this. Thank you so much, dude. And remember, guys, even after this, like this is going to go ahead and still do another review on this entire thing. So it's just crazy. Like this is really, really nice. And again, you see it carries on giving us more and more suggestions on what's changed and what needs to happen. And going back over here, remember these changes over here, or these reviews are actually all unlimited as well, right? So of course, let's just say, for example, you did all of this, everything was awesome. Then you would go ahead and approve it and merge it into your main, and then you would deploy, okay? So with that said, I'm going to start doing a nice little wrap up. The only way we know how, we are not going to deploy today, but to be honest with you, it's so easy to deploy this. All you would have to do is basically go into your environment. I'm not going to show it because I've got an OpenAI API key. Go in there, copy everything, do a Vercel deployment, copy and paste all your variables into your Vercel deployment, and basically go ahead and run it. So that's as simple as it would be. The reason why this is not so hard to deploy is because effectively all you would need to do, everything is off your local host. So your Sanity is off your local host. Everything is off your local host. So this will effectively run. The only thing that would maybe cause a hiccup is if you were to go ahead and have any serverless function which runs for longer than 10 seconds, in which case you need to go into the Vercel settings, to the settings tab, change the serverless timeout duration from 10 seconds to 60 seconds. If you need more, go pro. That's what we do. But yeah, that's basically what you need to do. Or if you've got more than 60 seconds, you probably need an external service to offload it to. But that is effectively it in a nutshell, guys. I'm going to go ahead and do this the only way I know how, because this was an absolute huge build and it needs to end with a banger. Okay. This has been the Sunny Academy, right? LMS AI build. We done tons of stuff today. There's literally a crazy amount of tech in today's build. I'm going to just run you down through all of it. And also, like I mentioned before, like this is completely this is this is a huge build. Don't get disheartened if it was very confusing and you're not understanding what's going on. Like I said before, if you do feel that way and you want a community that you can, really be a part of, then like I said, there's going to be literally 2 hours left in the Zero to Full Stack Hero Black Friday sale, 55% off. What I'm recommending is you go and join it, because honestly, 2 hours left, 55% off. And then afterwards, when we launch one of our new communities, which is up and coming, you can get 50% off the entire community for life. And that's a monthly one. So I recommend you're going to get the most value right now that you could ever get if you jump into Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is going to be literally where you'll learn all the greatest and best on how to do things. And what I'm trying to showcase here is there is so much changing in the AI space at the moment that there needs to be some kind of, recurring mentorship platform, and that is exactly what we're doing, which is why if you join Zero to Full Stack Hero, when we launch that platform very shortly, by the way, you're going to get 50% off for life. So go ahead, join it. You get all the benefits of Zero to Full Stack Hero, and then when we launch, you get that as well. Now, quick deep dive into what we did today. We used the App SDK to build this incredible backend dashboard, which is effectively replacing our Sanity Studio. So you guys are typically used to seeing Sanity Studio. We have a custom Sanity Studio with loads going on. We have mux for video uploading and editing. Not editing. And then we have a beautiful, beautiful front end to go ahead and build the entire app off with an AI agent in the mix as well, because we had to do that. And now on top of that, we had full authentication. We had a full billing cycle, so you guys can see for yourself here. Subscription payments, full SaaS. This is not a normal tutorial, guys. This is this is full SaaS stuff. I've not seen a single tutorial go into this much depth, period, on YouTube ever. I don't know a single one. So you guys, again, if we're entirely free, you're absolutely welcome. I appreciate all of you. All I ask is that you enjoy, like, comment, subscribe on the video. Let me know what your favorite parts is, what new build you want to do. Sign the form over here. Go to the description. Put your full name and email in, and you'll get full access to all of the code base. As always, guys, it's your boy Papa React, aka Sunny. I appreciate everyone who tuned in to the end. There's a ton of you here as well. I appreciate you guys. Love you all, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.